We're joined by the Controller and Auditor General Seán McCarthy as a permanent witness to the committee, and he's joined by Mark Brady, Deputy Director of Audit. I have no recorded apologies have been received from Deputy Pat Deering today. And next item on the agenda, minutes of the meeting. So we want to clear the minutes of our meeting since the beginning of January, the meeting of the 17th of January. The meeting of the 22nd was a meeting in private session, short set of minutes, and the meeting of the 24th of January. So can we note, agree and publish those? That agreed? Great. Next item, matters arising. We'll come to all the relevant items under the correspondence. So in relation to the correspondence, Category A, briefing documents and opening statements in respect of today's meeting. And so the first document is 1898 from the National Paediatric Hospital Board, providing a number of briefing documents for today's meeting. We'll note and publish this. That's agreed. 1898 from the Department of Health, dated the 29th of January, providing a briefing note for today's meeting, and we'll note and publish this. The opening statements from both organisations were received very late last night, so hard copies are being distributed. So for the record, we'll note and publish both of those opening statements as well, and the CNAG's opening statement. So we'll note those. They came too late last night for circulation, but we have them here today, and they will be published this morning so people can see it. Next item of correspondence are correspondence item B from accounting officers or ministers and follow up to previous PAC meetings. The next item under that heading is 1761. It relates to legal advice in respect to NAMA, and we'll be dealing with that in private session later on today. Next item 1795 from the Department of Communications, Climate and Environment, dated the 11th of December, providing a briefing note on the National Broadband Plan and Metropolitan Area Network. We agreed to publish that at our meeting on the 17th of January, so I would suggest we'll consider this document as part of our further meeting we're having on the broadband issue. We have a special meeting with a lot of people coming in, and obviously we will after that have to have a session final review with the department when we get assistance from the other witnesses who have voluntarily agreed to come in to our committee. So it's noted and published, and people will consider that as part of those two subsequent meetings. Next item, so there's no need to hold it over for today, it'll be included in the next item. Next item 1816 from Marc MacSharry, National Treasury Management Agency, regarding the percentage of ownership by the State Strategic Investment Fund in a company that has been referred to. We haven't got the answer to that yet, so we'll note and publish that and wait for the actual answer to the question that we sought, and I hope to have that for next week. So we've concluded that item, but we look forward to receiving the actual answer to the question we did ask for the next meeting. Next item 1851 from Mark Griffin, Secretary General, Department of Communication, Climate Action and Environment, dated 16th of January, providing detailed follow-up information requested by the committee. We published this at our last meeting, very detailed, comprehensive document, and we said we could hold it over if somebody wanted to discuss a particular item. Deputy Murphy, it's a very extensive, comprehensive document. I'm sure of a lot of interest to a lot of people, not just the PAC. So we have published it, and if anyone has a specific issue, I touched on a few the last day, but we'll all take it from there. Yeah. Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, one I wanted to just touch on briefly is the note on the clean-up of...
What note number is it in the document? There's a note...
3.
Note 3.
And it's to do with the clean-up of Oireachtas, which is under licence to the EPA. And I think the CNAG audits the EPA. I mean, obviously these licences are really important, but the adherence...
For people's information, so we can get it up as page 8 of that reply.
So
page
it is,
8. We're on.
Okay. The licences it's very, very similar to the one for the licences for landfills, and there's a fairly rigorous regime around making sure even if they go into liquidation or bankrupt or whatever, that there's in theory supposed to be money there. Does that feature in terms of the audit, in terms of making sure that those are properly in place? or would that be something that would be a separate
It wouldn't
process?
typically be a matter that we would audit. I mean, we'd be more concerned with any costs associated with it, or fee income, licence application income. But I haven't looked at that recently, but I can certainly come back to you on it if that would be helpful.
Yeah, actually, I think it would, because there's kind of an ongoing issue in that location. I was on a committee in the last Dáil and we looked at it, and
is it around the enforcement of the licence conditions? Is that the issue, or?
I don't know if it predated the current licence, but there certainly is an issue around enforcement and pollution in the area, and people being impacted by it.
Well, I mean, certainly enforcement activity wouldn't normally feature as an aspect of the financial audit.
Yeah, I understand that, but there could be a financial problem later on by the lack of enforcement, in the same way as so where is that captured? Is that the EPA that has the responsibility for that?
I think the best thing to do would be to maybe address queries to the EPA in relation to that.
Which is probably not this committee. It's possibly the Environment Committee that should do that.
So how do you want to have someone take to the Environment Committee, or we can do it as a follow-up to this specific guy either?
Yeah.
We've got Deputy Connolly.
I support the Deputy in relation to this, and I'm looking at it on page 8, and I would like guidance on it. Clearly we don't want extra work if it comes under the Environment Committee and so on, but this whole document is extraordinary in the sense of the amount it costs the taxpayer to clean up. And that's certainly an issue for this committee, isn't it? The clean-up, and that's what we're picking up, predominantly on private, well, not predominantly, but on private lands as well as public lands. And so, when would the EPA come before us if we audit?
If you called them.
Yeah. So have they come? They haven't come in my time.
No, they haven't been here in 5 years, I'd say, at least.
No, maybe the department or the EPA would have been here a few years ago, maybe prior to the last election. There was a major clean-up which Deputy Murphy will know all about outside Naas.
Yes.
Massive. 60 million, I forget. The thing was on fire for ages, and there was smoke bellowing into the town. And that all fell back to the taxpayer. Yeah. It was a private.
Yeah, and the great worry here is that that's exactly what will happen. And that, I mean, one has to be careful, but certainly representations have been made to us in relation to pollution and serious pollution. So when I look at then this, the EPA issues an integrated pollution licence, among other documents. And part of that then is that there's enough money, a bit like an escrow account, but enough money put there in the event of any difficulty. Now, of course, the question is that adequate? And who decides that? And I suppose the experts within the EPA or whoever they draw in tells them what's adequate. But we're here today in a different matter where we see things aren't adequate. Yeah. So I do think as a first shot we should look at the EPA.
Do you want to push them on our work programme?
I think so. Yeah. I think so really might be the first step, the very first step in relation to this matter.
I think we'll start on that basis because there would have been before the PAC periodically in the past on their annual financial statement, and it deals with all their governance and enforcement and costs and bonds issues. So I think we'll put
and just in terms of this document that we got, it's very welcome from the department, and I welcome it, and they're giving us the information we're seeking. But it's an education for the taxpayer, and so therefore it really comes back to us in terms of governance in relation to Oireachtas, in relation to landfill sites. Are the procedures in place sufficient and adequate to prevent this happening and to save the taxpayer? Yeah. That's really what it's about. So that's what I would like to see from the EPA.
So on that basis, we will put the EPA in the work programme. We'll come to that shortly, or part of our work programme. So thanks. And as I say, I said the last day, I hit on a few of those points. There's great information in that, and I'd advise people with an interest in. And I read out all the headings and the topics in the letter the last day. I won't repeat it today.
For drawing to our attention.
And I would say to the public, have a look at that document on our PAC website. You'll find it very educational. Next item of correspondence is and so we've dealt with that now, and we'll put the EPA in our work programme. So next item of correspondence received since the last meeting is 1864. From the Private Secretary of the Department of Housing and Planning, providing an update in relation to ongoing work undertaken by the Department to revise procedures regarding local authority land purchases and the associated borrowings. It's a very short letter. People can see it there. They say there's very little. They are preparing a circular, and when it is issued, they'll forward it to us. But there hasn't been much in that activity in recent time. 1888 from the Louthmead ETB dated 22nd of January, providing an update in relation to information requested by the committee regarding an invoice redirection fraud. Now, the letter received says that all they've recovered to date is €284.50. So, Sinead, what was the scale of this? Just can anybody remind me what was the amount?
I don't have a figure,
thousands?
but it was certainly a very significant figure,
yeah.
And the recovery is nothing like it.
No, well, the recovery is almost zero. It probably looks like the bank charge or something. So he concludes his letter by saying, I would again like to convey my apologies for not having reverted last September, because we keep following it up. A further update will of course be provided once we have a final decision from our insurers regarding the losses incurred. So we will note this is for the end of it. We want to reply within 3 months, an update within 3 months. So we'll just, so we'll let them know we want an update by the end of April. So we'll just move on and just note it. Next item, and request that. Next item is 1889 from the Secretary-General Department of Defence, enclosing information requested by the committee in relation to cases taken under the Organisation of Working Time Act 1997. I propose we send a copy of this to Senator Crockwell, who raised it with this committee. So we'll note and publish that and forward it to the Senator. Agreed. Next item is 1892 from Secretary-General Department of Housing and Planning. Regarding, we asked them to deal with the fragmented nature of funding for local authorities from different departments. So his reply is that there is no cross-department review currently underway, but he is saying that this matter is being looked at in the broader review of the local property tax being led by the Department of Finance, and once that matter is concluded and the outcome is being announced, arrangements will be made for details to be forwarded to the committee at that stage. So we've raised the issue as tied in with the LPT review, and the outcome of that process will be made public in due course. That's all he's telling us, right? Item 2 that we requested, the inspection of properties under the housing assistance payment. So he's actually saying here that the Secretary-General is saying that the Council's IT system didn't adequately record all the HAP inspections that they did carry out. He's actually saying that prior to HAP being introduced, some local authorities had separate inspection databases and that logged inspection-related activity. They would have been private rented, and as a result, local authorities need to disaggregate inspection information relating to HAP properties from their broader inspection databases in order that a single national report may be extracted. So they're telling us now they don't have a database on HAP inspections, and they go on to say then they're following up the matter with a number of local authorities, and they will provide the committee with a report in the coming weeks. So note that for March, that we get that report in March. So
it's a shambles. It's a shambles now. 431. 150 million, doubled to 300 million, gone up to 51 or 31 million this year. What's a few million at this point?
Yeah.
And no record, no
database of the inspections. It's a shambles. And we also asked about, that is a shambles. But in addition to that, we've raised it here before, the legislation requires, to my knowledge, that an inspection take place. If it hasn't happened within the previous 12 months, it happened within the first 8 months. And the Department have utterly stood down the implementation of that legislation and say we have a target of 25%. The legislation says 100%.
You can't start no legislation.
Pardon?
They're either in compliance with legislation or they're not.
We've said this before. On this particular, they're neither in compliance or even have a database to help their compliance.
I think there's a world of difference if houses been procured under the RAS scheme, because the local authority then have a responsibility because they take it on board, and they're essentially the landlord, if you like. Where a house that's procured under HAP it's more the person who goes and finds it. And I think there's a mindset at play here in relation to protecting themselves in case there's a liability, as opposed to you know, I think when you set it in law,
Yeah.
there's a different mindset, really obvious. The other thing is that the local government management agents, whatever they call themselves, they have a building on the Quays called Local Government House, not a Local Administration House. It's all county managers, but they collectively do the design for the software for systems that are rolled out, so as that there isn't individual different pieces of software in each local authority, that there's a collaborative approach. So I can't understand why, if there's a collaborative approach, why there isn't one single system that you can extract this information from, that, you know, just feeds into a general system. And like, this is very big money.
Yeah, and we'll come back to it as part of our housing. We have some of the city and county managers coming before us, and the department will be before us, and we have the housing. So we're not finished with this housing topic. So the next, and you're right, and we'll keep it forward. And then further in relation to HAP, we asked this for the number of landlords agents in receipt of where there are multiple HAP payments to an individual landlord. So they said there are 40,835 landlords in receipt of HAP payments of properties, of which there are 24,466 landlords. So 20,000 of those people had just one single property. 4,010 had more than one property, and that seems to be broken down. 3,402 landlords had between 2 and 5 properties, 308 landlords had between 6 and 10 properties, and 300 landlords had in excess of 10 properties, and one landlord had 241 properties in respect of HAP. So we'll put that into the mix and put that information just on the public record. We note and publish it, and we'll discuss it as part of our housing meeting that are coming up shortly. So we acknowledge that information, where it's complete and where it's incomplete, but we'll acknowledge it anyway. So that's agreed. Next item, that's noted and published. Next item is from Ray Mitchell regarding the transfer of properties from the religious congregations under the redress scheme to the HSE, and in relation to 2002 offers, he said there's still 2 properties involved. One is in Sacred Heart, Cappoquin. I think they're both in Waterford, and there was an issue in relation to the title, and in the latter half of 2008 progress has been made in one of them, and they expect to have the closing documents within the next few months on the other one. So progress, we'll continue to watch that. But in relation to the 2009 offers, there's 2 outstanding properties still not dealt with. One is Blauheen Grace Park Road, and they're still waiting to hear from the solicitor from the other side, and it's 3 months since they wrote to the solicitor. They've had no response since November, so we'll ask them to follow that up. And then the National Rehabilitation Hospital is a big one, and they say that that involves a complication. It will be an establishment of a new trust, because while it will be signed over to the HSE, there will be a leaseback arrangement involving a new trust. So that is taking considerable time, and they're saying it will take another few months. So we will keep logging this until we get these finished. Now, that's just the HSE side. Separate progress report comes from Education intermittently as well. So we keep on top of both. We note and publish those, and we'll keep both that issue of those transfers always on our agenda until we get it concluded, because nobody else seems to be following it at this stage, only ourselves. So the next item is 1897 from Paul Quinn, Chief Procurement Officer, Office of Government Procurement, providing information requested by the committee regarding the role of the National Development Finance Agency and the Office of Government Procurement in the procurement arrangements of the National Paediatric Hospital. We note and publish this. There's no substantial significant information from our point of view, but we just note and publish it. They essentially say that not everybody has to follow it, and they can give an exemption not to follow the standard procurement process and set out and dealt with under the Circular 3306. However, they do say just because that's the case, the contracting body is still responsible to do all the work in the proper manner in any event.
No, I mean, the biggest problem here is, and part of the reason why we were trying to find out what their role was,
the very little is
to see where you know, the learnings are in terms of, or the guidance is in terms of procurement, including where there's a capital project. And like it's one thing saying there's guidance, you can follow it or you don't have to follow it in this particular way. What it covers, goods, services and works. But like the whole idea of setting up an office like this is to get best value for money, that the process is there, that the process is robust. And I'm not at all clear what role they have in terms of, or if there's an institutional gap.
No, I'll tell you, my reading of this letter now is from the Office of Government Procurement. Yes, there's a procedure in place, but if a project is specific and unique and doesn't fall within the routine terms, they can seek a derogation. That's the word they use, from going through the normal method. And I'll just read the paragraph. It is important to note that a derogation, if agreed, does not approve the approach or strategy of the contracting authority, but simply acknowledges that the circumstances are such to warrant a different approach than the usual standard report or approach, and we accept that. So it's a matter for the contracting authority and the sanctioning authority, and they're the people coming into it shortly, and to satisfy themselves as to the adequacy and approach with regards to compliance with procurement rules and project appraisal in accordance with public spending code. So the contracting authority is still fully responsible for everything. But they just have got a derogation from working through. Is that my
a
reading?
specific form of contract.
Yeah.
That's what the derogation is. It doesn't absolve them from applying EU rules or whatever to the procurement.
Yeah. So it's just a
particular form of contract, a fixed price contract.
And exactly. So the contracting authority are the people responsible, and they're the people here shortly in public session. So so we'll have to concentrate on them, and ultimately they are the contracting authority. So next item, in other words, it sounds as if they're good for the little jobs, but once a big job comes their way, that's what it sounds like.
A box of boroughs.
Yeah, they'd have a. You wouldn't get a derogation.
You'd go to them down on top of you. But a children's hospital mightn't be as serious.
That's above their pay grade, they're trying to tell us. Okay. Next item, 1900, from the Head of Finance, from Jared Callahan. He's Head of Finance of where?
Of the National Development Finance Agency.
Oh, NDFA.
Which is a wing of NTMA.
Oh, yeah. And he is a note in relation to the extended role of the National Development Agency in procurement of the National PD. Can we get that? 1900. Can we see that on screen?
Yeah. It's on.
I just might have missed it myself. Okay, we won't read it all. Too much in it.
That's not it.
No, that's. And what's it? Have you had an opportunity to look?
I have looked at the.
Can you just tell us?
Effectively, it was a question, Chairman, that you raised previously when there was discussion around the hospital. As to whether the NDFA would have had an advisory role or some role in relation to the hospital. And Mr. Cahalane is explaining here the extent to which they have been involved in the development of the project.
And are they not obliged to, from their own rules?
Under Public Spending Code, I understand that any project that's in excess of 20 million is required to engage with NDFA. Now, I haven't looked at the specific requirements in that relation, but I think he explains here the extent to which they have been engaged with them.
Yeah, can we just put that question back? Have they not a responsibility? He's saying that, you know, they haven't been involved since 2014. They were involved in the issue in relation to the Marshall site, which had funds had to be written off.
And there was an element of engagement when the HSE was looking for financing from the European Investment Bank for the Children's Hospital. But he said not since 2016 have they been involved in it.
Yeah, so he actually says the National Development Finance Agency had no involvement in the project since 2016, when the National Development Finance Agency's formal engagement as advisor to the HSE ended. So we're going to write back to them to give us the circumstances as how that engagement ended and why, and we'll raise it directly with the HSE. Why did they end the engagement with the NDFA? We can ask that to the HSE when they're here today. So we note and publish that. So next item of correspondence, item C, from individuals, which we'll discuss, but we don't publish because they're from individuals. So 1860, is from an individual dated the 17th of January in relation to a complaint to the committee's consideration of vote 1, which is the President's establishment. The individual expresses the view that the timing was deliberate, and I think we've said already we are dealing with vote 1 in the normal course of events, I think, in the next couple of meetings with the Secretary-General of the Department of Finance, and we'll make sure it's done on carried out on a routine basis each year from now on, and maybe previous PACs, as they didn't look after it over the years, it came as a bit of a shock when we did decide to do it. But that correspondent makes an interesting point, and they said that, and this is where I'd have an issue with where this letter is coming from. I have a greater concern now that members of the PSC will use their position to influence the European and local elections. So I'm saying, as chairman of the PSC, the idea of anybody suggesting to us that we cannot discuss anything in connection with local authorities, and that involves the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, that involves the Department of Transport, it involves the Department of Community and Rural Affairs, who fund local authorities, that we cannot discuss any of those people who fund local authorities because there are local elections coming up, or we cannot discuss anything in relation to the Department of Foreign Affairs or European Affairs in relation to their expenditure because there are European elections coming up. I reject entirely. And I'm just saying that person will try and close down the PAC, and they would probably then say there's going to be an election sometime, so we should discuss no department.
Who made that point?
It's a private individual.
Oh, it's a private individual.
1860 under Section C. The deputy can get it as private. So we note and publish it, and that's my initial. We note it, and that's my response to the broader point that I could see people trying to take the debate that started last year, and maybe the PAC shouldn't discuss anything because it might influence something down the road. We're not going there, okay? But we will have the vote 1 in the normal course of events. Next item is 1890 from is 1865. Sorry, I've skipped a page. 1865 is from Finian McGrath in relation to information requested by the committee. It seems to be more of a constituency query in relation to Laois. Myself, for some reason, I came back through the PAC rather than to my constituency office, so we note that, and I'll deal with that. Next item then is correspondence 1868 in relation to the Managing Director of Regional Internet Service Providers in relation to our meeting, and an invitation is issued and they confirm they will attend our meeting when we're dealing with broadband. Next item is 1887 from an individual regarding the wards of court. The person has been in contact with the committee over a considerable period of time. The matter remains unresolved. The members are free to raise the matter. I propose we note the item and write to the individual in relation to decisions to be made in relation to the ward of court do not fall within the remit of the committee. The correspondent is watching our debate every week and is fully aware of that. However, we will come back to the issue that we did raise with the State Claims Agency, and we got very interesting information where the majority of funding that they do pay out in relation to the major injuries are paid before the award is actually granted in the court. The HSE applies for a award of courtship. In relation to the individual, sometimes the parents don't understand. It's just the final few minutes of a long protracted court proceedings, and then the money is handed over for the permanent care of that person to the ward of court, which is under the court services. Might be a policy issue, but I don't see why the state agency should be handing over hundreds of millions to another state body to invest it when the NTMA are meant to be the experts in relation to managing and investing it. I know there's an issue of the independence of the court, and that's beyond their remit, but I'm just saying it's an issue. We will come to that transfer of funding out of the state when we're dealing with the State Claims Agency, because we will be coming back to that as part of medical negligence. And a lot of this comes out as a result of medical negligence cases. Next item, 1890 from Deputy Marc MacSharry, dated 21st of January, regarding the canteen services from prison officers. And the Deputy has provides information and a reply he has issued to certain people. Did you want to comment, or? Yeah,
no, I just wanted to bring it to members' attention because the union had engaged in a small campaign of media, which seemed to be something of a red herring, that the work here was in some way trying to undermine canteen services available to prison officers. So the email which I had received was sent to the media and followed up with a radio interview, which the content of the radio interview at Ocean FM was broadly similar to the email sent to me by the union. So I gave a detailed response, which I'd like published, and obviously for the benefit of members to see that any accusation that we were pulling figures from the sky or basing it on anything other than the information that was being provided in questioning and other documentation that I had in my possession. So,
are you happy to have this published, this item of correspondence?
well, certainly.
Yeah, okay, because it just came in from you personally rather than the government. So we published that. The one remark I would make is this information clearly outlines the whole extensive background in relation to the canteen or mess facilities, as they call it. We asked for that on the day. I think why I'm disappointed as chairman, I'm satisfied our people on the day could have provided information to the committee when we asked on the day. There's a very detailed...
Sorry, can you I just lost that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chairman,
Yeah.
I wasn't concentrating. Yeah. Could you just start again there? Just on that. What did they send something in?
So no, here on the day when you asked about the mess committee, and that issue was raised with several witnesses from the prison service. No information was forthcoming in relation to that on the day of any significance, and now it appears the matter was dealt with by the Labour Relations Commission in 2011. There's massive negotiation between the union and prison services on the matter. I feel all that information was known to the witnesses who were here present the last day, and it wasn't made available to us in the public session. Would have been helpful had they done that. We have it now thanks to Deputy MacSharry, and we have written to the committee for a detailed breakdown of information, and it would have been helpful had they given us the information that they were aware of on the day, because they knew about it. We will get it in writing, a more detailed reply in the mess committee, and the CNAG might respond at that stage. I'll probably wait and see the reply, because it's an issue the CNAG is keen on. So look, we note and publish that, and when we get the reply we'll come back to it, okay?
I think that, and again, when time allows and when information comes, I think it's a certainty that certainly from my perspective we'll be asking them all back in again to deal with a number of issues, not just related to that, but other matters to do with governance and oversight.
Yeah, okay, and we'll come to that when we receive that reply, which I assume shouldn't be too long more. Next item of the correspondence 1891 from the Managing Director of BT Ireland, who is not available to attend the meeting, but he will have a representative here on the day, which is fine. 1894 from an individual dated the 24th of January in relation to queries of the Department of Communications, Climate and Action regarding electricity and connectors. This is, as the correspondent recognises in his email, a policy issue not within the remit of the committee. So I propose we forward the item, and members are free to raise the matter outside the committee as well as electricity and connectors. Some people may want to follow up that directly. Item 1909 from Deputy Alan Kelly, dated 29th of January, asking the committee to invite the acting CEO of the HSE to today's meeting. It was so tight, and it was going to be minimal notice, and we had agreed to have the hospital board, the HSE link person and the Sec General. We have quite a few here today.
Mr. Sullivan is here though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, sure, he's bound to be here. He's
the chair of the steering group.
Yeah, have we the witness list here?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, so look, we have the key people, but we take the point. Okay, we have, yeah. Yeah, of course he's here, and Jim Curran. Okay, next
I
item.
have just a particular question related to that individual, and I'll put it in as a PQ instead. So.
Yeah. Okay, so then the next item on the agenda is a report and statement accounts received from the last meeting, so that's going up. Yeah, sorry.
And correspondence, we're finished with it.
Yeah.
Just we wrote to the, in relation to the question about the GEA and the funding in Galway. Did a reply come to that? Okay.
Not yet, but we have done that.
Yeah, you've done it.
Sorry, Captain. Is this a question related to
Galway? No,
okay.
Galway GAA.
Okay.
So it's about, yeah, the matter came up the last day. Yeah.
Could I ask, we obviously wrote looking for more detail in relation to the Pope's visit and the procurement. There's nothing back on that yet.
No, nothing further. We asked for a further breakdown the last time.
The topic that Catherine raised there, the issue in relation to GA, I'll write to the committee just in relation to the Department of Sport and the funding regarding Parking Queeve and all of that, so we might...
Okay, well, if we receive a letter, we'll deal with it, because we had one in relation to Galway situation.
Yeah, no problem, but we might be able to put...
Yeah, fine. So,
Don't get a reply by next week.
there's a
action.
tracking system to make sure we get it.
Okay,
Next item. Next item then is reports and statement and accounts received from the last meeting. So we'll go through this. And it's really, we haven't done this since December, so we're paying a little bit of catch up here, and we'll have a bit more catching up to do next week to be fully up to date. So item 4.1 is the Travellers Protection Fund and Travellers Protection Fund and Travel Agent and Tour Operator Bond Account. So that's a clear audited opinion. Next item is State Examinations Commission, a clear audited opinion. The Institute of Public Administration, a clear audited opinion. And the Kerry Education Training Board, clear audited opinion, except there is again non-compliant with national procurement rules and concerns regarding the lack of appropriate contemporary financial systems and HR management system and the potential impact on internal control. So I think the ETBs are improving their situation, but some of them have highlighted a particular...
And I think the systems point that has been raised by Kerry has also been raised by others. I think they're looking to shared services solutions to a number of these
that could be good.
points. Yeah.
Okay. Next item then, the Citizens Information Board, clear audit opinion. The National Council for Special Education, clear audit opinion. Waterways Ireland, clear audit opinion. The Environment Fund, clear audit opinion. The Marine Casualty Investigations Board, clear audit opinion. And all these accounts today are in respect of the end of 2017 financial period. Next item is Irish Water Safety, clear audit opinion. The Charities Regulator Authority, clear audit opinion. The Charities Fund, clear audit opinion. And the Charities Funds of charities held in trust by the Charities Regulator, total value of 1.3 million. Can you tell us the difference between the two?
The Charities Regulator Authority, the 4 million expenditure there are the expenses of the Charities Regulator in the carrying out of their functions. The Charities Funds are funds that they hold in trust for charities or for charitable purposes, where, let's say, a charity is folding, there may be surplus funds which can be held for distribution for similar charitable purposes, and they provide an oversight in relation to that. It's a small fund, and it is in a wind-down situation. I think in the future the charities fund account will be empty.
Okay. So the next item then is the Food Safety Authority of Ireland, the 2017 accounts. There is a qualified opinion issued by the CNAG in respect of the costs of retirement benefits only when they become payable. This does not comply with financial standards 102, which requires that financial statements recognise the full cost of retirement benefit entitlements earned in that period. So is that happening?
It is true and fair, except in relation to pension accounting. And that's a matter actually which arises as well with the Hospitals Development Board, which you'll see in the financial statements there. It's a standard approach in the department, in the health sector, at the direction of the Minister for Health. So, there's special legislation. He can override by legislation the accounting rules in relation to has the power to do that.
The power to do that in relation to accounts under the remit or
in the health sector
of the department. Okay. So next item is St Angela College Sligo, clear audit opinion. Finally, the Dublin Dental Hospital Board, clear audit opinion. And again, the accounts were prepared in accordance with the accounting standard for the voluntary hospital approved by the Minister for Health, which again to some extent deviates from the normal international.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction there in that, and many of the agencies, they just deviate on the pensions point, but in relation to hospitals, there is a wider extent of deviation. They operate a capital income and expenditure account as well as a normal recurrent income and expenditure account. Depreciation isn't applied and so on. So it's a clear audit opinion, but in the context of it being a very particular accounting framework.
Okay, that's good. Next item then on the agenda is the work programme. So we'll just have a quick look at this, just to be clear. Today we're dealing with the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board. Next week then we're dealing with the Department of Taoiseach group of votes.
Just the finance meeting, that's all.
Yeah, and the group of votes, there are 6 under the Department of Taoiseach, the President's establishment, the Department itself, the CSO. Then there's 3 of legal implications: the Office of the Attorney General, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and Office of the Chief State Solicitor. So I propose that we set aside some time to...
No, that's a different meeting. The CSO, do you want to point out?
Yeah, so I'm proposing we break it into 2 separate sessions, not to have all those people here, and we have the second session dealing with the last 3 votes, 3, 5 and 6.
3 sessions.
Oh, sorry, we have 3 sessions. I'm looking at the screen, it's more up to date. So I'm proposing at the session 1 at 10 o'clock we deal with the Department of Taoiseach and the President's establishment, session 2 the CSO, and session 3 in relation to the 3 legal offices, the AG's office, DPP's office and Chief State Solicitor's office. However, there may be an issue of the availability of the counting officer for the CSO who could be abroad on that particular day on government business. So I'll ask that we have the flexibility, if necessary, to rearrange that. They've said maybe the deputy could come, but I prefer to see the head of the CSO coming in. It'll only be an hour at some stage. I think if he is away on that day, we'll slot that hour in somewhere else at a later date. So then we just might have to rejig the timing. I think we'll go on to session 2 as soon as session 1 is completed. Is that okay? So next week, on that week, we're dealing with the Secretary General of the Department of Taoiseach, and then when he's finished that section, we then move on in relation to the 3 groups, the Attorney General, DPP and Chief State Solicitor. So session 1 and session 2. And we'll come back to the CSO office separately another day. Next item then, on the 14th of February, we have a meeting with broadband providers, so that list is there in front of you. On Thursday the 21st, we have the Kildare-Wicklow ETB financial statements in, and that's an ongoing issue. Then on the 28th of the 2nd, we're back dealing with housing. We have the Irish Council for Social Housing, the approved housing body interim regulatory committee, and then we also have in a separate session the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government and the Chief Executive of some local authorities as well.
We need to do a bit of work.
Yeah, so there are 2 separate sessions on that day. Just yeah.
Chloe,
Yeah.
I've got mixed up. Was it a report from the Controller and Auditor General on that? No.
It's with the department. It hasn't been presented to the Oireachtas yet, but it is expected
How long
soon.
ago did you vote?
I don't have the date. I think they have it some weeks at this stage.
Well,
It's a special report that you've done.
It's a supplement which is attached to the audit certificate.
Yeah, okay.
It is a special report.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I propose then we immediately write to the Department of Education asking them that that be published in advance of our meeting on the 21st, because it's pointless us having a meeting if there's a report not yet issued to us.
And they're aware, obviously, that of the scheduling
Now,
of
we
the
did
meeting.
have the unsatisfactory situation the last time. There were financial accounts for some of the third-level institutions were with the department and hadn't been cleared by the Minister. And we were in the dark with accounts for 2.5 years old again. So we're not going down that road at this meeting. If there's a report, we need to see it. And if it's not published, we have to reschedule because they're not going ahead in that situation. So you're right to raise that. So we'll ask the department and to have that done and to let us know is that okay. So then the other item then is we've just provisionally with the Secretary General of the Department of Justice agreed the 4th of April, and then we have a number of outstanding matters, and we're adding on the Environment Protection Agency in relation to
In terms of finance, you want to talk about?
Yeah. So there's a number of gaps there in March. So we'll ask the Secretary to start slotting some of those issues into our March meeting.
Yeah, just in relation to one, I don't know if it's actually listed as one of the additional items. Just the Deputy MacSharry had raised this last year, and there was to be possibly some engagement with, because there's a court action in relation to IBRC. I mean, the biggest liquidation in the state, and it was a committee of oversight that was being sought. Has there been any movement on that at all? I mean, essentially, I actually introduced a piece of legislation and got myself into a bit of trouble with it in relation to extending the powers of the CNAG, you know, to have oversight on IBRC. And a court case was taken, which I think is still sitting there in relation to trying to do the same thing as we're trying to do in terms of having oversight. Like it's a huge amount of money that we don't have any kind of. It's the department that has the Department of Finance that has oversight, which is unusual.
Okay, we'll write immediately for an update, because I've heard nothing on it in recent times, so we'll ask for an update.
And we can deal with it a bit from there.
Yeah, and we can deal with it because when we're dealing with the accounts on the 7th of March from the Department of Finance, to put them on notice, the issue might be raised on that day as well. So we'll ask for an update now, but the Department of Finance will be before us on the 7th of March. So we'll have a further opportunity at that stage. And then one item I did want to mention, in relation to the meeting on the 7th of March with the Department of Finance, just to make sure we're comprehensive, we're taking the vote 8, which is the voted expenditure that funds the office of the CNAG itself. And the CNAG is not the accounting officer. There is an accounting officer who will be present on that day.
Is the
will be
accounting
present
officer
on that day. So we will take that with the meeting on the because that vote is taken as part in the estimates debate by the Department of Finance. So we'll include it with Finance.
Part of the finance group.
Yeah. So whether or not Finance wants to sit with the accounting officer, or maybe we might slot him into the slot we have for the
Well, I
CSO.
think it should be a separate session.
Yeah. So then we'll put it into the session we had set aside for the CSO, because they're not available on that day. The Central Statistical. Am I on the same?
No.
Am I on different days?
That's a different meeting.
The CSO was scheduled for 2 weeks, I think, is it? 2 weeks' time? The 7th.
Oh, that's the
seventh.
that's the Taoiseach. Oh, sorry, that's a different board.
It's a different group.
Yeah, different group. Look, we'll arrange a timetable to have that there's not a crossover between the different topics. That's a separate session. So that's agreed. So we'll deal with the vote for the CNAG on that day, on the 7th of March, with the same day as the Department of Finance are in. Okay, that was.
One further question, and I've asked this before. When Irish Water was set up with the intention of it being a semi-state or a utility or whatever. That wouldn't be under the remit of the CNAG. The nature of that organisation has changed. There's a lot of money flows through that. Was there any engagement with your office in relation to bringing it under the remit of the CNAG?
Yes, there has been contact from the Department of Department of Housing and Local Government, but there hasn't been any change yet.
But it might change.
It may. I understand it may change. I don't have a decision-making power in relation to it. We have been consulted. We have given our views in relation to the matter, but I'm not aware of what movement there has been in relation to the matter since.
Right. So it's the department directly.
It will be the department who would have to bring forward legislation in that regard.
Yes.
Okay. So finally then, there's one other item of correspondence which we'll deal with in the private session that we're having after we conclude with the National Paediatric Hospital Board. That private session won't take very long, but there's 2 or 3 items we have to deal with in private session, one involving legal advice. So at this stage we're now going to suspend while the witnesses take their seats. So we're suspended. And for this morning's session, we will be examining the following: the National Paediatric Hospital Board Financial Statements 2017. We are joined this morning by the following: from the National Paediatric Hospital Board, Tom Costello, Chairman, John Pollock, Project Director, Emma Curtis, Medical Director, and Jim Farrell, Finance Officer. From the Department of Health, we're joined by Jim Breslin, Secretary General, and Tracy Conroy, Assistant Secretary. And from the HSE by Dean Sullivan, Deputy Director General and Chief Strategy and Planning Officer, and Jim Curran, Head of HSE Estates. So can I remind members and witnesses and all those in the public gallery to turn off all mobile phones. That means putting them onto the airplane mode, but merely putting them on silent can still interfere with the recording system. And wish to advise witnesses that by virtue of 17(2)(1) of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect to your evidence to the committee. If you're directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you're entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You're directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you're asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against a person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of the provisions of Standing Order 186 that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions put by the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. So we'll start by taking the opening statement from the CNAG.
Thank you, Chairman. The National Paediatric Hospital Development Board was established in 2007 as a special purpose agency to procure and oversee the planning, design, construction and fit-out of the new National Children's Hospital and associated paediatric outpatient and urgent care centres based at Tala and Connolly hospitals. Separately, the Minister for Health formally established Children's Health Ireland with effect from 1 January of this year to plan for and ultimately to operate the hospital services. The agency took over this role from the Children's Hospital Group, which previously operated within the HSE. It is expected that the hospital buildings will transfer from the board to Children's Health Ireland in due course. To date, the Hospital Development Board has been funded by state grants provided via the Health Service Executive. In 2017, such funding amounted to €67.2 million. Total accumulated project costs of the board to end 2017 amounted to €132 million, inclusive of VAT. This excludes €35.5 million of capital expenditure that was written off in 2013 following a government decision to change the location of the hospital. As members are aware, the budget for the development of the hospital has escalated significantly. In 2014, the Department of Health approved a total budget of €790 million for the board's work. As of December 2018, the costs expected to be incurred under the board's remit were estimated at €1.433 billion. However, additional costs will be incurred by other agencies, including Children's Health Ireland, to fully equip and commission the hospital before it can get up and running. I note that the Department of Health is engaging a firm of consultants to review the causes of the budget cost increases. Members will be aware that all public capital projects are subject to the provisions of the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform's Public Spending Code. This sets out key principles and a framework for the appraisal, planning and management of capital projects. It includes specification of the respective roles and responsibilities of project contracting authorities, project sponsoring authority and sanctioning authority. A core requirement for all capital projects is that they are underpinned by a suitably detailed project appraisal, setting out projected capital and running costs and expected benefits, and explaining the assumptions underpinning the projections. This should be capable of being readily updated as planning proceeds and new information about costs and benefits becomes available, so that ongoing decision-making is properly informed. The Code may provide a useful code and benchmark for the Committee's consideration of the project cost escalation that has occurred in this case. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And We'll now move on to the other opening statement from Mr. Breslin from the Department of Health and Mr. Pollock from the National Paediatric Hospital Board. And just so people watching will know, we got the statements late last night, so we're only seeing them now, if you like, this morning, so you have to bear with us. We didn't get an opportunity to review them yesterday, and I know you've been at other committees, so I know it's late, but I understand why. I'll just put it that way. Okay? So, Mr. Breslin, can we have your opening statement?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity to make a brief opening statement. I'm here in my capacity as Secretary-General of the Department of Health and Accounting Officer for the Health Vote. I'm accompanied by Tracy Conroy, Assistant Secretary, Acute Hospitals Policy Division. While the invitation to me for today specified that it was to assist the committee in its examination of the 2017 financial statements of the Paediatric Hospital Development Board, I'm aware the committee has also recently requested the Development Board to provide additional information in advance of this meeting relating to the current position on the Children's Hospital project. I would therefore also comment in relation to the project overall. In relation to 2017 financial statements, the Development Board is established under the National Paediatric Hospital Development Establishment Order 2017 SI 246 of 2007. Under the order, the Board is charged with keeping all proper and usual accounts and all special accounts as the Minister may from time to time require, and to submit an annual financial statement to the Controller and Auditor General for an audit report to be carried out in accordance with the Controller and Auditor General Amendment Act 1993. The Board's annual financial statements for 2017 were submitted to the Department on the 24th of August 2018, following the completion of the CNAG audit, and on the 25th of September 2018 were laid before each House of the Oireachtas pursuant to Section 11 of the Controller and Auditor General Amendment Act 1993. In relation to the construction of the new Children's Hospital, the Board has full statutory responsibility for the design, procurement, build and equipping of the new Children's Hospital and the outpatient and urgent care centres. It receives its capital funding for the project from the HSE as the sanctioning body for the new Children's Hospital programme. As set out in the 2017 financial statement, costs of €67.2 million were incurred by the Development Board in 2017. In April 2017, following Government approval of the construction investment decision, the main contractor, BAM Building Limited, who had been selected as the preferred bidder through a procurement process overseen by the Development Board, was contracted in August 2017 to build the new Children's Hospital and OPD urgent care centres and instructed to begin Phase 1, the substructure works. Work began on site in October 2017. Work was also progressed on the detailed design for Phase B. When Government approved the construction investment decision in April 2017, the capital cost for the delivery of the hospital build project, following the evaluation of main construction tenders and selection of preferred contractors, was €983 million, of which €916 million was to be met by the Exchequer. In December 2018, following completion of the guaranteed maximum price process, the capital cost for the delivery of the hospital build project now stands at €1.433 billion. The total of €450 million requires net additional Exchequer funding of €320 million, of which 50 million is VAT, and an additional €130 million in philanthropy funding. In December 2018, when Government approved the construction investment to allow Phase B of the hospital to be constructed, Government made very clear its serious concerns at the major escalation in the cost of the project. Accordingly, Government has also approved the commissioning of an independent review of the escalation in cost in determining the adjusted contract sum. This independent review, commissioned by the HSE, is underway and will examine the contributing factors and associated responsibilities so that any potential weaknesses are identified and comprehensively and speedily resolved in the interests of the successful completion of the project and the effective management of public funds. The Development Board is fully committed to collaborating with this review and to implementing any recommendations arising. The HSE and the Department will equally fully support the expeditious conduct and implementation of the review. In advance of the meeting, I circulated a briefing note prepared by the Department for the Health Committee earlier this week, which sets out in detail the cost escalation. At the committee, the Minister and I put on record our deep unhappiness with the escalation in the cost of the project from €983 million to €1.433 billion. As Accounting Officer, I take this situation extremely seriously and regret the very significant increase in public funds over that originally committed by Government based upon the business case submitted by the Development Board. The Minister also outlined that the Government is resolved that the project should proceed to completion without delay, so that at long last children in need of specialist paediatric care can access this care in a modern and appropriate setting with all of the facilities and technology that can support staff to deliver the best outcomes. Thank you. I'm happy to address any queries you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Breslin. And now Mr. Pollock will have the opening statement. Thank you.
Dear Chair and members of the committee, thank you for inviting us here this morning. I'm joined by Tom Costello, Chair of the Development Board, Dr. Emma Curtis, Medical Director of the Development Board, and Jim Farrell, Finance Officer for the Development Board. The National Paediatric Hospital Development Board was appointed in August 2013 to design, build and equip a new children's hospital. Planning application was lodged in August 2015 and An Bord Pleanála granted planning permission in April 2016 for the new children's hospital. The paediatric outpatients and urgent care centres at Connolly and Tala hospitals, and for related developments including the Children's Research and Innovation Centre and a 53-bed family accommodation unit adjacent to the new children's hospital, a significant milestone for the project. There were many significant milestones during 2017, the principal being as follows. In April 2017, the definitive business case, including the full project cost, was approved by Government for $983 million. In May 2017, a foundation stone was cast for the new children's hospital. In October 2017, the first sod was turned for the 5,000 square metre new paediatric outpatient and urgent care centre on the grounds of Connolly Hospital. This new facility will be operational in 2019 and will be followed in 2020 by a second facility at Tala Hospital. And in October 2017, the NPHDB, in association with Enterprise Ireland, organised a Meet the Buyer event for the new children's hospital in the Royal Hospital in Kilmainham for over 200 construction suppliers who attended this event. The expenditure to date for 31st of December 2017 was $67.2 million as listed below on the table. The accounts have been audited and approved by the CNAG. As requested by the committee, the draft unaudited expenditure to the 31st of December 2018 has been provided and is summarised in the table below, totalling €129.1 million. Capital Update 2018. The scope for the project was defined in the HSE-approved outline design brief. This set out the requirements needed to deliver a modern children's hospital that will care for our sick children for future generations. The Board put in place a plan approved by stakeholders to appoint a design team, obtain planning permission, clear the 12-acre site at St James's Hospital campus, procure and appoint contractors on a two-stage procurement process. A procurement subgroup comprising of the NPHDB, HSE and members of the Government Construction Contracts Committee agreed over a number of months that the most appropriate approach was a two-stage procurement process to ensure competitive tendering and cost and programme certainty ahead of any decision to proceed with the main contract works, which are the Phase B above ground works. This stage was reached in November 2018. Costings for the project were developed at three distinct stages in the design process. February 2014, prior to any design work. February 2017, based on receipt of tenders for Phase A works full design and Phase B partially design of mid-2016 when we tendered the project. November 2018 was based on a fully completed and coordinated design. The February 2014 figure of circa $800 million was early stage cost estimate prior to the appointment of a design team in August 2014. Using floor areas from the outline design brief and using 2013 construction rates, which it is estimated will have virtually doubled by 2022 when the Children's Hospital will be completed. This follows a decade of construction tender inflation. In February 2017, the figure of 983 million, which was the approved business case. The project was tendered on a two-stage basis. The bill of quantities for the first stage was based on a partially developed design. The second stage involved involvement of contractors with designers in finalising the design and confirming the actual quantities of materials. This included a targeted schedule of 66 million value for money savings. November 2018, the figure of 1.433 billion euro is the cost to completion in 2022. It's based on a completed and fully developed design. All risk and quantities, programme, omissions, coordination and ground conditions are now transferred to contractors. The construction costs for the Children's Hospital are now 890 million, an increase of 320 million over the approved 2017 business case. The 7 key construction cost drivers have contributed to the increase of 320 million. These are set out in the table below. So the 7 cost drivers from the approved business case of 570 million, which included a target for value engineering savings of 66 million. So the first cost driver was a reduction in the delivery of the value engineering of 66 million. So 20 million of savings were delivered, but it increased the overall cost by 46 million. Statutory issues, specifically fire regulations in relation to the Grenfell Tower and the requirement of Bord Penola to add additional sprinklers to the building. This contributed to an additional 27 million of costs. The user engagement process had not fully completed, so in completing that process, it added an additional 21 million euro. So at that stage, the cumulative costs from the approved business case had increased from 570 million to 664 million prior to the other construction cost drivers. Cost driver number 4 is the finalisation of the detailed design, so the specification, detailing and itemising of all quantities in each of the 6,000 rooms. That added an additional 94 million euro. Omissions in the tender documents of 20 million euro. Item number 6 is the impact of an additional 9-month construction programme to complete the project now in 2022, and separately additional costs for preliminaries due to the increase in scope. Item number 7 is the additional claims from the contractors to reflect the change in scope of 22 million. So they total 320 million, bringing the construction adjusted contract sum to 890 million. As well as the increase in construction costs of 320 million, there are additional costs of 130 million as set out in the table below. Equipping across the urgent care centres in the main Children's Hospital of 16 million. Other construction contracts, including the outpatient centres, enabling decant aspergillus contracts, NPH direct costs, design team fees, specialist consultants of 53 million euro. An increase in the risk provision on the main Children's Hospital of 11 million euro and VAT of 50 million euro, those items totalling 130 million. The final project cost is now 1.433 billion, 450 million higher than the figure of 983 million approved by government in 2017. An international benchmarking report completed by ACOM in 2018 concludes that the average construction cost per square metre for international hospital projects similar in scale to the NCH is €5,951 per square metre, with a recorded high of €8,000 per square metre. The average of 5,951 is more than twice the estimated cost of construction in 2013. Based on the award of the Phase B works, the construction cost of delivering the NCH is 890 million, equating to a cost of 6,500 per square metre for the main hospital. The equivalent figure for the 2 outpatient and urgent care centres at Connolly and Tala is circa €5,200 per square metre. Cost per bed is not an appropriate metric It's akin to describing house prices on cost per bedroom, and that's why we adopt cost per square metre. Once we became aware of significant additional costs emerging and presented to the board, we set in place a review of alternative options. Contractually, we did not have to proceed with the Phase B main contract works with BAM, and we had the option to complete the Phase A basement, stop all works and re-tender the Phase B above ground works. This option and others were considered and carefully evaluated. The eventual outcome of this was a recommendation by the NPHD Development Board, accepted by the HSE, Department of Health and Government, to proceed with the contract as it offered the best solution commercially and ensure the completion of the Children's Hospital in the shortest possible time frame. Finally, in conclusion, the timeline to deliver the new Children's Hospital from the appointment of the Development Board in August 2013 to project completion of 2022 is a period of nearly 10 years. It will deliver a fit-for-purpose Children's Hospital fulfilling all the requirements of the design brief. The final cost is in line with international benchmark costs for hospitals of a similar scale and complexity. We are deeply disappointed that costs have increased so significantly and acknowledge the challenges these pose. We are also mindful of the Government's concerns to ensure that the project is indeed delivered now within the agreed time and within the revised budget. Our focus now is ensuring that all parties work safely and collaboratively and deliver a hospital of outstanding quality, a project we'll all be proud of, transforming the delivery of paediatric services and providing unsurpassed care for the nation's sick children for generations to come. We welcome the independent review of the cost escalation. Any issues identified will be dealt with speedily and comprehensively in the interest of the successful completion of the project and the effective management of public funds. Thank you for your attention. My colleagues and I will be pleased to deal with any of your questions.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Pollock. Now, before we start and take the people who have put questions, or members of the committee who will be putting questions, I want to put a bit of context on this because this is an unusual meeting. I understand you've been before the Health Committee 3 times in the last fortnight, I think up to 11 hours approximately, is that correct? So we're coming in after that point. So just to clarify some of the key issues, because while some members of the Oireachtas and maybe some members of the public will be conscious of some of the discussion at the Health Committee over those 3 meetings, many members here and many members of the public may not be aware of what was said so far. So I just want to clarify a few points for public information before we start. The whole gist of the 2 presentations here this morning are to explain the increase in the cost from 983 million up to 1.433 billion, an increase of 450, and you're basing it on what was approved by the Cabinet. But the briefing material you sent to us and to the Health Committee as well is that you started with a figure of 637 million, the business case. And the business case of 637 million was I think, just some time before it went to government, but you're conveniently starting here today with a figure of 983 and not dealing with that 346 million.
So
that's the first
I think I can help on that.
Just help on that.
Yeah.
People don't understand.
They're consistent. The 637 is in the 983, calculated on the same day at the same time using the same information. The 637 million, in the brief note that I gave to the committee at table 3, if you add the tender prices up, it comes to 637 million. That's the money that goes to the 3 principal contractors. But there are additional costs entailed in the project that don't go there. So there's VAT, there's equipping, and there's other items that bring it up to 983
So
million.
you're saying the construction cost for the 3 main contractor groups was 637, but all the while there was another 346 million and not part of that.
And the business case contained both of those costs. So the business case was based on 983 million that government signed off.
That table 3 just to mention. And we're going to ask for a note, not now because I'm sure the Health Committee. So we've started with the price for the construction at 637, but all the while there's 346 million sitting out there that wasn't brought into that equation, in terms of what people understood to be the cost.
No, I think when government signed it off, everybody understood it to be 983 million, and your opening remarks, I think, are relevant because the Health Committee was interested in contractors and the type of money they were going to get out of the job. I pulled out in Table 3 the specific sums of money that would be going to the contractors under the project.
Okay, it is confusing because it talks about the business case. So that business case wasn't the full business case. It was only a subset.
No, the full business case.
So you can understand how members of the Health Committee and the public watching saw this figure of 637 million, all the while you knew that figure was really 900 million.
Well, no, if you look at the briefing note, Chair, and if you look at page 2 and section 3, it says outline of increase in costs, February 2017 final project brief and business case, brackets 983 million, versus the November 2018 guaranteed maximum price 1.433.
Okay, so fine. So all the while the 637 was only the main contractors, we call it. Then there was always a 346 million out there as well that came in time for government approval at 983 million, and now there's a 450 million has gone on to that in the meantime. You've used the phrase including equipping, setting out the equipment to make it fit for purpose once there's a handover. Does that include all the computers and ITs?
No. So
why are we talking about a figure of 1.433 billion here today if you're telling me it doesn't include a single computer?
So as referred to by the CNAG in his opening statement, the Development Board has responsibility for a large portion of the project costs, but some of the costs are being met from outside of the Development Board. In particular, the HSE is meeting the ICT and electronic health record costs, and the reason for that is it's forming part of a national electronic health record programme.
Okay, I understand. So now we're in the situation that, you see, from our point of view, the PACs, just to confine the discussion just to the construction site costs, underground, overground and everything at 1.433. That's not a full discussion on what we're here to talk about, right? You as the Secretary General are now telling us there's another 300 million out there going to be part of this project. The Children's Health Ireland is called now. It used to be the Children's Hospital Group who do the IT. What other costs, how has that 300 million gone through the same rigour as the 1.433? Are we going to be told that 300 million is going to be 500 million? And what other costs not captured by the Children's Health Ireland and the Development Board can land to get this hospital fully operational? We feel you're giving us bits of information. So the 1.433 is only some of the cost. We accept that. But there's this other organisation out there at the moment. So this is where we worry. How many different... There are different groups involved in different aspects of this, and it falls to you then as Secretary General to pull the whole thing together. So just give us the full breakdown of the 1.73. And this is because you've done 11 hours at the Health Committee, which is good, which is great, and I want, going forward, people to have a pen picture of where that work is finished and we're going on in further detail. Because a lot of people don't get this.
I fully appreciate there are many elements, and as you say, we've worked through the elements at the Health Committee, and I'm very happy to do so here. In addition to the 1.433 billion, the elements that sit outside of that are a Children's Research and Innovation Centre, which won't be funded by the Exchequer. But we have been asked for what will the total costs of the developments on the site be, and we've included 18 million for a Children's Research and Innovation Centre. A Children's Research and Innovation Centre. So, for example, the Children's Research Centre in Crumlin wasn't funded by the Exchequer. It's either got charitable funding or enterprise funding.
So just so that we're clear, so is the 1.733 not the cost of the project, that's the cost of the Exchequer. So how much funding from outside source, philanthropic sources, is coming in on top of that? What's the project going to cost?
The 1.7 is the full amount.
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing above that.
Yeah.
But if I work through what gets you from 1.433 to 1.7, we can then ask the question how much of that is Exchequer funding and how much of that is other sources.
So how much of the 1.433 is Exchequer funding?
So in the...
start on that, the 1.433, how much of that is
in the government decision is that we would seek 150 million of philanthropy funding.
Right, so that's hope.
Well, there's a strategy to do that.
Right.
to realise that.
Okay, and the obvious question, we had internal debates about the 200 million on the sale of the National Lottery licence was to fund this. Is that just in there as part of the Exchequer?
That's in there as Exchequer, yes.
Pardon?
That's in there as
So
Exchequer.
there was never a separate cheque from the sale of the National Lottery licence for 200 million, which was promised 100 times on the floor of the Dáil, specific for this project.
So it did go to the Exchequer, and the Exchequer is using that money to fund the project, but it hasn't come directly to the development.
So there hasn't been that funding from the sale of the National Lottery licence when we privatised the operation of the lottery, which everybody in Ireland was assured was going directly. It just went to the Exchequer. It didn't go directly, but the Exchequer...
It didn't go from the lottery to the development board.
It went into the central fund of government. Okay, so it didn't go directly to the Children's Hospital. Yeah. I just want to put that in the record. Sorry to go back, but when we're talking about 200 million, it's big money.
That's fine.
So now...
So 18 million for the Children's Research and Innovation Centre.
Yeah.
18.
Have you a schedule you can share?
Yes, yeah, we can produce. 18 million. 18 million. ICT 97 million. That's from the Exchequer. The electronic health record 52 million. Integration, and that's for Children's Health Ireland to mobilise the move of the 3 constituent children hospitals over to the site and to bring the project to completion through operating the project as they move those staff. So change management costs and so on. That's been funded from revenue, and that's 86 million. And then for completeness, we have included the cost for the Mater campus of 40 million because there was money spent on the Mater campus at the start of this project. It is 40 million. That comes to 293 million, and that gets you to 1.7 billion.
4 or 40?
4040.
So how much was already written, now that you mentioned the Mater, how much had been written off by yourselves?
I think it was 37 million.
35 million has already, and is there another 40 million to deal with the Mater issue?
No, this is money that, so there's, I can stand to correction, but my understanding is 35 was written off,
yeah.
But there was some costs in the Mater that are usable in the context of
about
St. James's site.
About 6 million.
And what's that 40 million you mentioned then about the Mater?
So it encompasses the amount that was written off, but also the amount that's being used in the development of the project, so design or preliminary stuff.
So,
this is all our figures.
is that emailable to
Yes.
the PAC? Look, can somebody, one of your support staff...
So then I come back to Exchequer and non-Exchequer.
Okay.
If people are happy with the figures, I'll come back and
I'm not a bit happy, we're listening.
No, but that's fine, yeah.
The 293 is the additional, separate from the from the 983, but how much of that is Exchequer?
Yeah, I do. So the 293 is on top of the 1.433.
Yeah.
And just to note, before I do the Exchequer, non-Exchequer, the only thing that has changed in the 293 is an additional 9 million for ICT. So since the government decision in 2017, that element has not moved, with the exception of an additional 9 million for ICT. The 450 million has moved in the development board costs, but there's been a 9 million shift in the 293 million. So just to understand that.
And did that go through the same rigour as this, the big one?
Well, it's not. It will. So in terms of an EHR, that will go through a procurement process, but it's a budgeted figure. We haven't been through the procurement for it yet.
So we're at the 1.73.
And then to the question on Exchequer, so if you go back into the 1.433, I've said 150 million of that to be philanthropy, so non-Exchequer. And then if you go into the 293 million, which I've just given you, it's the Children's Research Centre, the CRIC, which will be 18 million, which will be non-Exchequer. If that money isn't raised, it doesn't get built.
Yeah, what's the additional Exchequer funding? It's just 280 something then, isn't it?
No. So
270.
That's
So you're hoping to get philanthropic funding of the order of 270 million?
That's in the 1.4.
No.
No, it's in the 1.7.
Chair,
Is it?
Chair, can I just clarify? It was 1.433. There was 97 for ICT, 52 for the electronic record, 86 for the children's health integration, 40 million for the Mater, which is an additional 270, which is an additional 275. That's Exchequer funding. Outside of that, then there's 18 million, which is coming from philanthropy. And of the 1.4, we're looking at possibly getting 150 million from outside sources.
Yes.
That's it.
And so the philanthropy, or the non-exchequer is 168.
168.
Okay.
Does that include VAT on all of those?
So it does.
And can I just ask in relation to the Matter campus, I'm very unclear on this. If there is something that, for example, design features that can be incorporated, surely that is not a cost. Why is that a cost? Don't understand that.
I'm going to let the first speaker in a moment, but I just want to put a few big figures, because there's a total confusion out there after the 11 hours, which is just due to the volume of information. So generally, the total cost, as we see now, to get it up and running and opened is 1.733, and out of that you expect to get 150 philanthropic and 18 plus 18 for the research users, and that's the maximum target for that. And then I just want to ask you then.
Sorry, Chair, I've just been. Maybe let me clarify one thing if I misled you. There's a further 47 million built into those figures in the 1433. It's not philanthropy, it's car park and retail. So there will be shops in this facility, and there will be 47 million of that which will be constructed as part of the project, but that is not exchequer either. We expect to get paid for those facilities.
Right, okay, we're just nearly there, so we understand it. So at the moment we're 1.733, and then the obvious question, seeing as this is the biggest hospital, we're accustomed to seeing hospitals being built, lying idle, no staffing. So what's going to be the annual operating cost when this children's hospital is fully up and running?
So that figure is available. I don't have it immediately to hand. The Children's Health Ireland, who were in at the Health Committee, were able to update on that. And the main movement, we might have it here at hand, the main movement in that has been around pay increases. So there is a baseline of staffing that has been calculated as to what the hospital will need, and that gets updated for national pay increases. I will get you the figure.
Yeah, we need that figure now shortly. If somebody can get that by email, because I would have expected.
I think we'll have it here.
Yeah, I would have expected to know the operating costs of the hospital, because too many times. And are you making provision then for this additional cost of operation?
So the core of the operating cost will be the amalgamation of the three constituent hospitals, which are now from 1st of January under Children's Health Ireland, and they have the budget for those three hospitals. But there will be some additional cost to be introduced for that. There will also be some efficiencies arising as we do that.
Last question before Deputy Kelly comes in, and you can get that information if you have it. I prefer if it could be emailed by some system to the Secretariat, who can then distribute it to us. Is the best way of us all getting it. But the last question I have to ask, Phase A simply was the groundworks below the ground level, and then Phase B is the construction loosely above. The detailed design was done for the Phase A tender, and then Phase B tender, a detailed design hadn't been done before the contractor went on site. I know you weren't obligated for contractor B, but my question is very simple. How many people what out of the 1,433, how much of that is Phase A and how much is Phase B? Simple question. That should be off the top of your head. Phase A cost.
Phase A is approximately €84 million
84
net of that.
No, right, whatever. And then Phase B is?
Well, Phase B is, as tendered, was totally 637. Sorry, it's 637 less 84 million is tendered.
Say that again.
637 less 84.
But we're at 1.433.
But on the looking at the construction costs. So we tendered for the Phase A works, construction works, which are approximately €84 million. We also tendered.
Okay, what's the cost of Phase B?
The Phase B now, it's approximately 800 million.
So Phase A is approximately, including VAT, 100 million. Phase B is 800 million. We're at 900. So where's the other 500 million that's not in Phase A or Phase B?
As part of the project, we also have to equip the hospital. We've got the 2 urgent care centres at Connolly Hospital and at Tala Hospital, two construction projects.
Are they separate?
They're separate. It's a separate contract and were tendered separately.
Right. And in terms of the main Phase B for the construction of the hospital, how many people tendered for Phase B on the site of St James's for the Phase B work?
We shortlisted 5 contractors, having gone through the pre-qualification process.
For Phase B?
We issued well, it's the one tender. Phase A and Phase B was the one tender.
Oh no, no. Phase A, you had the one tender, and I think you said in the opening statement that they did Phase A and Phase B worked with BAM. We had the option to complete Phase A and stop all works and re-tender for Phase B. So Phase B is by far the big end of it. The groundworks is 100 million of this project, right? Phase B is the big element of it. How many tendered for the separate works for Phase B?
Chair, I think you'll need to take a moment on the two-stage tender process, because that does explain this. So there were 5 tenders
for Phase A.
For Phase A, but at Phase A, and the guys will be better on this, at Phase A, a tenderer also had to price the total works based on a preliminary design and a bill of quantities.
Correct.
When it came then to Phase B, the successful tenderer who had been awarded the contract then repriced the job based on the revised design and the revised bill of quantities, but they had to use the prices for the items that they had quoted in the original tender. So there was only one overall contractor. There were specialist contractors as well, but one overall contractor pricing Phase B based on the prices that they had come in with a competitive tender.
Okay, how I see this is there's a contract there. The construction cost between Phase A and Phase B is going to be $1 billion. Phase A, which is 10% of the contract, approximately, am I correct in saying that? Roughly 10%, was the only aspect of which there was a detailed design done, correct?
Correct.
Phase B, which was 90% of the job, the detailed design wasn't completed before you awarded a contract for the full project. So it's very simple. Any contractor would have got his foot on site to do Phase A, which is 10% of the job, now knowing I've landed the entire contract and you're coming with no bargaining position because you haven't done a detailed design. And you've essentially awarded them. No, you've essentially awarded. You've ultimately.
I'm asking respectively.
I give you a point of order when I'm finished speaking, right? So it seems to me is that 90% of this job, as it turns out, that the 800 or 900 million of it, which is really Phase B, there was no detailed design completed prior to the award of that contract. So the contractors who bid, the only specific thing they could bid on was the first 10% of the work under the ground. And once the contractor got his foot in on the site, he actually had Phase B, and you had to come to him and talk. He had no bargaining position at all. I know you could have thrown him off the site and not proceeded, but that is a Hobson's choice. You put the taxpayer, you gave the taxpayer a Hobson's choice between not proceeding or proceeding at, if a contractor was of a mind to charge a ransom price for the accident, because you had no other option, only to kick off site and start again.
Can I respond to it? I think
and the point of order now.
Well, the point of order is that there's about 7 or 8 members here.
There is a point of order. Yeah. But this, I've said
I didn't make my point of order, Carol. With respect, if you give me a chance, you had a good run. The context which you've said is important. I've no difficulty with that. But we have votes that will take place in the Dáil. We have members who need to get in and make their contributions. It's our job to tease all these issues out. If we can move, I'm proposing to the first speaker, and if there's further context needed by yourself, that can be given as the questions are put.
Right. And I'm accepting that. I'm finished now on this point. But the sole reason I'm doing this in this detail, there have been 9 hours, 11 hours of Oireachtas debate at 3 other committees, and before people get totally confused, I want to put the big picture in place. And I'm going to Deputy Kelly. I'll just give you one comment.
Okay, so, and it is really important to clarify this, is at the time, when we say a preliminary design, the layout of the hospital was agreed, the overall design brief was specified to us in the beginning. So it's not like it was a rough design out. And when it went out, Phase A, which was the basement works, was complete. Phase B, there was a quantity against the rates of all elements. And in the design development then, the actual quantities were finalised. But in terms of a specification around each element, whether it's a door, a window, cables and all that, there was a specification around every element in the job. And the way two-stage tendering works then is, as the design is developed, and this is a hugely complicated job that thankfully we've got to the end of the design phase, and we're now in a position to, the rates that were tendered, and in a very competitive tendering market, the rates we got in 2016, they're now applied to the updated quantities. So in a way, it's a relatively simple mathematical exercise. So the contractor is bound by the rates he bid in 2016. So the opportunity that you talk about there just doesn't exist.
Right. Deputy Kelly.
I'm now officially the third speaker because we've actually used up the time for a first speaker and a second speaker. I want that noted.
Yeah.
Prepared for weeks for this meeting, Chair. So please note what I'm saying. I think the committee are in agreement. First thing is, I've made a number of requests for correspondence, a number of PQs. I've asked questions in committee for information over the last number of weeks. It's been like pulling teeth, and I'd like the Secretary-General to take note, as the most senior person in here. It's been like pulling teeth to get information. I've also asked of Mr Costello, Mr Pollock and others present information in the Health Committee 2 weeks ago. I haven't been provided that information. I want it by tomorrow. It's not acceptable. And if it has been provided in the last 24 hours, fine. But I want you to go through the transcripts. When there is information requested, I presume it's noted and the information is provided. It hasn't been provided to me. I asked, for instance, issues in relation to bed usage across the 3 hospitals, current over the last 3 years. I haven't got that information. I asked a whole range of other questions. I also asked a number of PQs, Mr President, and you're aware of my concerns in relation to those. I expect them to be dealt with appropriately. First, very quick, and because of the time situation, and I want my colleagues to have a chance, and I want to be in a second time, but I won't be able to now. I'd like crisp answers. That's not me being curt, it's just the nature of the situation we're in here. Mr President, and this is a yes or no probably answer, are you confident that this project, and I understand all of the breakdown you went through, I would wish you provide that table to everyone here because I know this information, I've been privy to it. Are you confident in the totality of the spend in relation to this overall project and costs and everything, that this project will definitely conclude and be concluded and opened, and everything associated with it done in relation to the satellites and everything else, and the fit out, that it will all be done for less than 2 billion? Can you guarantee us that this project will come in under 2 billion?
So the only variation on the guaranteed maximum price are the exclusions from the contract, and we've been asked by government to do a scenario sensitivity analysis on the impact of those. That's not complete, but that does include inflation above 4% from July of 2019. So I don't think it takes it into that type of space, but we will complete that, bring it to government and then advise exactly what the sensitivity.
When will that be done?
I don't think it will take very long. I think we'll do it probably in parallel with the PwC.
Okay. Well, I just note from that you can't guarantee us that this will come in under 2 billion, that you're now doing an exercise to see how much scope creep there will be or how much cost creep there will be again. And I expect, given where we've come from, when it comes to the actual fit out and everything that has brought it up to the 1.73 and everything else, you know, if I was a betting man, and I am a bit of one, I don't think it's going to come in under 2 billion. And I think the reason you're doing that exercise is the right thing to do, because I don't believe that you are confident that this will actually come in, that there will be more costs associated with it. There's been so many surprises, and I'm going to go through some of them already, that have taken a long time to come up the line, that I believe that this project is highly unlikely to come in under 2 billion, and I note that you can't guarantee that it will. And I'm glad you're doing that exercise, but as we sit here, as the public are watching, it is mind-boggling to think that we can't, firstly, guarantee that it was coming in at 983 million, which was meant to come into, it was it was up until September of this year, your department was officially telling the public it was 983 billion. Now, 4 months later, we can't guarantee to the taxpayer that this will come in under 2 billion. That's 4 months later. We can't guarantee that this will come under 2 billion.
So we will be fully open on the exclusions outside of the contract, and we will seek to put a quantification on that. It's obviously an estimate to try and predict where construction inflation goes over the next 4-year period, but we will do that, and we will be completely open in relation to that.
But, like, I appreciate that, and you're right to be doing that exercise. But, like, you know, to the public out there, and to some of the people in the committee who obviously aren't on the health committee, I'm the only person here who's on both at the moment. You know, it's new information to people that not alone have we a project that's at 1.433. When we go into fit out and everything else, it goes up to 1.7 billion, which has been gone through here. And now there's a process in place to see actually where the figure will land. And it's in parallel with an investigation that's costing £500 million to wonder how we got here in the first place. Isn't that all accurate?
The £500 million cost of the investigation.
450,000.
Yeah, well, people were asked what the maximum cost of that was, and they said 450,000.
I'm not really, you know what, I'm not even, but what I just said there, we started off with a situation where we were looking at 983 million. In 4 months, it's gone to a case where we can't guarantee it's under 2 billion. It then went to 1.433. We've now outlined that with the additional costs because of fit out and everything else that you've outlined, it's now at a cost of 1.7 billion. And now there is a study underway in parallel with PwC to find out an estimate to the government where this will land. Is that accurate?
Well, two things.
But is what I said accurate or inaccurate?
The information was known that there would be additional costs in relation to ICT, EHR. The approvals to government set those out.
I understand
That's
that.
not new information.
I understand that.
The 450 million increase is the new information.
But the 450 million increase also has knock-on effects as regards extra costs. And there wouldn't be a study being undertaken by your department if you were confident that that wasn't the case.
So I do agree with that, but with one proviso, that this is not a traditional project where the claims come in after the contract is awarded. But this has a guaranteed maximum price. The study that we're doing is for things that wouldn't normally be provided for under a contract.
I understand.
We have a guarantee, which is an achievement to have a guarantee on your maximum price, which means that the contractor can't come back during the course of building this and say, we need more cement or we need more fittings.
But Mr. Breslin, in fairness, I understand what you're saying. But the scope, the ancillary costs and all of that is not something that is out there or privy to the public. The fact that we now have a situation where we've got to scope this out. The government, through your department, are going to get a document which will basically go through everything as regards the costs, the increasing costs that have escalated, and we'll come in at a figure well above 1.7 billion. I'll lay a bet here. We'll come in at a figure way above 1.7 billion.
Well, we will use non-exchequer funding as well to limit the taxpayers.
I'm talking about the cost of this project. We will come in well in excess of 1.7 billion. And I believe that this project will go to the 2 billion mark. And I don't hear you saying no. I don't believe, in fairness to you, you're in a position where you could do that. And to the public watching, to have confidence in how we, as a country, administer large projects like this, it's lost, it's gone. They've given up. They just don't believe that we can deliver projects like this at the costs that are initially being estimated. I say that as a member of the government who first started this and signed off on doing this project. And there's no way the government of that day would have done this if we had to know or project where this was going. My next question is to Mr. Curran. And this is a very important question. Sorry for shocking you there. Very important question. You've had to do a huge amount of work, I understand, over the last number of months in order to profile what is going to be dropped, suspended, profiled. And this is a very important word here. Profiled means projects that were commencing or going forward, where contracts haven't been signed, now have to move out by dates. There is no way, because you can't create more money, and in fairness you'll have a difficult job, because a lot of stuff has been sucked up by the excessive costs of the Children's Hospital. Isn't that true? So what projects are now stopped? What projects have now ceased? What projects have been postponed? And most importantly, what projects have been profiled out? So we've had announcements in National Maternity Strategy, we've announcements of a whole range of other strategies. Well, announcements are one thing. As regards capital investments and projections for 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 it'll grow as far as. Where are we at?
In relation to the profiling of the project, we haven't completed that exercise yet. We're aware in terms of 2019 that
when will it be completed?
The health capital vote, we have to contribute towards the cost of the Children's Hospital additional 50 million. We've done that exercise, how we can profile that area. But in the context of the future years, we're still waiting advice from Public Expenditure in relation to whether there's any additional funding coming into health capital for those years, 2020 onwards.
I know you have to be careful what you say, in fairness, Jen. I don't want to put you under pressure. But even the 50 million, which, by the way, is a small amount compared to the total amount of stuff you're going to have to cancel and profile, can you list off one or two projects that you know now will not proceed in the timescales that they were meant to?
I'm not in a position to list those projects at this stage. We're looking in the context of, in general...
so everything is going ahead the same as normal?
I'm not saying that either, Deputy, but in relation to the profiling...
I'm not saying much now, to be fair. You have to be open here. I mean, projects are not going to go ahead. You must have decisions made, because otherwise it would look fairly inefficient if decisions weren't being made as regards projects. Because, you know, public announcements have been made, contracts have to be signed.
There is an increase in the total.
Sorry, I was asking Mr. Curran, so I'll ask you when I want. I'll ask yourself.
Okay, but in relation to the profiling of the projects we've got in terms of the capital programme, we have our contractual commitments which we'll be meeting in the context of 2019 expenditure. We have uncommitted capital funding, which we're still in the process of allocating. I'll
make it easy for you. There's been an announcement in relation to a new unit being put onto University Hospital Limerick, which is a hospital which is the largest overcrowding in Ireland. I haven't seen anything in relation to budget lines as regards where that money is coming from. Is that currently in the capital programme?
That's one of the projects up for consideration.
Is it currently in the capital programme? That's the yes or no answer.
We're considering funding that project in 2019.
The Minister announced it last year. He said the money was there. Is it currently in the capital programme? And I only picked one. I could have picked 10.
We're reviewing our capital programme at this stage.
For me, okay, can you confirm if it's in it? Because if it isn't, it isn't. Just say it.
It's only in the capital programme when the Minister for Health and the Minister for Public Expenditure approve it. So that's the process that we're engaged with the HSE on.
I think I've proved my point. In relation to where we're at, over the last period of time, I've read and I've went through all the steering group minutes of the Children's Hospital Programme and Project steering group. You chair that, Mr. Sullivan, don't you? Just one question before I start going into that, and I have a lot of questions on it. Why wasn't there somebody from Deeper? And I'd ask Mr. Breslin this question because, in fairness to you, Mr. Sullivan, you wouldn't be at that, you know, that's not your role, to be fair. I don't mean that in the wrong way, but why wasn't there somebody from Deeper on this? There was somebody who was there from the Department of Finance with tendering and contracting experience. But why wasn't there somebody, given the scale of this project, why wasn't there somebody from Deeper on this? Because having read all the minutes from the 29th of August all the way up until December, like, the costs keep escalating. I'm worried about the costs keeps escalating in the minutes. Just very surprising. Why was there ever thought of having somebody from Deeper on this group? There seems to be somebody from everyone else on it.
So we finalised those governance structures. They were introduced after the April 2017 as part of the April 2017 decision. They were discussed across government, including with Deeper, but in the finalisation of those, Deeper wasn't on the...
was that a weakness in hindsight?
The question of how many projects Deeper sit on is obviously an important...
This is one of the largest projects in the history of the state. Very large project.
They also have, I suppose, an interest in keeping objective and keeping one step removed because they have to make decisions in relation to projects.
Okay. I just want to go through some of the... On the 29th of August, Mr Sullivan, there was an update on spending brought forward. And Mr Pollock, you raised concerns regarding the costs of this project. This is 29th of August 2017. Why did you raise concerns as regards the spend on the project? And I must note that the chair of the group at that time was the Director General of the HSE. It subsequently changed to you, Mr Sullivan, didn't it? So why did you raise concerns on the 29th of August 2017 regarding costs? And the Director General at the time asked that at every meeting, both request an update at every meeting regarding the expected versus current programme of the construction project, with funding streams and interdependencies to be included. So why were you raising concerns in August 2017?
I think, Deputy, that refers to the, at that stage we had the decision from the fire officer in relation to the fire certificate with the condition of sprinklers throughout the building. We had an appeal underway to onboard Panola, so that that was the only concern you had? Well, we'd highlighted a number of... There were sprinklers, there was programme alignment among the main contractors, the mechanical and electrical contractors, which would have an impact on the overall programme. Project costs, including design team costs. I think there was a total of 61 million. Okay, so they were, in fairness, I just have to be quick, I'm sorry. They were your main concerns? Correct. Okay, well then, on October the 20th, quite a substantial amount of commentary was minuted in relation to the cost of the project. You said that it was the estimated capital costs were currently exceeding funding available. And you said you wouldn't be reasonably certain about the size of this funding deficit until March of 2018. Had you any other additional concerns between August and October? Because it seems like there was a fairly substantial discussion. So was there anything that changed between the two of them dates? No, Deputy. It was still the 61 million that we previously... That's fine. Because on that date in October, you discussed 4 possible options for addressing the capital cost deficit, including descoping the capital project, reallocating capital from the HSE plan, mitigating deficit through philanthropic funding, which is not an empty pot, and in engaging with DPER for additional funding. And you also quote, I hate this phrase, but I'll have to bring it into this meeting because it's quoted here, exploring backstop options in the event of a sizable deficit cannot be reasonably avoided. So what were the backstop options you were asked to go and look at? So the figure, as we spoke about, was 61 million euro. So the exercise we undertook was to see was there areas of the project that we could descope. So that might mean not completing. And were there areas identified? We produced a plan that we could shell and core certain areas of the hospital, but it would have had a major impact on the operations. And where did that end up, that descoping exercise? Did it ever actually see the light of day? We submitted the plan to say the element of descoping the areas that would need to be shell and cored, some areas of the build. For example, in Tala Hospital, urgent care centres was considered. So you put them forward as options, but they never materialised, is basically it? Well, we put forward the options to address the 61 million, say these are things, but also the impacts of those on the services had to be considered. Okay. Let me just say that I think the October minutes are quite astonishing because for me you get a sense that there was deep concern. This is in October 2017 because there's no way you'd be discussing 4 possible options like that unless there was a deep concern. And I'm aware of the 61 million. I'm aware of that. But I'm also aware that there must have been concerns in relation to other issues which brought it up to the 200 million which you were aware of in August 2018 in relation to engineering, electrical and those sort of issues. In April 2018, you said that, in the minutes, you said that the GMP was significantly at risk. On the 25th of June 2018, BAM were asked for their response as regards the impacts of delays on the project. In the 27th of August, they said that that would be 3 months. That's 27th of August. That's not that long ago. We now know that the timelines are a lot longer, which obviously have an impact on the costs.
But what I'm intrigued about, Mr. Sullivan, is the following: is that on the 22nd of October, the GMP process, it was noted, was not concluded, and there was, I'd say, a nervousness at this stage as regards where this was going. Would that be fair to say?
There was certainly concern as to the cost escalation. It
comes across quite clearly. But what's strange about this is that the GMP process had not been concluded, and you were so concerned you said you needed an additional meeting according to the minutes. But the next meeting is the 10th of December. But the board, and just for the public, because this is quite confusing, Chair, what you have is the National Development Board, which Mr. Costello is chaired, which goes into the Oversight or Steering Committee, which Mr. Sullivan subsequently chaired, which then reports into Mr. Breslin, who is the board over it, and then reports to the Minister. But despite the fact that it was quite clearly stated, given the concern, that there needs to be an additional meeting, there was no meeting until the 10th of December, where it's barely a footnote or not a footnote, but it's barely minuted in the final minutes of the December meeting that the GMB has been concluded and a recommendation has gone forward. What I'm trying to find out is, you needed another meeting to go through the recommendations as regards the GMB and whether to go forward, and we know about all the options and discussions of other options potentially. Why didn't that meeting take place?
Deputy, I'm going to have to move on. You'll get a second chance before the vote.
I won't get a second chance because 35 minutes were gone beforehand.
Yep, no, before the vote you will, because there's other deputies. And they've asked to strict to the 25th.
Well, you will
get a second chance before the vote. But I'm moving on. Just answer the question. You will get a second chance before the vote. You will.
Talk about ruining the moment.
Would you like an answer, Chair?
Deputy Cassells and Cullinane, Murphy, Connolly, MacSharry, and we'll be back. You will be back.
Your timing is great.
Yeah.
As the minutes, Deputy, of the October meeting mentioned, there was an expectation of a further meeting on receipt of the GMP report. But what actually happened, the GMP report itself was received until the 13th of November. We knew that would have to be considered by the board meeting on the 16th of November, and there simply wasn't time to organise a steering group meeting in advance of that.
So you were bypassed, basically?
Pardon?
You were bypassed?
No, I wasn't bypassed at all. I saw the GMP report, but it wasn't possible to organise a meeting of the wider members of the steering group.
Do you mean you saw it?
I mean, I received it. I was briefed on the content of it in advance of forwarding it to the board that Mr. Breslin chairs in my role as chair of the steering groups. The report came in on the 13th of November and was forwarded to the board on the 13th of November to give board members as much time as possible. In the normal course of events, it would have gone through the steering group and then on to the board. But I took the decision in discussion with the department that
normally, in fairness, they would go through you. I mean, normally,
and they did on this occasion as well.
But in August, they bypassed you as well, didn't they? When the National Hospital Group Development Board actually in August told the department directly as regards their concerns about the 200 million. So this isn't the first time.
But no, but in advance of that, Deputy, they'd already spoken to me.
So you don't. Just to conclude, on both occasions there, in August and in November, you didn't hold meetings. They just told you.
No, I think it's certainly the November situation. It's recognising the realities of where we were. The GMP report had been concluded. Clearly, there was significant time pressure around closing out the process and reaching a decision on the way forward in the context of the need to sign or not sign the contract with BAM, and if we were to sign the contract with BAM,
but considering you went through all the options, considering you went through all the options before, and I've outlined in the minutes how you went through all the options, it's frankly amazing that your group didn't come together to make a recommendation to the board. The steering group was set up in order to make recommendations, to get into the detail. You've gone through the detail, but you never actually made any recommendation to the board, even though you minute that you said that you'd need another meeting in order to do so.
I come back, Deputy, to the time pressure to close the contract.
Deputy Kelly will get back a second time before the vote. Everyone wants to get in. They've asked to stick to the time, and everybody else will get. You'll get a second one before the vote. Deputy Cassells, and 15 minutes, because other members have asked to be strict on time this morning, and everyone will get back a second time.
Thanks, Chair.
15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome to the witnesses. There's been a lot of figures already quoted this morning a lot to yourself, Chairman, as well. And I suppose we just want to try and keep things straight so we can focus on drilling down into the figures. And I know, Mr. Breslin, that in answering the Chairman in respect of the 637 million, you said that was not inclusive of VAT on the 637. Now, that is at odds with what then Minister Leo Varadkar said in April 2016, when he said it was an all-in figure, inclusive of VAT, inclusive of add-ons, inclusive of contingencies. So that is a direct contradiction of what your boss, the then Minister for Health, said at that particular time. That was noted this week in the Irish Independent in their editorial, referred to as hobgoblin, because you cannot have a situation where the Secretary-General is referring to that figure here this morning, saying it's not inclusive of VAT, and the Minister for Health saying it was. On the 637...
Can I just...
You certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so as we have, I think, illustrated, there are different elements of the project being funded in different ways. It's important, and I can check the record, that when anybody is referring to a figure, that they are referring to the same parts of the project coming within that figure. And so we would have to compare like with like. That's an important point.
You can't get more conclusive than the Minister saying all in, all in. In respect of the 637, and it was referred to and asked, and I just want to clarify this, Phase A groundworks at the time of the business case were being priced at what?
So Phase A was based on the receipt of tenders in 2016. It was Phase A and Phase B. So the Phase A works are 84 million approximately net of that.
Okay, so 100 million kind of all. Okay. Phase A works are nearing completion, is that correct?
Correct, they're nearing completion.
Okay, and what is that likely to come in? Is it likely to come in on budget around that 100 million mark?
Correct.
It is, and just important to note that of course had a detailed design. So that's coming in pretty much on budget, which means then that based on the 637, Phase B of that 637 was coming in 500 mil plus. And yet we see a project where the add-ons alone are now equaling or exceeding the original business case price, correct?
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's quite amazing that you have a situation, and Mr. Breslin, you referred to Table 3 in terms of the comparison of the business case versus the guaranteed maximum price, and the percentage difference there, I think, comes in at 40%. I mean, that's surely misleading this committee, or indeed any other committee, to come before when we see that's quite frankly not the case.
Sorry, I'm not going to accept that I'm in a position here where I'm misleading the committee.
Okay.
That is a fair comparison. You can do a different comparison, but that is a very fair comparison. It's comparing like with like. It's comparing with the tender with the outcome of the contract zone. You can do your own comparison, but you don't need to say that I'm trying to mislead the committee. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Well, anyone can accept a small change in price, but a business case that was coming in at 637. And noting that the groundworks actually could have come in on price, and then a situation where you have an over-doubling of the actual construction costs is simply, it's quite unfathomable for the rest of the public. Talk to me about the 346 million that was added then on top of the 637. Here we have a public procurement process, 637 million, and hocus pocus, an immediate add-on of 346. This despite the fact that, as I said, in April 2016 on the 6-1 news, then Minister Varadkar said it was 650 all in, including VAT. So was the Minister misled by people here that he was able to go out and say categorically, based on advice from people here, that it was 650 million all in? Please explain that to me and to people listening. How can a Minister be able to say that? Because he's basing that on the advice that he's getting from the professional people in this room. How can is he misleading the Irish public by the advice he's getting? Explain that to me.
These are political charges.
No.
This is
this is not political charge. I don't care what politics the man is, but the man goes out on the 6-1 news and tells the people 650 million.
Yeah. Pre-tender.
Have to be fair. If you have a question with the Minister's words, there's only one person who can answer.
The Minister,
but he's informed by somebody. He didn't dream it up, Chairman.
The time period you're referring to is pre-tender. The 637 is a tender price.
Okay. And so again, I'm asking how he can get that so wrong when he can tell the people of Ireland that's the price all in. Like, are you guys... it's not a political charge, Chairman.
No, I know that.
Okay? The Minister only makes a comment based on the professional advice from the board, from the SecGen, from the people that he is listening to. He's taking the information from them. So I'm asking the people who provided the information how he can be given information that is categorically then turns out to be so wrong.
Because there's a procurement process to complete. The core of this issue, and I have said at committee, I've said it here today, I am absolutely unhappy with this situation.
Okay.
I'm absolutely unhappy, but the core of the issue is the movement from Phase A to Phase B through the procurement process adds 450 million to the cost. That is enough of a shift and enough serious to concentrate all of our efforts in trying to understand that.
With a successful bidder, would they
referring back to elements that precede the procurement process is a separate thing entirely.
Well, the Chairman kind of asked you the point earlier, and I'll ask you again. Was the successful bidder lowballing then to get the job on the basis that they came in on budget for a detail on Phase A, but are so spectacularly wrong? Were they lowballing to get the job? And were you guys had then, because you've actually signed up with this, and then you're committed to a project that spirals out of control? Yes, please, Mr. Costello.
Yeah, and just to go back to the basis for going for two-stage tendering.
Okay.
Internationally, and the history in major projects in Ireland as well, is that they're tendered on the traditional form, which means that there isn't actually cost certainty when you start. And then what generally happens, and it's not just Ireland, in the UK, is that there's a confrontational approach where the contractor does indeed set out to recover from maybe a very competitive tender in the first instance, and then you spend 3 or 4 years, and it's at the end of the day, you then realise how much it has cost you. So in terms of deciding on a procurement approach here, we spent at least a year looking at what's the best, what's done internationally, what works best. And at the time, there was in the government procurement, there was a move to go towards design build, and indeed when we took over in 2013, the intention at the time was that the designers would be procured on the basis that eventually the contractor then would be expected to do his own design based on an exemplar design from the designers. So in that year we spent interrogating what is the best way to do. We settled on the fact that design build in this case, because of the complexity of it, wasn't the most appropriate form. And in hindsight, that has proven that there would have been no tenders if they were expected to fund the cost of a design. And indeed, in recent times, both here and in the UK, the whole design build process in relation to certainly how it delivered schools has been shown to have issues, and so delivering a children's hospital, then having an employer design was extremely important. So I hope you can just understand the background to that.
And Chairman, I want to say, and I'm glad Mr. Costello has come in, because I know his long professional career in this country. And can I ask you, Mr. Costello, from your time dealing with big projects in this country, and aware of some of the iconic things that you've been involved in, such as Croke Park and others, have you ever had a situation in your previous professional life where the bill cost has gone up by that magnitude that we see here on any project throughout Ireland?
And Deputy, it's important to remember the process we went through here. So
I do. I appreciate that. But I'm just asking.
No, but I will answer the question. Don't worry. The process of the two-stage bid just finished in November. So at that stage, the design was fully complete and coordinated, and the bill of quantities was worked up based on that completed design, and the contractors have verified certainty around that. They've also, in terms of the 3 main contractors, which is BAM, Jones Engineering and Mercury, in terms of their efforts being coordinated, they have validated the programme, and, as I said, the coordination of everything goes into it, because it is a very complex project. And at the end of all that, we've completed the involvement in terms of the user engagement, which has been going on up until recently, and also the statutory issues. So now there's certainty around the inputs and now there's certainty as we go forward. No, that, and as Mr. Pollock said earlier, we're really disappointed in how it has progressed from the 983 to this. But this is the end of a process now, which we set out to do 5 years ago, is to bring certainty before we started the main contract works. So there's a huge amount of cost to be expended on this project, yes, relative to what's spent.
Okay.
And we're in a position that as we set out on the journey of spending that, we have certainty on cost and programme.
Okay.
And there are, just on your question,
yep,
sorry, no, just
please,
there are a number of projects where, I mean, certainly in the pharmaceutical industry, which is private sector, for instance, a project that was done by in North Dublin and Cruise Rat some years ago, set out to be 400 million, and at the end of the day it cost close to $1 billion. Even recently, and I was looking at this in terms of Battersea Power Station, which is high profile, it's private sector again. In terms of the refurbishment of the power station, they set out to spend 800 million, and now it's targeted 1.2 billion.
I'm not interested in what the Brits reckon.
I know, but it's of a scale. We don't have many absolute projects.
Well, you've had some very big ones. Can I ask? Yeah. Because, Chairman, people here have admitted concern. They've admitted that they're worried. There's obviously a review initiated that's going to cost a significant amount of money, but then people are explaining everything away down to complexity, as if we are not complex creatures and that, you know, it is a complex project and just please accept that so we can move on. That doesn't tally. That's what people find confusing. And so I would ask again, Mr. Costello, in your previous life with CISC, would you have accepted, or indeed would the company have accepted a situation where things were got so spectacularly wrong to the point of going from the business case of 637 or even accepting the 983 to nearly $1 billion over that cost? Would that have been accepted?
It wouldn't be accepted by anybody. But again,
I refer to in terms of how that would have been handled, because there is an anger here in terms of because it's public money, it's acceptable. Like, for example, if you went to the GEA at the time and told Liam Mulvihill, you know, if you want a roof on that Hogan stand, by the way, we're putting the price up by $500 million. The GEA would have marked people off the site. Can you understand that?
I can, and I'll tell you an initiative that I took and the company I worked with took in relation to Aviva Stadium, which was bid on a traditional basis where there wasn't a guaranteed maximum price. And we worked on, this is the power of collaborative working. We had a fantastic relationship there, and at the end of the day, it's the quality of the relationship which delivered a high-quality job and where the cost was set against a guaranteed maximum price. But a year into the job, the FAI and the IRFU advised that they were concerned because the costs were growing. And I put in place an initiative with the client there that we'd set a cap, and within 3 or 4 months we'd set a guaranteed maximum price. And in a way, that's the same sort of philosophy as we're using here. Is that before we spend the money, we set out to results, and that worked extraordinarily well there. We did likewise in Dundrum Shopping Centre, which was a huge.
Okay, the results are not the same here, Chairman. It's been said earlier in terms of me making political charges. There's a basis maybe in terms of why statements are being made, and in terms of what the members of committees and indeed the Dáil have been told. Because I would refer to the fact that our colleague Barry Cowan on the 18th of September last did ask a question in the Dáil to Minister Harris in respect of the budgeted cost of the Children's Hospital, the cost incurred to date, and if everything was going to be on budget, and he was told it was. Now that's on the 18th of September, specifically asking was everything on target, and Minister Harris answered him. But we now know, of course, that at the time the Minister had been told on the 27th of August that this was already out of control. So the Dáil was misled, was it not?
The commercial process was still underway at this stage.
Okay, am I getting it right? Am I getting it right?
What the Minister answered was the budget for the hospital, and he was also asked on the profile to date, was it on profile? And as we've just heard from the Stage A works, they were on profile. What we didn't have was an agreed guaranteed maximum price, and we didn't have that until November. In media queries post that period, as we came up towards that, we were clear that there was a Stage B process that was still to complete.
Are you telling me that at the time of the question in September, you were not aware that this was spiralling towards the £1.5 billion?
We had concerns about the emerging trends, but it was still...
emerging, please don't use words like that. Were you...
I can use the words if that's what my concern was.
Excuse me. Were you aware that this was heading to a point of 1.5 billion in September? It's a yes or no answer.
We did not have those figures.
Okay, let me see. Let me put it this way. Were you aware it was heading towards an indicative figure of well over £1 billion?
We were aware of the trends being flagged by the development.
This is nonsense. You either were aware that this was not going to be 983 or not. Is that a fair point?
I've said that I've said it over and over again.
So why would you allow your minister go into the Dáil and not disclose that to Deputy Cowan when he asked the question?
He answered as to what the budget was. This was a commercial...
So you're splitting hairs. You're taking, this is typical. This is typical of the department. No, it's a straight question, and it's a straight answer. And what you're telling me is that you weren't prepared to answer the question asked because you didn't want that information getting out into the public. And you didn't ask the question specifically in terms of you're referring to me now as trends. There was trends.
Okay, Mr. President, before you answer the question, and you will not be interrupted, and secondly, you will not answer at the Public Accounts Committee for statements by the Minister on the floor of the Dáil. If somebody has an issue with what a Minister says, any Minister on the floor of the Dáil, that's been...
Chairman, who writes the answers? Who writes the PQ answers for the Minister?
Sorry.
Who writes the PQ answers for the Minister? Chairman, that's an unreal interjection.
The SecGen is responsible for the information you provided.
Yeah.
But the words of the Minister on the floor of the chair...
They were written by the department.
The words of the Minister on the floor of the chair, on the floor of the Dáil, are a matter to be discussed in the Dáil chamber. And what I'm saying is, you're responsible for your actions, and the Minister is answered. The Minister is not here to answer, and in the Minister's words, whatever advice he gets from yourself, anything the Minister says in the floor of the Dáil is answerable in the floor of the Dáil, not in the PAC. That's all. But answer the question interrupted about the public will be aghast, and that's why Deputy Cassells. It was in budget, but we knew there was a problem, so we say it's within budget because we didn't revise the budget. It's not splitting hairs. It's
but the important thing,
so let Mr. President answer the question.
The important thing, Chair, was the commercial process was underway. To have gone and named another figure in a situation where these gentlemen here were engaged in a commercial process to try and achieve the best value possible for the guaranteed maximum price for the taxpayer. The only reference point at that stage, the only stable and reliable reference point was what was the approved budget for the project, and that's what was given in the parliamentary reply.
Well, Chairman, you're protecting the witness.
I'm protecting the Minister who's not here. Well, protect any Minister who's not here.
Chairman, you're around a long time and you know who writes replies for Ministers,
I
Chairman.
do, and he's given you the answer. And really, we would say there's issues. Knowing there's an issue, the response that you could have, perhaps I suggest, the response you could have given was that it's under review, an indication. There was no indication given of a problem. That's kind of really where.
And at that point, was it going to be flagged to the Cabinet that there was potentially going to be a need for a review of all the costs that were spiralling out of control, given the trends that were emanating at that point?
So the important thing at that stage was to get a certainty around the guaranteed maximum price. As work packages were being costed and they were coming back in the early stages they were coming back in online, particularly towards the latter stages the Mechanelec was coming in above what was originally estimated, but it was conjecture until the process was completed. So the stress that was placed on the Development Board was to complete the process with the best return for the taxpayer, and in parallel we also sought further detailed information and external review to try and inform a decision that would have to be made on the outcome of that guaranteed maximum price.
Deputy Cullinane, and members will get back again, but all members have indicated want to get in early.
Welcome, Mr. Breslin and Mr. Pollock and your respective teams. Mr. Breslin, I'm sure you'll understand why members of this committee are frustrated, and indeed members of the Health Committee. and the public in relation to the overrun in costs and the potential impact that might have on other services. That's where the frustration is coming from. And people do need to be held to account, and we do need to get answers to questions. So people get frustrated when they put questions and they don't get answers. So there's two elements to my questions, and I'll deal with the second one first. The first is, was this a monumental cock-up in terms of the procurement process? So that's really what we need to examine from the Public Accounts Committee. Look at the process and look at whether there was weaknesses and whether there was failures. And second of all, whether it was a cock-up or not, the overrun, we are led to believe, will impact on other capital projects and maybe other spend in the health service. So I want to deal with that first and come to Mr Curran, because you were asked earlier about capital projects which may or may not now go ahead. And we had the Minister and the Taoiseach talking about deferrals, and that's a nice way of putting it. But is there any list, is there any decision, or has any decision been made on what projects will or will not suffer as a consequence of the overrun? Has any decision been made yet on that question?
No, sorry, David. No decision has been made on how we're funding the 50 million required for 2019, and we're waiting clarity from the Department of Public Expenditure.
Is it possible that there will be some capital projects that may not go ahead as quickly as possible because of the overrun?
Yes, because we have to find in 2019 50 million additional for the Children's Hospital.
So the yes is the answer, that there is going to be an impact on some capital projects, but you haven't decided which projects yet.
Yes.
Can I ask about, because it's important for me in my own constituency, the second cath lab in Waterford, where I think the cost of that was about 4 million. Has that money, or is that money guaranteed? Is that one of the projects that is signed off and there is no issue, or is it one of the projects that's under consideration?
It's one of the projects under consideration.
Well, listen, I have a strong objection to that, Mr Breslin, because, as you know, Oireachtas members in the South East got a clear, unequivocal commitment from the Minister for Health that that was not at risk. In fact, only last week, through a minister in Waterford, we were told by the Minister for Health that that money would not be affected, that that money is 100% secure. So I'm concerned now, Mr Curran, that what you're telling me is that that project is one of many projects which is under review. I want to know from you, Mr Breslin, is that the case? That now that funding, which has been committed to the people of Waterford, we were told was 100% rock solid, is actually now not rock solid and is under consideration by the department.
So the two stages to what we will do with the HSE and Mr Curran. Firstly, we will look at contractual commitments where there's a binding contract in place, and then we will look at the other priorities that are there. And through the process engaging with, it requires the sign-off of the Minister for Health and the Minister for Public Expenditure, we will come to a conclusion.
Mr President, I was told, and we were told by the Minister for Health, he has signed off on the money for the second cath lab for Waterford. But bear with me for a second.
I'm going to try and help.
Either he has signed off on that money or he hasn't.
And so I'm going to try and help. The Minister would approve something, but a contractual commitment involves the HSE and the actual supplier entering into a contractual commitment. So the first is those that are contractually committed, and then we look at the priorities, and the Minister will be able to say to the HSE what those priorities are and to make sure that the top priorities are delivered. There is significant, even with the 50 million increase for the Children's Hospital, there is a significant increase in the HSE's capital budget this year. There's a total increase of 130 million. So we will be looking at all of the priorities.
I understand that, and
to make sure as many can go ahead. Some may move more slowly. There may be weeks.
Sorry, Mr Breslin, because I really don't want to be rude, because I'm asking, and I zoned in on one specific project. I understand the process that you've outlined. It's been outlined by Mr Curran. I'm asking a very specific question in relation to one project, and that one. So my question again to you is there now a risk that that project may not be delivered as quickly as we would have hoped because of this overrun? Is that a real risk at this point?
Once the process concludes, we'll be able to give full certainty. I can't tell you in the middle of the process. We have to conclude the process.
Well, I have to say, I'm outraged by that, because we got a clear commitment from the Minister for Health on this issue, all Oireachtas members in the South East, and as you'll know, a big demonstration on the streets of Waterford in relation to this as well. And people will be outraged that we have a Minister telling us we have the money, and then we have Mr Breslin telling us that there is still a process to go through before that money is signed off on.
Deputy,
seems to me to be a sleight of hand by somebody, Mr Breslin.
So I fully recognise the importance of the project you're talking about, but if before the process concludes I answer in relation to one project, then I will have to answer in relation to every project, and I have to complete the process before I can do that.
Well, but my point isn't that. My point is we should have been told that, Mr Breslin. You're missing the point. And it's not just that project, it's all the other projects. We should have been told that was the case. But we weren't. We were told by the Minister for Health there's no problem. The money is signed off on. It seems to me the money isn't signed off on because there is still a process. That's my point. Now, had there been a caveat put to it that there is a process underway here and we haven't decided yet which projects will be cut or not, or delayed or put back or whatever, that would be at least an answer and we can have a quarrel. That is not the information which was communicated to Oireachtas members in Waterford and the South East.
So the Minister has written to the HSE to have them to prioritise that project. And we would expect in the conclusion of the capital plan that it would be prioritised.
Well, I've given you my opinion. I'll come back to that in leaders' questions with the Taoiseach, because this is a matter, I think, for government to sort out as well. And I want to come, Mr Breslin and Mr Pollock, now to the figures which are in page 3 of the opening statement from Mr Pollock. Cathaoirleach, you very helpfully dealt with some of this at the start of the meeting in terms of the well, I think it was that context was necessary, however long it took. And again, I have to say I'm unhappy with the way these figures were presented, and here's why, Cathaoirleach. If you look at the February 2017 figure of 983 million, that includes the 637 million that was going to the contractors, and then there's the separate money for the other areas that weren't covered by the contractors, which means the overall cost was 983 million. But then underneath that, then you have the 1.433 million. But that 1.433 million isn't the total cost, it's 1.7. That's what should have been presented to as the 1.7. And what's not clear to me, well, it is clear to me what the breakdown is now, because the difference in the 1.4 is what you walked us through earlier, and I won't go through over it again. There's two issues. One, it's dependent now on 115 million coming from external sources, and you say you have a strategy in terms of philanthropists, which may or may not happen. If it doesn't happen, I would imagine the taxpayer will have to foot the bill. But the second issue is, and question is, how much of the 1.7 million is going to BAM?
So in relation to the...
And that's a straight question now, so I don't need context. I just need to know, of the 1.7 billion, how much is going to BAM? Because their original bid was for 637 million. Of the 1.7 million, how much are they getting?
Well, just first of all, in relation to the presentation of the figures, so our business case of 2017 was the 983 million, and those are the elements of the project for which we are responsible for design to build and equip the hospital. So then when we reported on where the cost there, it's a like-for-like comparison. So from the 983 to 1.43, we're reporting on the costs we're responsible for. In relation to the tender, so there are 3 tenders in 2016. We've got the main contractor, which is BAM. We also have the mechanical contractor, and we have the electrical contractor, which will install, obviously, all the systems.
I don't have a lot of time, Mr Pollock, to be fair, and none of that... sorry, bear with me. Sorry, please. That doesn't answer my question, because I think, objectively, Cathaoirleach, and you noticed this as well, if you're looking at the figures, there should be like-and-like comparison. Like-for-like comparison. So the 983 million was the overall cost, but the 1.43 billion underneath is not. It's actually more closer to 1.7. And the straight question I asked, because you've answered the question now about how you presented the figures, of the 1.7 billion, how much is BAM getting? Can I have that answer?
I have the benefit while Mr. Pollock is talking, just to just check the figures here. So
you don't know what the figure is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
you do,
yeah.
but you can give it to me. So
the contract now is 890 million, the overall contract, and within that, are amounts which you see in Table 3 from Mr Breslin's statement to the Joint Oireachtas Committee, where the mechanical, which is Jones Group, is 177 million, and the electrical is 157 million. And as well as that, there is about 6 million for lifts. So, say, if you were to exclude the specialist contractors, by my figures there's 550 million of works that are, and 556 is on top there. That includes the lifts, yeah. So it's 556 million, yeah. So it's actually in that list there, in fact, without me doing the mathematics on it.
Okay, so in terms of, let's just look at the bottom line figures here. In terms of what BAM would have contracted for in terms of, or tendered for, the figure that they gave, because this was a bidding process. So the bidding process would have involved a number of tenders. They, I understand, came well under the other tenders. I think it was 130 million. So in terms of, again, bottom line figures and percentages here, this is what they tendered. It was 637 million. So how much of an increase above what they tendered will they actually get?
Well, again, it shows there, say, on the BAM works, it increases from 432 to 556, but that's on the basis of additional scope and additional time on the project. So that's the
how much is that? That's over 100 million.
It's 124 million.
124, which, ironically and coincidentally, is almost the same amount of money, which was the difference between them and the next highest bidder.
Yeah, but they're totally unrelated. And I accept that the figures are close, but they are totally unrelated, because there's a very clear procedure for dealing from the tender at stage 1 and the rates that were bid in 2016, and how that, at the end of the day, gets to a stage where we have a determined figure. So there were rates bid for every element of the contract. There were rates bid for the management costs in terms of what we call preliminaries. And at the end of the day, those are just applied by our independent quantity surveyors, and as always there will be some disagreement and disputes, and within the way the contract was set up, we had an independent expert who came in and arbitrated on those issues. So there's actually a very clear process for going from stage 1 to stage 2.
I have 32 short questions and I'll be finished then. I'm going to come back to this later because I have to do leaders' questions, but I'll come back maybe in some more detail. The two questions are very quick. One, in terms of any of the savings that were identified, I think Mr Pollock talked about in 2017, there was a report that examined savings. Was the Blanchardstown Satellite Centre ever considered to be cut altogether at any point?
No, that was never considered.
Was never considered, okay. And I'll leave other members.
You can come back later. And Deputy Murphy, Connolly, MacSharry, Ryan.
Yeah,
okay. And we're into 10 minutes last because a lot of people want to get in here.
Okay,
before.
just a quick snapshot. When this was moved first, figure of 450 million, then the figure was 650 million, then it was 983, net figure 916 exchequer from that. So essentially, listening to how this has played out, and the detail was only completed last November. This really wasn't an estimate. This was a guesstimate, with not everything counted in. Is that how the department would operate its budget on capital projects, on other capital projects? You didn't have the numbers. You didn't have the numbers to actually put a reliable figure in the budget right from the word go, because you didn't actually have that figure until last November when the detail was finalised.
So the core issue, and I'm in agreement with the committee on this, it's why the PwC exercise is underway. The core issue is how, during the procurement process, as we move from stage A to stage B, the cost increases by 450 million.
Can I just stop you and say, this all sounds mad. You wouldn't build an extension to the back of your house without having, if you have a fixed amount of money, and it's like as if there's a presumption that money will be found. You wouldn't build it without a greater degree of certainty that appears to be the case now. Now we've got to go off and procure a specialist firm to look at this in detail in retrospect, even before the project is really underway. What are the terms of reference for that PwC project?
So the terms of reference are to go in because, and I will try and help, I believe that the core issue here is that you have a preliminary design done and then a final design done. You would normally expect the preliminary design to be approximately correct, so that in the final design there would be some things needed more of and some things needed less of.
And you have contingencies in your...
And you'd have contingencies and you would flag risk. But in the movement between those two designs, a huge gap opens up to the tune of 450 million. And the PwC process is to go in and investigate just where those changes occurred, why they occurred and why they weren't flagged in advance.
Can I just ask at this point if what overground works has the second tender, phase 2 tender, been awarded, and has the work commenced on the James site? The overground works.
So we instructed those works at the start of January, so they've started pre-ordering of materials, and the physical works will commence at the end of January.
So
the instruction has been issued to the contractor.
So the tender has been awarded?
Well, there's only one tender that was awarded back in
right,
2017.
Okay. So the pausing of the James contract wouldn't be a consideration.
We've a contract for the Phase A and the Phase B works. Phase A works have been underway since October 2017. They're due to finish shortly. And now with the instruction in January of this year, the Phase B works will shortly commence at the end of this month.
Deputy, just say that pausing was considered as an option in the government reaching its decision. We looked at a number of options. We looked at the one that was chosen. We looked at not instructing Phase B and re-tendering, and we also looked at de-scoping the project. On balance, government made the decision to get the benefits of this children's hospital as quickly as possible and to deliver it in its integrity.
That made, can I ask, was that made on the basis of we're so far into the project now that we can't?
Well, also, so the vision of this is that we bring the 3 children's hospitals together.
Yeah, I understand
If you took the 450 million out of the cost of this hospital, you would have to reduce it, and I'm just doing this in a very rough way, you would have to reduce it by a third. In order to do that, you'd have to redesign the hospital. You'd likely have to go for planning permission again, and you'd have to procure it again. You would add 3 years to the life of the project. The inflation over the period would probably be 40%. You would end up in 3 years' time deciding whether to award a contract for an inferior hospital at an excess on the cost that we currently have.
Yeah. Actually, could I just ask that you would give us some of your thinking on that in a note?
Yes.
It would be very useful. Can I just ask, Mr. Farrell, you have the financial obligation in relation to this project. You know what? I mean, presumably you have a strong background in this area. Have you done projects of this nature before? Have they come in time? Have they come in on budget? What expertise is there that you bring to this that you can tell us why this has happened?
I have a strong expertise in project accounting, and sat on many capital committees, and that in my previous experience. In this particular project, yes, I mean, the general type controls and process and that, I've been party to that.
So you're just accounting for the money that's spent as opposed to managing any aspect of the cost of the project tender.
The quantity surveyors who are expert in, as you know, they advise. And
okay. So how many companies of quantity surveyors or experts have been involved in this? Presumably it would have been on each detailed area.
We've 2 separate construction contracts tendered separately. So the first one is the main children's hospital, and there's Linesight is the name of the quantity surveyor firm responsible for that.
Do they come with professional indemnities?
Oh, that would be part of our assessment in terms of suitability assessment questionnaires done back in 2014.
So if they get it wrong, what's the consequences for them?
Well, if in the event that there was negligence, we have the option, obviously, of pursuing their professional indemnity policy. And the second quantities of errors are on the urgent care centres at Connolly and at Tala, and that's a separate company.
Okay, can I just, if projects are, I mean, we have some capital projects that do very well in terms of coming in time and coming in on budget. Motorways, for example, come in time and budget routinely. Why is it that? Because they get it right to begin with in terms of design, management of it, putting in penalties, and there has been a huge amount of learning in relation to say lead authorities being authorities that have experience. It feels to me like there's a degree of learning on the job here in relation to this in relation to this particular project. The estimates weren't nailed down to begin with. We're only at a final figure at November 2018. Things have been left out in terms of, for example, on board Planala had to insist on the sprinkler system, and I would have thought that 450 inpatient, vulnerable people, the highest spec would have been insisted on in terms of their safety. So I'm surprised that the board had to insist on that in terms of the spec. Obviously Grenfell happened, and there was some learnings on that. But things like, for example, the spec on the hand basins and the theatre lights changed. So it looks like there was a rough idea of what was to be completed when there was the guesstimate was established. Then there was obviously changes. There was administration errors in terms of VAT wasn't included on one aspect of it in terms of the overruns, as my understanding. So, I mean, projects overrun because they're not properly planned and they're not properly executed, and there's failures. Now, from the Department of Health's point of view, you have a limited budget and there's going to be knock-on consequences. What institutional gaps are missing here if you were to start this project again, in terms of where we can go to make sure that, that there, at the very least, that there is some accountability and some learning on this?
There are 10 minutes to run, and you will get a second turn.
Yeah, put me down for another round.
So just answer that, and I'm on to Deputy Connolly then.
Just on some of the detail, for example, the VAT. The reason the VAT has gone up is the overall cost has gone up. It's not that VAT wasn't in the original cost. In relation to the sprinklers, and the Development Board can talk to this, there were sprinklers in the patient areas in the design of the hospital, all of the inpatient day case wards and so on. It was the outer concourse, and that was made by the fire officer, I think, rather than on board Planala. But the point you make, and it's absolutely to the heart of the learning that we have to try and achieve on this, is to use the PwC process to identify just where the slippage took place. Already from the work of the Development Board and the external reviews, I think there are areas that we can already identify. For example, the control of costs and the quantification of items, the linkage between, particularly on the mechanical and elect side, and quantity surveying and the Development Board, how issues and omissions, volumes and omissions are being identified through the design process, and an early warning system is not picking up that that's going to have an overall cost impact as quickly as it should, is another aspect. I think there are aspects around the approval processes and using some external review of that, so using milestone reviews on projects. So I think we will, and we will be very committed to doing it, first examine every weakness in this, identify where responsibility lies, but also make sure that we put things right, both for this project and for any other project of similar scale.
Just very finally, you used the word slippage. To be perfectly honest with you, to talk about understatement, the institutional gap, I mean, this is a very expensive learning on the job exercise. The institutional gap, we need to know what institutional mechanisms we need to put in place for capital projects that are, even unique projects like that, that are not about the next person coming in and learning in the National Maternity Hospital or learning on other areas in both the health and other areas. Yes. We need to know where the institutional gaps are.
Can I make one final point then, which is that if in setting up this project we hadn't thought about that, we would have been deficient. We did think about that, and we considered that this project was of such a scale that it would challenge the HSE or any existing body, because they wouldn't have had experience of delivering a project of this scale, and they would find it hard to deliver it alongside the remainder of the capital programme. So the government made a decision to set up the development board, to recruit professionals into the development board that had major project experience, and to put in place a competency board to oversee it. If we were facing this situation here and we'd used the normal approach to capital projects, I have no doubt we'd be saying we got this one wrong because we didn't use people who had experience of major construction, and that should have been done. But in this situation we actually went out to achieve that.
Okay, I'm calling Deputy Connolly now.
Martin, you're all very welcome. It clearly didn't work, isn't that right? And actually, looking at all this documentation, and I have 10 minutes, I look back on the Oireachtas Joint and Select Committee on the 8th of October 2015, and the previous chair, Mr McGuinness, and Mr Costello and Mr Pollock, you feature strongly in that. And the background to this is the debacle leading up to this and the previous board, and you were the new board taken over after a transition board, isn't that right? There was a board in place from 2007 till 13, then a transition board, and then yourselves. And you were being asked various questions, and in fairness, it was actually Joe Costello at the time. And you were being asked various questions, what you'd learned, what you were going to do. And the two of you feature very strongly in it. And actually, I think you should read it. And you might do a different opening statement. Mr Pollock, you did one today. And for the Health Committee, Mr Costello, you did one. Well, first of all, Mr John Pollock, it was to produce our business case, I quote, prior to getting approval to appoint the design team in August 14, we had to have the business case updated to show that we were still operating within the figure of 650 million. That was the figure in 2015. Now, we know, I haven't time to go in how that changed it, but that's what she said. And a company, BDO, was appointed to carry out that work. And then you were asked at various stages what you had learned, and you, Mr Costello, said you couldn't rewrite history. Unfortunately, we cannot rewrite history, but we have to learn and make sure that in every step we make along the way, in respect of any perceived weakness in the decision-making process during the 5 years, we will ensure this will not happen. So you're clearly aware you're taking over, I wouldn't call it a poison chalice, but a very difficult situation. You're fully aware that 35 million has been written off from the previous debacle, isn't that right, in relation to the Mater Hospital, and some miserable amount like 6 million was saved and carried over. You're fully aware of all that, and you're alerted to that. And in fairness, the former PSC teases all this out, and you go on to say that you're taking great, you're going to appoint a design team, you're going to do a distress test, and so on, and do all of that. Now, arising from this, and why I'm just doing this is, in addition to business cases and stress testing and everything, something has to be learned. And I think the Controller and Auditor General at the time mentioned a project review. And a project review is usually done when it's completed. In this case, the committee agreed there should be a review in relation to the failure. Was that carried out?
Absolutely. And
I think just to be carried out by the department now, so if I could get the department to carry out that.
It was carried out, yes.
Okay. So when was that carried out? Who carried it out? And what was the result of that?
From recall, the department itself carried it out with input from the Department of Public Expenditure, and I think we shared it with the Public Accounts Committee when it was concluded.
Yeah, I'd love a copy of that, and I'd love to see how this board dealt with that over the ensuing 7 years, almost 7 years, in relation to that.
Yes.
Because there were red lights flashing all over the place at that point when you took this over. And that was on top, of course, of all the debate in relation to the hospital itself. We had the McKinsey report, the Dolphin report, reviews, move from a Mater over to James's, and all of that. So this was red flagged over and over. And you're sitting here before us today, and I've looked through your statements to see what you've learned and what you've identified as failures, because that's all I'm interested in on this committee. What happened? How do we prevent it happening in the future? And I can tell you, I've absolutely no confidence that you have learned something and you're going to... I don't want to be personal at all. I've done my best. This is difficult. To read all this stuff, we're no experts. But our job is to see what is governance and accountability. So we've gone from in that same thing, 650 was the cost, everything included. I think Mr. Costello and Mr. Pollock pointed that out. 650 million, including VAT, including everything at that point. Just let me be quote, and then I'll let you comment. The 650 million is the all-in cost. It includes VAT, inflation, contingency sums, and the project cost. There are equipping costs and designs, and then there are a whole load of other costs. Now, we know that. There are a whole load of other costs. But 650 included VAT, included contingency at that point. Now, today, it's up at 2 billion. And we won't exaggerate. It's at 1.4 something billion, then an extra up to 1.7, but no definitive answer whether it's going to go up to the 2 billion. Now, really, just hear that.
So can I clarify that 650 million?
Yeah.
So the 600. So when our board was appointed and we did our first budget in early 2014, we identified that the 650 million would fund the core children's hospital and the 2 urgent care centres. Excluded from that, and it was clearly identified, was additional funding would be required for the 3rd level academic facilities, the school that's part of the children's hospital, the equipping of the hospital, whether it was going to be procured through capital or whether it was going to be procured through OPEX and managed equipment services, the retail and commercial facilities.
Okay, no, I've heard that, sorry. So
and
changes were happening.
So there was a total budget at that stage of 790 million, including that. So the 650 was to fund the children's hospital and the urgent care centres, not the entire project.
Okay. You see these accounts for 2017. How much was spent on communication?
I think it's of the order of 200 and...
Well, actually, communications in 2017 is €353,616 on communications. Okay. I am page 32.
32.
Yeah.
Section 4.
So while you're looking up that, the next question is, the planning application cost to Dublin City Council has been recognised. A payment plan is in place. So that's my second question. In relation to the communications, how can you justify such a huge increase? Tell me who it's going to. And then there's another sentence. If you have answers to those, I'll stop. I'm just trying to get my time.
Sorry, yes, in relation to planning contributions, that's a requirement of the grant.
I understand. I'm asking how much. What is the planning?
It's approximately €8 million.
How much?
It's approximately €8 million of the planning contributions as a condition of the grant of planning.
It's 245,000 for 2017 accounts.
245,000.
Total in terms.
Is that planning application cost?
Sorry.
No,
247
separate from
VAT. Yeah.
Sorry, we have planning application costs and then we have development contributions. Is that right? Two separate things.
Correct.
Entirely. So just quickly clarify for me, please, what was the cost in relation to the development and contributions?
Well, the development and contributions that's subject to the grant of planning permission.
Yeah, I understand all that. I'm asking how much.
So it's approximately so it's 7.3 million.
7.3 million. And how much of that has been paid?
Over 2 million of that.
Over 2 million. So 5.3 million is still outstanding. And there's a payment plan in place for that. Is that right?
There's a payment schedule agreed with Dublin City Council.
In relation to the communications?
So in relation to communications, there's a huge...
Sorry, are there other planning fees outstanding in relation to other local authorities?
No, to the best... Well, the practice varies from local authority to local...
No, I just want to know, please. Are there outstanding fees? I don't need to know about the practice. Just, are there outstanding fees?
I'm not aware, but I would need to check our records.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay. In relation to the communications, 350.
So in relation to communications, they were all tendered as all our contracts.
Who is that money going to, please?
Q4 is the name of the company.
Q4. So did they receive that money or was there more than Q4?
Well, there would be some. We also would There may be photography. We did some work with the local community in terms of...
Okay, I'll tell you what, can you come back through the chair maybe and get a list of where that money is on communications? Breakdown of communications is a very good title. Breakdown of communications. But in relation to rent and rates, the rent, are you paying for offices? Is that rent? Is that your office?
It is. We're renting.
And so rent and rates is gone up to 237,342 in 2017. Again, a colossal jump. Can you explain that, please?
In the early stages of the project...
No, just explain the change, please.
Well, I'm explaining that, Deputy.
Okay.
So in the early stages of the project, our offices were in Hospital 7, which is part of the James's campus.
But that was free of charge.
That was free of charge, correct.
Yeah.
But we rented a building in South Circular Road for the local community as a drop-in centre where they could come and get briefed on the project.
Yes.
But we then, obviously, as we had the enabling works contract on site, which demolished all the buildings on the James's campus, we had to find a new premises. So we moved to Herberton, which is a premises we share with Children's Health Ireland. So we've moved from essentially what was free rent, now paying rent.
Okay. Do you think that rent is justified, 353? How many of you are using that bit for that rent?
Well, as I said, the facilities are shared between ourselves and Children's Health Ireland.
I understand that, but this is your portion of the rent.
So we have approximately, I think on our side, we've got about maybe 35 people would be based in the office. We also have meeting rooms, and our board meetings are held there. The rent is, to the best of my recollection, it's about maybe €9 a square foot.
No, it's 353,616 of taxpayers' money.
But in terms of the rental cost,
I know, and in terms
changing.
of Dublin, and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we put that alone with the communications, we're up at what?
The 353,000 is the communications
Beg
figure.
your
The
pardon,
rent and rates figure is 237,000.
So we're up at 353 and 232. What are we up
about about 600,000.
600,000. That's year after year, presumably. Has the communications gone up in 18?
No, it's running roughly at about the same profile over the last number of years.
We are?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
No,
Thank
thanks.
you.
I hate cutting people short, but a lot of people
point.
offering.
Yeah,
Deputy MacSharry, and we're into 10-minute slots to get others in.
Okay.
And you'll get back in a second time if you want.
No, I won't be coming back in a second time. Thanks very much and welcome to everybody. I want to get back to the steering group. Mr. Sullivan, Deputy Kelly earlier began a line, but it ran a little bit out of time. That there was no meeting in November 2018, and the board meeting took place on the 10th of December, just about a number of weeks later. So, can confirm that it was in that period the decision was made to go, wasn't it?
No.
No?
No. In that period, the GMP report was forwarded by...
You know, I don't want to talk down the clock, so just... yeah.
No, well, no is the answer.
No is the answer. So no decision was taken in that period? No. Not at all?
No.
There was no contract signed?
No, not in relation to the GMP report.
But the principal decision to go?
No, there was a recommendation received.
By who?
A recommendation was received from the development board, which set out the board that Mr. Costello chairs. So a recommendation was received within a GMP report, and that recommendation was to proceed to Phase B with the existing contractor after current consideration. Pardon?
Without a tender?
No. Yes, without a tender. That's right. But
and that's the bigger part, isn't it?
Well,
so we had a tender process for the kind of 100 million odd. I think you said 84 million plus VAT.
It was tendered at the outset.
So we had that tender.
But it was tendered, Deputy, at the very outset of the process, as Mr. Pollock has explained. There would have been an option. It was one of the options explored to go out to tender again.
So you decided to go with the same guy, but it wasn't a new tender process for the main part of the contract.
A range of options were considered.
It formed a secondary part of the first tender, isn't that correct?
That's right.
I mean, when they were tendering, the actual work they were tendering for was Phase 1, not Phase B. Phase A, not Phase B, isn't that correct?
The only firm part of the tender was for Phase 1, with an expectation that they would continue into Phase B, Phase 2.
They had that expectation. Had you given an undertaking that that was likely or possible?
Pardon?
Did the tender document say, if
you
do a good job on Phase A, we'll look after you for Phase B?
It's a question of what it was awarded based on, and I think that if the Development Board could answer that.
Yes, so it was a two-stage procurement
No, I know all of that. I just want to get down to the nitty-gritty.
But it links to your question, Deputy, as regards whether there was...
Yeah, but just be very quick now, because I have very limited time.
So the Phase A works, which is the hole in the ground, fully designed in detail.
I know all that.
At the same time as that, we also tendered for the main above-ground works.
Right.
So we had all the prices, the rates for the doors, the windows, the concrete.
Right.
So while the hole in the ground has been dug,
yeah,
we completed the design and applied the same prices that the contractors had originally tendered.
Okay.
They gave us a final sum.
Yeah. And many tenders, okay, just I get the point. How many tenders had tendered for Phase A?
They tendered for A and B at the same time.
Sorry, how many tenderers?
So we shortlisted 5.
Okay. So did the other 4 not take a view that, well, sure, look, could you not consider us for B?
No, I'll go back. So in 2016, we tendered for the below-ground works and the above-ground works. The tender evaluation was done for both, and on the basis, and so there was one tender process. That was.
So did the tenderer know that if the 1A, they were sorted for B?
No, sorry. The basis on which they won the competition was based on A plus B.
Yeah. That was the evaluation, and also within the contract, it's clearly called out there's no entitlement to the Phase B works. We can stop once the hole in the ground is completed. We can stop all the works.
But you were happy, so you went with them, and we didn't have a second tender. Is that the case?
Well, we looked at the options. So when the costs were escalating around August of last year, in parallel with that, we looked at alternative options. So we had the option of not awarding the second phase to the contractors.
But you went ahead.
So we said we now have a robust design, fully detailed, measured. We can go back out to the market.
Yes.
And we assessed that that would add an additional 300 million to the costs above and beyond the 1.4.
Right.
And would delay the project by a further 2 years.
Is that a board decision, or was that policy government level decision?
We brought that to our board in November, and the board recommended to the HSE that we award the Phase B contract.
Right.
It was a recommendation from our board.
So it was nothing to do with the government?
Well, it then, once we issued the recommendation to the HSE and it would have been brought to the Department of Health, the government then made a decision.
And when was that decision made? What date?
18th.
The 18th. Okay, so within 6 days of that meeting, on the 12th.
And we moved from November to December there.
I'm sorry, on the 10th of the 12th. Yeah. So within 6 days. So anyway, back to the steering group. So just from the minutes of the steering group meeting of October the 28th, I think it's important we read some of these into the record, because it said, PD, that's Phil and Devine, reported that the GMP process has not yet concluded. A report in relation to the GMP process will be submitted to DS, that's Mr Sullivan, as chair of the CHP&P steering group, that's the steering group, in advance of the next board meeting, which was to be at the 16th to the 11th, 2018, but it obviously didn't take place till the 10th, according to the minutes. It was agreed that an additional meeting of the board steering group will be required to review the report and inform the board. It was noted there is likely to be a delay in submitting the report from the Development Board to the Chair. That's fine. So the actions agreed were the Board to advise Mr Sullivan of any delay in submitting the GMP report. And it said an additional meeting to be arranged of the steering group in advance of the board meeting. So that didn't happen, you said earlier, and you said because time didn't allow. So have you plenipotentiary status because you said that, because you had said earlier that you saw the report to overrule the board and say, well, look, there's no need to have that meeting.
As to the timeline, and we're talking about literally a timeline of a week, and in the context that I described earlier, where the clock was ticking around the need to make a decision as to whether to proceed or not with BAM.
Okay,
or
and
incur
given
other
the amount of
penalty
money
costs.
and the recommendations at play and everything else, would you know, in your terms of reference for the steering group, is it, look, there is a steering group which is at my discretion to consult or not, or it's at my discretion to meet them or inform them, or it's my discretion to put a meeting together if time allows?
I suppose the reality was in the context that we found ourselves where the Development Board's meeting itself was only on the 9th of November,
right.
Where the board, the Mr Breslin Chair's meeting was on the 16th of November, where I received the GMP report on the 13th of November. A view was taken in discussion with departmental colleagues that it simply wouldn't be practical to hold a steering group meeting. To what end? You know, there wouldn't have been time for members to...
To what end? I mean, they might have had a view to say, listen, we're making a big mistake here.
No, Deputy. With a view to having a discussion of the GMP report.
Did you consult with the members? Could you not have had an incorporeal meeting and say, look guys, this is here, I know you had serious concerns because it formed a whole paragraph in that particular minute, yet when the board met, it was simply a sentence. It said, the report is that the guaranteed maximum price process concluded in November, and the board recommended continuing with the current contract. End of story. So really, I mean, it's an awful waste of time having a steering group at all when such big decisions are just...
No, I don't accept that it's a waste of time having a steering group at all, Deputy.
What do your members think? Why didn't you have an incorporeal meeting by phone, conference call?
I had a discussion with some members. The members were...
Some, but not all?
No, not all.
So how did you determine who you would speak to and who you wouldn't?
I come back to the need. The most important milestone at the time was that the report would be considered at the board, the Mr Breslin chairs. That board was meeting on the 16th of November. If I was to have arranged a meeting of the steering group in advance of that, it would have forced that meeting to be pushed back. And
It would, but it could have informed them better, perhaps, couldn't it? Well, particularly when they had been concerned at your previous meeting. Did you ever think to ring Mr Breslin and say, look, Jim, I think we should put this back a week? I mean, it's been on the card since 2007, so I'm sure another week or two wasn't going to...
It would be very wrong to misstate the realities of the space that we're in. As I said, there were penalties for an extension to the timeline of the process.
Penalties to who?
Penalties to the state in terms of...
In terms of what?
In terms of the contractual arrangement that Mr Pollock can explain.
There was no contract. The contract was for Phase A.
No, but if the decision was made to proceed with Phase B...
Yes.
And that decision was made beyond a certain point, that would incur significant, in the millions of euros, significant extra costs.
But hold on a second
so there was a significant...
Sorry, you were on the hook for...
significant time pressure.
No, but I don't understand the time pressure. You were on the hook for Phase A. Phase B was an option you could opt out of.
That's right.
You chose and you were making a recommendation to go ahead. How would there be a penalty that would accrue? How would there be... No, just let me finish the point. How would a penalty accrue to the state because you didn't take a decision quick enough based on a recommendation that was made?
I'll let Mr Pollock explain that in the event...
Does that not indicate that the decision had to be positive and in the affirmative on behalf of the contractor, and if it wasn't, there was penalties accruing to you?
Absolutely not.
So absolutely, but then what's the issue? Because you could have come back and said, the answer is no, we're not going with you.
And if the answer was no, we're not going with you, then clearly the penalties wouldn't accrue with that contractor because we'd no longer be using that contractor.
And what was the time pressure? What was the time pressure? In a contract, did it say the decision has to be informed to BAM by the 17th of December, or we send you a bill for $1 million or whatever?
I'll let Mr Pollock answer that. Yeah.
So under the contract, there was a time specification in terms you need to decide, do you want to award...
And what was the date?
The Phase B. It was a decision by the end of December.
Okay, so we still had 12 days? In fact, more? The 16th? No, we're not hopping anything. The 16th of December was the meeting. We have the decision by the 1st. We have the decision by the 1st of January. And
we are deputy hopping across months. The board meeting.
The 16th of November?
Yeah.
And a decision required by the end of December.
Yeah. So what was the problem in having a steering group meeting? Why couldn't you have a meeting? I mean, why couldn't you have delayed the meeting? There's still plenty of time till the end of December.
Because a number of processes required between then and the end of December, all the way up through to a decision being taken by government as to the way forward.
Yeah, but peculiarly, you know, the governance structure we put in place so that this whole process could be done in the best possible way to save taxpayer for the money. We can't decide and say, well, look, there's not time to do that aspect. So really, what do we need a steering group for at all? Because they only meet as required and if there's time.
Deputy, I'd be very happy to answer a question around the role the steering group plays. What I'm saying is in relation to this issue, and this issue solely.
Which is a pretty big one now.
Oh, I accept that.
You know,
it's
worth 800 million.
I accept that.
And we did it without having the meeting that the steering group decided and minute it would have to be and would be required.
What the steering group decided was that there would be a meeting, and that was taken in good faith at the time. In reality, given the time pressure that we were under that I had explained, a decision was taken not to have that steering group meeting. Now,
it doesn't say that in the minutes, funnily. It didn't say, well, look, if time allows.
Because at the time it was assumed that time would have allowed, Deputy. In good faith, that recommendation was made on the 20th, or that action was taken in the minutes on the 22nd of October.
I know you want to come back to this.
No, I don't want to come back in. I just have one last question.
Right.
And I'll shut up then, I promise. BAM were involved as applicant in litigation in 9 cases before state agencies. Did that come into the bounds of consideration by yourselves at all?
Authority is the Development Board.
So there was a pre-qualification process that we started.
Yeah, no, I understand all of that. So, and is one of them, are you suing the state or any arms of the state for any issue, and can you outline the reason?
It's a quality and a financial robustness.
Right.
Legal actions against the state were not part of the quality evaluation, so having completed the quality and the financial robustness test, we shortlisted 5 contractors to bring forward to the tendering phase.
And would it be prudent, say, for future ones in your experience, that we might check and say, look, there's a bit of form here with a company going to court after the fact. Can we look forward to a litigation being taken against us now, whenever this contract is finished?
I think EU procurement, in terms of how you go about and the criteria.
Yeah. Could I ask the board, Mr. President, that you might look into those 9 cases and just see what they are and maybe give us a note on it, because I think that there is a relevance to it. I mean, very much so, and I'm just concluding. It seems to me that since 2007, we have been throwing around 2 billion of the people's money based on a plan that's been developed on the hoof. I think it's going to further develop, and I must concur completely with Deputy Kelly. I've seen nothing here today to give me confidence that we won't be going well over 2 billion. Thanks, Chairman.
But just to be clear, that
right. Yeah.
Can we look forward? Because I think that's an
you will get
question.
Well, I won't be looking forward to it. I'm just saying, can we expect that there's form here?
I just want to answer
just
that.
one item. In relation to the state being charged a penalty for not signing by a date, am I right in hearing that?
If the board decided to go ahead but didn't do it in the time provided for in the contract, then there was a penalty.
So there was a time limit in the original contract that if they didn't go ahead by a certain date, there'd be a penalty. How much was the penalty to the state for not proceeding with that on that time?
It's not defined in a contract like that. What it says is it's a compensation event. In the event we go, because the contractor would need to show he'd incurred losses.
Right, so the state was potentially at a loss if it didn't sign that Phase B by a certain date.
Chair, it's fine if it didn't sign it and never signed it. It's just if it delayed signing it.
Yeah, so there was a time pressure to sign it on time, or else you couldn't if you didn't sign it in time and you decided after further consideration to sign it, you're paying the penalty. All I'm just asking is, I know you're here 2.5 hours. It's the first I've heard of that. Was that made clear to the Health Committee about this penalty over the last 3 meetings?
I'm not sure that question
was asked. All I'm just saying before I go to Deputy O'Brien, and it's not something. I'm very disappointed to hear that after 11 hours and 3 meetings at the Health Committee, 3 hours at this committee, several opening statements from every one of you at all those committees, that it's now just being extracted that actually the state faced a penalty clause for not signing on time. I'm just saying you should have been a bit more upfront.
I mean, on every contract there are milestones.
But we're not contractors, and don't expect us to understand.
But sorry, it's on every. If you have to make decisions by a certain time. So, and there's a penalty associated.
So you assume everybody understood all that because you understood it.
Well, it's like I think people can appreciate, particularly when there are inflationary pressures, that if we delay a decision by 6 months, that the contractor has additional costs, and eventually.
I'm just saying, after 14 hours or 15 hours of Oireachtas meetings, that's only coming out at this stage. I would have hoped hours would have come out before. That's all I'm saying. You understood it, but the public didn't understand it. Deputy O'Brien, and we're tight on time. And sorry for that.
Yeah, and I'll try and get through as many questions as possible because I do want to come in a second time, so I want to spend the 10 minutes just clarifying some of the points and some of the figures if I can. In relation to the 50 million, that's coming out of the Department of Health budget, correct? There's another 49 million to come out of other departments to make up. Is that correct?
It comes out. It doesn't come out of health. It'll come out of the overall.
Yeah. So the total reduction in capital costs between the Department of Health and other departments to meet the overrun in the Children's Hospital is in fact 99 million this year. No, well, next year. Correct. And it's not 50 million. That's why I just want to clarify that, because everyone is under the impression it's 50 million
for us,
but it's only 50 million for your department. The total cost next year is 99 million.
Yeah, the additional cash required this year for the children's project is 100 million, 50 million coming from health and 50 million from the overall.
Yeah. Okay. In relation to, and again, I just wanted to run through this and clarify some of the figures. So the business case figure was 983. Of that, there was 637 construction costs, and there would have been 346 non-construction costs. Is that correct?
It's not quite. So the 637 was the tender figure that we received, but in the business case we said we would look to achieve savings of 66 million.
Okay.
So that 637 in the business case was brought down to 570 million to achieve those savings.
And it eventually went up to 890 million then for the construction element of it. So that's an increase of what, about 41%?
Yes.
Okay. So then in the non-construction side, the figure in the business case was approximately 346 million?
Yeah, sorry, Deputy, I'm not sure. I don't quite follow those figures.
Okay, so we have the business case is 983.
Correct.
Okay. And the construction element of that was 637, and then there was a saving, you said, which brought it down to about 5, whatever the figure you said was 500 and what million?
So
71.
Yes, so yeah.
Okay. So then the non-construction element would have been 346 based on the business case minus the construction.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. And that is now ending up at 749 million. Are those figures correct?
Okay, the construction bits were clear on that. There was 637 and it's gone from tender to 890, and again in my opening statement I said there was an additional 130 million of other costs above and beyond the 320 of construction, so there's 320 of construction linked to the BAM contract underway at James's.
Yep.
There's a further 130 million of increased costs since the 983 business case, and they're set out in my statement and they relate to, so there's other construction projects. So we have the enabling works contract, the CANT project Aspergillus contracts at 3 hospital campuses,
okay.
The 2 urgent care centres at Connolly and at Tala.
So what's the total construction costs as of now, including all of those projects?
The total construction cost, I'd need to check that, Deputy, off the top of my head. And the urgent care centres, I think, are approximately 55 million, I think. The enabling works was 8 million. Decant, I think, was 14 million. Aspergillus is 3 to 4 million. So they're the other construction projects.
So you have 890 plus the 55 plus 8 plus 19 plus 3. That's the total construction costs.
Net of that.
What do you mean net of that?
Well, all those costs, tender costs, so that hasn't been added to that. So in the business case now, there's 180 million, or in the 1.43 billion, there's 180 million of that. So that's gone up by 50 million above and beyond what it was in the 983.
Can somebody just give me the total construction costs, all in, as of today?
So that figure that you have there, that is 13.5% on top of those figures I've quoted.
Okay, I'm not an accountant.
Yes, I don't have.
So can somebody please just give me the figure?
We will, of course, Deputy. Yeah.
Can you give it to me now?
I'll ask my colleague to see if he can. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would have thought you would have had this figure coming into a PAC meeting. What's the total construction costs all in of the project as of today? It's a pretty basic question. And nobody has yet given it to me.
Yeah, they're all individual construction contracts.
But I'm not interested. You're the project manager. Ye should have these figures. This is a Public Accounts Committee. It's the most basic question you're going to be asked today. What is the total construction costs all in? And I'm still waiting for it.
Just over $1 billion.
Just over $1 billion. Okay. So what is the total non-construction costs all in as of today?
Well, so it's the balance, so it's approximately 450 million.
Plus, is that excluding the 275 that we identified earlier? Okay, so I'll do the figures for that. So we're talking how much?
Approximately 450 million.
Approximately 450 million. Okay. So it's $1 billion for the it's $1 billion for the construction.
Sorry, the satellites have to be added to that. Those just the main hospital.
This is crazy. This is actually crazy. Right. But we know it's not 143 because we look. It's $1 billion for the construction costs
of
all
the
in,
hospital,
including the satellites.
No, the hospital satellites cost another 50, almost 60,000, including that.
Okay.
60 million.
Okay.
Million and 60.
Can somebody, before we break today, give me the total construction costs all in for the project? That's the hospital and the satellites. And can someone then give me the total non-construction costs all in as of today? Because those figures should add up to the 1.7 billion which we spoke about earlier. That's correct, yes?
No, the costs that we report on are purely the 1.43.
Okay, I'm making it very clear. I'm saying to the Secretary General, you're the accounting officer, we'll be adjourning, we'll be back approximately 2:30. We need a sheet on this desk, and it's horrific to think it's not like that. We should have had it in a briefing note. We want, as the Deputy said, I'm speaking. Okay. We have the three main contractors, BAM, Jones and Mercury, 550, 177 and 157, 6 billion for lifts, 890. You're now telling us that there's other construction costs, bringing it up to approximately $1 billion. There's another 100 million there, and there's non-construction costs of 450. We want a breakdown of what they are. And secondly, the other 275 million that you mentioned that's been dealt with by the Children's Health Ireland, they're all under your brief. And we want the breakdown. You call them out, you haven't. We want, when we come back here, a sheet of paper in front of us for the public, giving a breakdown of the 1.733.
It's incredible that
and that's to be here at 2:30. And it's horrific after 4 Oireachtas committee meetings, we have to even ask for it.
So we've been asked for the figures in multiple different ways.
But there's only one overall figure.
We will absolutely give you the build-up all of the way from that all the way up to 1.7.
Mr. President, I understand that there are some costs associated with the HSE, there are some costs associated with the department, and then the remainder of the costs are associated with the development. I'm looking for the total.
I understand.
Cost. So that's all three of you.
I understand.
That's all I'm looking for. I'm not trying to catch anyone out or anything.
We give you a definitive statement all the way to the 1.7 billion.
Because we now know that of that 1.7 billion, that there is a process underway which could potentially increase that. Okay? The increase or the potential increase, is that a department increase? Is it a HSE increase? Is it an increase which has to be met by the development board? Where are those figures that you're looking at potentially going to be? I know it's all exchequer funding, but I just want the breakdown if possible.
So the main issue is, it's highlighted on the briefing note on page 2 in the footnote, that there are items that are excluded from the contract that has been entered into, and they're set out there. A change in scope, so if the development board, or indeed any of us, decided this is a different hospital, we want it bigger, or that would involve more money.
Okay.
Excess national construction inflation beyond July 2019 and beyond 4%. So if inflation in the 19, 20, 21 and 22 goes above 4%, then the contractor can come back and look for that based on a defined index. And changes in legislation. So if the Minister for Public Expenditure increased VAT rates, the overall VAT rate would go up.
PwC are carrying out that assessment, yes?
No.
Sorry. PwC are carrying out the assessment on why the increase took place initially. Can I ask who was awarded the contract for the internal auditor services and the accounting and financial services? The internal compliance?
So our auditors are Mazars.
Mazars. Okay. And what's that contract worth?
Just over 100,000.
Just over 100,000. In terms of the, and I'll be coming back to a lot of these, I just want to get the information, so when I do come back after, I can go straight into what I would have thought were the more awkward questions. But in relation to the development board, there was a number of subcommittees set up. So you had the internal audit committee, you had the financial control committee. Can you just talk me through the process? So when, like, we know from the briefing note that in September 2017 the development board identified an additional 61 million, right? We know that. We know then in late August 2018 the development board briefed the HSE and the department on developments in relation to the GMP process, that it was taking longer than had been planned, that the costs were now trending very significantly over the original costs, and the main contractor had just submitted very substantial additional cost claims. So that's when the development board became aware of it. Would the subcommittees have been aware of it before that?
So our reporting structure internally within the development board is, so the executive will generally report directly to the individual committees, so it could be finance committee or it could be the audit and risk committee, and then the minutes of those meetings and the recommendations of those groups are then brought to the board on a monthly basis. So the board would have been informed in September 2017 of the sprinkler issue. In June 2018 the board was appraised that as packages were starting to be returned with design team assessments.
That was June.
This was June of 2018. So we're now, it had increased by a further 40 million, so it could go to 100 million. And then it was August, it was planned to convene a special board meeting of the development board, and the cost escalation had gone to 200 million.
So it would have been June when the development board knew of the escalating costs?
June is when
and it wouldn't have been until August until the development board briefed the HSE and the department of those escalating costs?
That's correct.
Deputy, I'm going to ask you to give space because the voting, you'll get back in the meeting.
Okay, so the final question is, are you saying the development board knew before the subcommittees?
Of the 60 million or the 100 million?
In June, in 2018, of the significant overruns which were now starting to come through?
We would normally brief the finance committee first. I'd have to check the records depending on when design team reports would have landed to us.
Okay, so I will be coming back to that, because even in your own handbook here, there are specific functions of the finance committee which I would like to question with you after lunch, just to put you on notice that I will be delving into the subcommittees after lunch and their role in this whole process.
Thank you, Deputy Connolly.
Thank you. I've actually sat on all the committees so far on this issue, and I'm, again, none the wiser as a result. I think it's absolutely shocking that you didn't have the figures to hand. It seems obvious that we would ask for a breakdown of how plus 450, or what the breakdown between construction and whatever other costs. Mr. President, you were in here, this room yesterday with me at the Health Committee, and it seemed very clear that the board was put in place, correct me now if I'm wrong, based on competency. I think you said earlier on, and I don't want to misquote you, that the development board was set up because the expertise didn't exist within the HSE to do this. It seemed like a better
I don't want to take from the HSE, but we had particular regard for the scale of this
project.
Absolutely.
No, I'm not suggesting that they should know how to do big projects. I'm just saying that's what it was decided on. And then we see that basically there was absolutely no point in having this board, because it didn't seem to have delivered on the competency in the terms of keeping control of costs and watching how things were being done. It just seems shocking that a board would be in a position that an inflation of this magnitude would not be highlighted to yourself at an earlier stage. And you spoke earlier about where the increases, PwC are going to find out where the increases are, why the increases are, and why they weren't flagged. And we talk about early warning systems. But I would argue that the whole point of the board was to avoid this situation arising in the first place. So we have a list here of all of the experts or auditors, this document here, listed Mazars and Deloitte and Linesight. It would be very useful to the committee, so we don't have to continuously ask, if an additional column could be put in there to say what the fees for all of these experts and auditing, that despite all of these experts, that we've still ended up here today with a project at we think, almost twice the price at which it started. The guaranteed maximum price, is it true to say that that is the maximum price unless we go back and say, or you go back and say, we want to build an additional building, we want to put in a new lift? Is that what we're dealing with here? So can we guarantee today that the price is the price and that there will be no increase unless we ask for something new to be built?
Or for inflation above.
Or other than for change of scope, obviously that's what I'm speaking about,
or legislation.
Inflation or VAT. Is that true?
Legislation rather than VAT, because it could be other legislation.
Legislation that would change the price essentially. So those. So I'm not. Can you guarantee I'm not going to be back here next year having the same conversation as to why it's now $3 billion? Is the GMP the GMP? And are you guaranteeing this committee that unless scope is changed, inflation rockets, or a taxation thing is introduced that increases the price, there will be no increase from where we are today?
So that's based on the exclusions in the contract that the Development Board have signed with the firms involved, and they're the exclusions. I think the Development Board are happy to confirm that.
Okay. And indeed, I'm sure if they were invited, the CEOs of the three main companies we're dealing with would likewise be happy to confirm that it is indeed based on a completed design, that this is a guaranteed maximum price to deliver the job in 2022.
Thank you. Mr. President, I asked you yesterday at the Health Committee, were we getting a better product now than we were day one? Yes. And you said we were.
Yes.
Can you maybe elaborate a bit on what's better about it?
So this has been updated at all stages, and the particular period of the Development Board from 2013 onwards has seen intensive engagement with clinicians in a way that we haven't seen in the Dublin Children's Hospitals before. We now have them united under Children's Health Ireland, and that is the capstone on the work that has been done in the preceding couple of years, where clinicians have mobilised around the project and engaged intensively on it. And Dr. Curtis, and also on the Children's Health Ireland side, have been able to use the best thinking within Irish paediatrics to influence the project that will be completed. And the quality of the project has been informed by all of that work.
But that's only happened recently. Why didn't we get all of those people in on day one? Why weren't those people on this competency?
So I am talking about from 2013 onwards, when the board is appointed. I'm not talking.
You're not talking.
We can have a further conversation about the Matter site and how that was done.
Oh no, we won't. No, we don't need to go there. So you did pull those experts who were working in the area into the field, and that's why the design is. We're getting a better product for the children of Ireland than we were initially.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we're waiting on the figures to come back, obviously, on the construction costs and the non-construction costs. But the 66 million in savings in the business case, I think it was you, Mr. Pollock, that mentioned that to Deputy O'Brien. So with 637 million tender, and then in the business case you took off 66 million. Do you remember that figure you quoted a minute ago? What was that figure? How did you save 66 million? So you went from 637 to 571 and then hop back up to 980. How did that happen? How did you have a saving and then an inflation like that? Can you explain that to me? What was your 66 million saving?
So once we received our tenders back in 2016, the tenders came in over our budget. So we sat down with our client and our design team, and we drew up a schedule of targeted savings, areas where we thought we could use a substitution of materials, a substitution of plant, different systems. So that schedule was drawn up as opportunities that we thought would save money.
So just let me clarify. You had a budget, the tenders came back, all tenders were over the budget, and you decided to de-scope, essentially, to bring it back down. Would that be a correct analysis of the situation?
We weren't looking to de-scope the project, but it was looking at, are there opportunities for a substitution of materials? We now have rates in from the contractors for all the various elements, so we might just decide to use a different material on the floor, on the walls, or on the ceilings. So we looked at those options. We also looked at the mechanical and electrical systems to see.
Well, you mustn't have looked at it too closely, though, at that point.
So we looked at all the options, as I say, and we drew up that schedule of savings, and then we proceeded to complete the detailed design to see if we could deliver those savings. So we didn't achieve the 66 million, we achieved 20 million of savings. So that's one of the reasons why the costs have gone up by 46 million above what was in the business case.
Okay. So you substitute materials, so you use maybe stainless steel sinks instead of whatever sort of sinks, to maybe change the floors. You thought you were going to save 66, so, and you save 20. But then we add on, then it goes up to 980. So how do we go from minus 46 in savings to 980? How does that happen?
Yeah, I think that's set out in my...
No, I have enough paperwork now here. Can you just explain to the committee, please? Yeah.
So that's set out in my opening statement in relation to the 7 drivers of the construction cost increase to €890 million. So the first one is the one that you spoke about, Deputy, in relation to the value engineering. So we didn't achieve the 66 million, we achieved 20 million of savings, so the cost went up by 46 million. The statutory issues, and if I can maybe come back to the Deputy's comment about the sprinklers, we were very aware in terms of providing the best facilities for children in the hospital. So in our fire cert application to Dublin City Council, we exceeded all the building regulations. We did put sprinklers on the 3 floors of the inpatient wards. We put in additional fire escape stairs, we put in wet risers, so we exceeded all the building standards by a considerable margin. There's no hospital in Ireland that has got sprinklers throughout the hospital. But equally well, when the condition came back to put it on the remaining 4 floors, and they are by far the biggest area, we said we would appeal that condition to An Bord Pleanála. The independent inspector was appointed, and he adjudicated that we weren't already in excess of the building regulations and said sprinklers are not a requirement. But it was then brought to the board of An Bord Pleanála, and they adjudicated by a 4-3 majority that in terms of that they thought it would be a prudent thing to do. So we had to accept that decision, but we already exceeded the building regulations. But that issue of then having to put sprinklers into the building, and also the tragic loss of life in Grenfell, impacted building standards in terms of insulation that you'd put in non-combustible materials.
You had a combustible material on it originally, had you?
No, it influenced specifications for materials. So we decided the prudent thing to do was to say, are there alternative materials? So we fully complied. Our design fully complied with all the building regulations.
So what was the impact of Grenfell? What had you on it before that you put on after Grenfell?
There was a different form of insulation. So the form we had already complied with the building regulations.
At the time, pre-Grenfell.
Deputy, the 10 minutes up. I want to get in the last speaker.
No problem.
So that issue of the sprinklers in Grenfell added 27 million. The engagement with the users, and I say the users, we have to engage around the 6,000 rooms in the building. So we had detailed user engagement around 120 rooms as being typically representative. But you have to go through literally every one of those 6,000 rooms to identify how many ICT points you need. And that means you need to go through and list every piece of equipment that goes into those rooms, every electrical socket.
That's the job of a QS. That is the job.
Well, no, the point I'm making is that as all 6,000 rooms, there will be variations in them. Again, the deputy kind of questioned whether we were changing wash-hand basins. That was not the case. Sorry, deputy. Sorry, apologies. But we would have had provisional sums for things like pendants in the operating theatres, for the sanitary ware, and they all need to be signed off from the point of view of infection control. So then when we tender them, they were higher than the provisional sums in the budget. So that would have contributed to the 20 million of increased costs around the user engagement.
Okay. I'm conscious of time here, but just from the earlier point, can we have, after the break, when we're doing up the other chart, it'd just be handy, on this, a column with the fees paid to all these companies. So basically all experts, consultant brought in, how much they all got paid to stop this happening, which did happen.
Okay, right. And Con Deputy Aylward, you might only have a moment. We don't know until the break.
Go as long as I can. I haven't that much time. I think it's more frustrating. The more questions we ask, the more frustrating we're getting. That's the way I feel it anyway. I just an observation first. I find it hard to believe that we have witnesses here today that are project managers over this whole scheme from day one, and when we ask the question, they have to go back to a pen and paper to make up numbers today. That's unbelievable for professional people that should be in front of us here today, Pack. And you knew you were going to be asked about taxpayers' money being spent and how to spend, and you're there with pens and papers making up numbers as you go along. And after being through the health committee, and now you're with us, and you're still doing this today.
I think I have to answer that. The information is being asked, it's been presented in a number of ways, and it's been asked in different ways. So, it is a big, complex job. The figures are very complex, and I appreciate it's difficult to understand them. But they are presented in both the department and from Mr. Pollock in a certain way, and the deputies, in fairness, are looking for it to be analysed in a different way. So that's, if I understand your frustration.
Well, if it was professional and on top of your job, I mean, I'm a businessman, I'm a farmer, and if I had not doing so, I know it's a bigger project, I'm simplifying it. But to say that you're not on top of your figures there, and after all the questions being asked you, that you still have to go back
I think
and frustrate us.
It's unfair to say, it's unfair to say we're not on top of our figures just because we can't answer it in a particular way. But we'll certainly deal with, and after the break, we will come back with
But for the ordinary taxpayer, Joe and Mary out in there in the country, all they see here is, and ordinary lay people that see taxpayers' money that start off at 640 million, went up to 900 million. We went through all this. I know you've answered 1.4 million, up to 1.7 million, and even today, no one gave a guarantee that it won't go to 2 billion. No one today once said it will not go, when it was asked twice before my colleagues, that it will not go to 2 billion. So, I mean, that is frustration. Something started. I mean, how can any ordinary person accept that as bona fide? That kind of figures and that kind of numbers are still coming at us and still not being told here, given a guarantee here today, that it won't stop at
Deputy, there's quite a few votes, so we'll resume at 2:30. 2:30. We vote.
See, on behalf of all our sectors,
No, just
Shane in the board, Shane in the government, he's a failed us all. We are suffering.
Sorry, I don't. This is only. That's fine. So, Deputy Aylward, we do have to go to the vote. We do have to go to the vote. But I'm concluding just on this. We're coming back at 2:30.
Can I get an answer to that before I go on?
Okay. Yeah, you can.
Can I get an answer from someone from the Secretary General?
In relation to our board, Deputy, and I did say early on, is we've got to a stage now where we have a guaranteed maximum price. We had a very structured process we went through for months. We were given a brief back almost 6 years ago. We worked through in terms of procuring design team. We analysed what are the best ways to procure the contractor, and mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, before we committed to the major spend here, which is as just a month ago, that we would have cost certainty and programme certainty. And we have got to that stage. I appreciate that the figure now is much more than we expected it to be, but if we got to the stage which we set out to do, is that we would have cost and programme certainty.
But just ask you, a minute ago you gave witness saying sprinklers, things like that, as you go on. Where is the professionalism here that you learned as you went along that you needed this and was told to have this? Would that not have been part of the original, before you ever sat down to print the hospital, would you not be part of that what is involved here, what kind of costs, and instead of that, you're telling us that you learned as you went along, before Penola, you had put in sprinklers, VAT, a simple thing like that. I know money increases, that you couldn't have predicted all this before you started. It's just frustrating, to say the least.
Just finally, the VAT is increasing because the cost of the project is increasing. VAT is in from the start. And my final point, because people press me to give something I couldn't give, I cannot say with definitive, if there's an exclusion from a contract which says if the Minister for Finance increases the rate of VAT, then the contractor is entitled to get money. I can't say to you, I don't make those decisions, that VAT will stay the same or VAT will go up or VAT will go down. What we will do instead is a sensitivity analysis that if those things were to change, what impact it would have.
Okay, we're going to, so just two last things before we adjourn. We're coming back at 2:30. One, I know you might say you're asked different questions different way. You've been in 3 health committees and you're here today. I would have thought, given that the project cost from the Department of Health point of view is 1.7 billion of approximately 1.4 billion or more is in your department and the other 3 billion is in the other group, that the opening statement to the first meeting you would have attended to the Oireachtas would have been a breakdown in that, not going back into history. I would have thought that would have been the first statement. Here's the 1.7, here's what is made up, and we go back and answer the question. I thought that would have been the most basic piece of information coming before any Oireachtas committee, and we want that by 2:30. Yeah, you have it, because I'm quite sure out of that 1.433, somebody can just press a button and give you a breakdown.
The concentration
the
concentration in the earlier hearings was on the increase, so we tried to analyse the 450.
Okay, well,
we will do the total
and the last
now.
thing, I just say, I got the message from you that you fought tooth and nail on your back to provide a full sprinkler system in the hospital. They're children, they're vulnerable. I know the rooms and the wards where the inpatients were, but there are the floors, but there are 4 other floors, and the children could have to go through some of those floors to get out, and to say you appealed it to Board Connolly and you quoted the inspector's decision back in your position up, and you quoted 3 of the, there's only a majority decision in 1. It sounds. I'm just saying, if somebody had the interest of children, it sounds as if you did everything in your power to have a full sprinkling system in the hospital. That's kind of the message I got from you. And yes, Board Connolly told you to do it. Yes, you're doing it. Yes, it's an extra cost. But it sounds as if he fought this. Did you fight it on financial grounds or because you thought it was a silly idea to do these sprinklers? Why did you fight that? the whole way to Bord Pleanála?
Well, we already exceeded, so we didn't have to install sprinklers on the 3 upper floors.
Yeah.
That wasn't a requirement of the building regulations. Okay. So we engaged with the fire officer.
Okay, so can I ask, what building regulations are you using, given that this is such a once-off project, there's nothing like it before? And are those building regulations, they can't have been designed, I can understand offices and other buildings and other hospitals, but there is no paediatric hospital in the country which you can say the building regulations that you're talking about cannot have been written on the basis of the presumption there was this type of a hospital was going to be built in St. James's.
So the building regulations here very often follow a similar regulatory pattern to the UK. Hospitals in the UK, the practice is that you do not sprinkle our hospital. So we had discussions with Dublin City Council Fire Department, and we agreed that we would put in where the most vulnerable in terms of the inpatient wards, that we'd have 3 floors of sprinklers. We put in additional escape stairs above and beyond. So we went beyond the regulations. We didn't just accept the regulations and say we'll do that no more.
And did you think and so it wasn't, I know you said there was an extra cost. What was the cost? Was it the 27?
Well, between 27 and
did you go to Bord Pleanála because you didn't want to incur the cost, or because you thought they weren't needed? They weren't required. We understand that. They weren't required under building regulation. But obviously Bord Pleanála felt it was proper sustainable development for the next 100 years that we keep talking about. You know, like those requirements that you're using are the ones now, but you keep telling us this is for the next century. You couldn't have believed regulation would be static. This is what I would call future-proofing.
But in terms of coming up with a fire strategy, there's different ways to go about it. So one is sprinklers, and the other is through fire escape stairs. So we adopted, now we have a combination of 2, and we already exceeded the requirements.
Okay, look, I've made the point. So look, we're now suspended until 2:30, and we hope that document of the 1.7 will have that as leading into the afternoon. And I don't know how long we'll be, but some members won't be back. So when we come back, we'll have a good estimate of how long it's going to take at that stage. Okay, so we're now suspended. And we're dealing with the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board and the costs in relation to the new Children's Hospital at St. James's Hospital in Dublin. And we're also joined by the Department of Health. So before the break, we asked for a breakdown of the costs that, as of today, are the costs expected to complete the project, the 1.7 billion. And as I said, that's the cost of today. It's another issue if there are other issues come to arise at a later date. But as of today, the cost is 1.7 billion. And I want to read out now for the public record the breakdown of those costs. The first item is 14.5 million, is the decanting costs in relation to the site. The second item is aspergillus, which is about infection control in the hospitals during the course of construction, 5.8 million. Then the cost of the main contractor, BAM, is 550 million. The Jones Group get 177 million. Mercury another contractor gets 157 million. And then there's an extra contractor providing lifts. And those 4 items add up to 890 million euro, which are the main construction costs. The outpatient and urgent care centres in Tala and Connolly add up to 53.4 million. That comes to 963.7 million, and VAT is 130.1. So given the gross construction costs of the project of 1,093.8 million, 1,093.8 million. Then the other costs associated, the non-construction costs, are as follows. The equipping the hospital, MRIs and furnitures and scans, comes to 87.9. The planning and development fees and also development levies payable to various local authorities, 13.6 million. The design team fees are 71.3 million. There's a contingency for 51.3 million. The cost of running for the entire course of the project, the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board company and their legal and professional fees and the cost of running their own organisation for the period is 66.04 million, and other costs, or these costs, add to 290.1 million, and then the gross of these costs, including VAT of 49 million, is 339.1, added to the construction costs of 1.093.8 billion, gives the building cost of 1.433 billion euro. Then we move on to other costs outside of that, which are being handled by the other organisation, the Children's Hospital Group, Children's Hospital Ireland Group, and there is a figure of 18 million for the Children's Research and Innovation Centre. The Information and Communications Technology in relation to computers is 97 million, which their organisation is dealing with. Then we have the Children's Hospital Integration Programme, which is 86 million, and that involves the integration of the children's hospitals that are currently in Crumlin, Temple Street and Tala. That's 86 million, as I've said. The electronic healthcare records are going to be 52 million for the entire project, and there's a write-off already paid of approximately 40 million in relation to the Mater Hospital site, which was the original first option, and which has not proceeded. So those costs come to 293 million euro, giving a grand total as of today of 1.7 billion. We'll endeavour to have that list circulated as urgently as possible, but for the record, so people watching it, they can get a breakdown of those figures for now. And we're great. It's good. It's good. Yeah, can we agree to note and publish those figures? Agreed. And so before the break, Deputy Aylward had just commenced, so you have a 10-minute slot, and then we move back to the other members in sequence that they spoke this morning.
Chairman, I welcome everyone back after the lunch. I hope we'll be in better form after the break. Just on what you gave us there, the Mater campus, 40 million is write-off. That seems a lot of money. I know there was a political decision was made afterwards to take it. What kind of costs? What covers that 40 million? What was entailed?
So the Mater costs were before our time.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I understand that. But why would it be 40 million? It seems an awful lot of money and never a sod even turned on it.
Well, there would have been obviously site surveys, site investigations done for the site at the Mater, design team fees, healthcare planning to come up with the design brief, and which we use then to inform our design, the planning application to Dublin City Council and Board Penola. So business cost, there was a business case produced, so that was...
It seems an awful lot of money and more waste, 40 million to decide before we eventually came to another site. Anyway, that's political, I suppose, and it was pretty wrangling that did that. I just want to start again about the external review, independent review. I believe that's an independent review. They are sitting at the moment. Who set them up and what's their remit?
HSE.
Sorry, I don't know what that's. Sorry.
Okay. HSE, as requested by the department and agreed with government. Deputy have commissioned the review and it's being undertaken, as Mr. Breslin said earlier today, by PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Okay, and they're professional people that will together complete.
And they will bring into bear both local expertise but also international expertise in terms of procurement and construction experts that will be involved in the process.
So they'll be looking at the monies, the costs, was spent today, and all the whole project is laid out. They will analyse the whole lot and they come back. If they find anything wrong or critical or make recommendations, what standing has that TE now with the project going forward? If they say there's a lot of mistakes here made to identify where there's a waste of money or a waste of some resources, what power have they in the recommendation, or what's going to happen if they do make a recommendation or a criticism?
Okay, well, certainly the reason the main reason that the review has been commissioned has been to provide an independent perspective in terms of the reasons that led to the cost escalation, with a view to providing assurance to those that matter all the way up through to government that any changes that are required to structures or controls or processes within the development board, that those changes will be made. And certainly, as Mr. Costello said today, and I can say on behalf of the HSE, and I'm sure Mr. Breslin would say on behalf of the department and so on, that those recommendations will be given careful consideration with the full expectation that they will be implemented. We wouldn't be doing it otherwise.
How long will it take this committee to report, or this individual committee to report back to us?
The reviews,
when will we have the review?
The review is to be completed by the 3rd week of March.
3rd week of March. So if there is changes to be made, you will take them on board, or recommendations,
yes,
you will take all that on board, and that will be carried in.
And just to say that at the Health Committee, the Minister said he proposed to take that report to Government and publish it, and he also said he would act on anything in the report if he
so
needs
at least
to make
we know
changes.
what's going on.
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to reports, like, you know, in the papers and other people about this is the dearest hospital, the children's hospital, paediatric hospital ever built in the world. And is that true? Is this the dearest hospital ever built in the world? The world is a big place and we're a small dot on it, on the globe. Is this the dearest hospital ever built for paediatric or children's hospital?
Can I maybe answer that question, Deputy? So as part of, back in August 2018, so we, at that stage, once the cost increases were starting to become apparent, we carried out a benchmarking exercise, looking at an international benchmarking exercise, looking at other hospitals, including children's hospitals around the world, to see how we compared. So there was, I think, in total maybe 14 hospitals surveyed, and the average of those per square metre was €5,951 per square metre. Our costs are 6,500 on average per square metre, and the most expensive that they benchmark hospital was 8,000 per square metre.
So it's not the dearest hospital that was ever built in the world?
So those are the figures. I mean, the other project that's sometimes referenced is the Royal Adelaide Hospital in Australia. So the Royal Adelaide Hospital, it's about the same size as ours. So their hospital is 175,000 square metres and was completed in 2017. Our project, if you include the urgent care centres as well as the main children's hospitals, were 170,000 square metres. They're about on a similar scale. So their project cost €1.55 billion and was completed, all-in costs, was completed in 2017, and ours is 1.43 to the end of 2022.
So we're coming within, we'll say, with what you call the average, if we want to call it average, we're coming within that. Just then another thing that's been reported in papers about the cost per bed. You know, at the end of the day, we're only going to have so many beds, nearly equivalent to what we have at the moment. And the cost of bed, I heard the word 4 million being mentioned per bed. I'd like you to comment on that, because this is what the ordinary person is hearing, and this is what they're seeing on the paper, this is what they're reading, and they can't believe this cost. Can you explain that to the general public that's listening here?
I'll ask maybe...
Because, and maybe Dr. Curtis would add to this, we did debate this at the Health Committee, and I think an important context for this is to understand the nature of paediatric medicine, which above all else seeks to avoid inappropriate admissions to keep people at home or to deal with them on a day case basis. And that's a very child-centred philosophy, that you don't have a child staying overnight if you don't need to. And at the heart of the model of paediatric care that goes into the design of this hospital and goes into the relationship between this hospital and other paediatric units is to minimise the number of children that have to come to this hospital, and particularly the number that have to stay overnight.
A quick turnover, that's your daily turnover.
Yes, so what the proposal is that there be shared care between this hospital and the regional units, and as evidence of the ambulatory nature, keeping people out of being admitted, there will be 2 urgent care outpatient centres, one in Blanchardstown and one in Tala, which will seek to do that. And then the further facilities that will be in the hospital, the diagnostics, the day cases, all will see, for example, a 47% increase in outpatients in the hospital once constructed over the 3 children's hospital, a 26% increase in day cases. So the philosophy here is to use the facilities not to have large numbers of children in beds if they don't need to be in those beds. Obviously, very sick children have to be admitted, and we have a complement of beds to do that. We have a significant increase going up to 60 ICU beds, so we have much more specialist intensive beds in the hospital, but we have very much an ambulatory approach to delivery.
So it's not fair to make a correspondence per bed?
No, and particularly it's not fair to compare a paediatric hospital with an adult hospital, The mix of caseload is going to be different. The design of this is to try and ensure, insofar as possible, that people can get the care they need without being admitted.
Okay. The two ancillary hospitals, just quickly, this is not, I didn't think about it, just the two ancillary hospitals in Connolly and in Tala, what role are they going to play? Are they going to complement the new paediatric? And is a step down there going to be step out from St James down to the two ancillaries? Is that the intention?
So it might be a good opportunity to ask Dr. Curtis just.
Deputy, there are a number of reasons why it was decided to go with the two ambulatory and urgent care centres. One is that were we to have a single hospital, close the 3 Dublin Children's Hospitals and have one single hospital, we would have had an emergency department with 134,000 attendances a year. And if you look around the world, the largest hospital I can find with annual attendances is Cincinnati Children's Hospital, which has 92,000 attendances a year. So 134 would have meant concentrating all of our emergency and urgent care attendances in one single department with an absolutely huge annual attendance. The other thing it would mean is that everybody would have to come to one place. So the reason for putting in the urgent care centres in South West Dublin and North West Dublin is these are populations with particularly high percentage of children and young people, and we are bringing services to them. In the emergency departments at the moment, 85% plus of children who attend and young people will be discharged home. So most people who attend urgent care and emergency centres are discharged. So the urgent care centres therefore are to see people with suitable conditions who have a local service. They come in and they have a sprained ankle, is it a break, they've got a fever, they've got a rash, they've got an tummy pain, and they can be seen in a local centre to them and discharged home. The other reason then is that we are, one of the philosophies about also avoiding admission is trying to deliver services close to people. So as well as the urgent care centre, which is supporting the emergency department in the main hospital, we're going to have outpatient services. So there'll be fracture clinics 4 days a week to support the urgent care centre.
Will the staff be moving from St James
into
the
rotate.
two?
The staff will rotate.
And tell me, will there be prosthesis and operations carried out in these two ancillaries?
No.
No, they'll all be done in St James?
That's right. All of the theatres, and there's an increase in theatres to allow that in St James's, but all of the operations will be at the site of the main hospital.
I want to move on because I know my time is short. Just the capital programmes, and this is a worry for all politicians particularly, because they're all have their own constituencies and projects in line. I was just looking at there, I think this 10-year programme, something like 10 billion project ahead for 10 years is projected. I was just wondering, we're talking about this year 165 of an increase and over capital funding higher because of this hospital, 50 million I think you're talking about taking out of the capital programme this year. The effect on that overall, the 50 million this year, what's it going to be next year, what's it going to be the year after for the project as it's rolled out? And have you any figures on how much is going to be taken out of the capital project for the whole country for the next, is it going to go 10 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? I just want that to know what's happening.
We don't have the figures beyond 2019. Government has to revisit that.
So 50 million is all we know is going to be taken out this year?
So the apportionment is done for 2019, but not for the other years. But you are right to say the total that's available to health over the 10 years is 10.9 billion. So that's the overall amount of funding that's available.
Yeah, how much is St James going to be taking out of that 10.9 million over the next number of years? Roughly, does anyone know that? Will it be 50 million next year, 50 million in 2025, 26? Will it be 50 million taken out every year for 10 years?
The total additional exchequer funding requirement is 320, but only 100 million of that is decided as between health and overall government expenditure. The remaining element, 220, has to be decided at government. And it hasn't yet been decided.
But it will probably be coming out of the capital funding. I mean, where else are we going to get the money? It has to come out of the capital funding. It has to come from taxpayers' money. And it probably has to come out of the capital funding. So my worry is, and I could, a whole list of Kilkenny here, I'm not going to go through them all, primary care centres, doctors in bad conditions, where money is in the pipeline for them. I'm talking about the MRI in St Luke's in Kilkenny, and the building which was promised by the Minister, and it was down there in June and said it was going ahead and to be in the 2019 whatever is going to be planned. And the same as mentioned already in Waterford about the 24/7 cardiac unit and all these small projects, private cares that are needed, and that we're trying to keep people out of A&E by building these private cares to have services at local level to keep it. Are these going to be affected? Are we going to be seeing all these projects? I'm not going to have 6 of them here. I could name out Kilkenny alone. Are they going to be all put back on the long term, in the back burner, and will not see the light of day for 5, 6 years because of this?
So the important thing...
Some of these are in planning already, and some have applied, and I think are in the pipeline for grant aid.
So the overall capital resource compared to the last 10 years has gone from 4 billion to 10.9 billion. So we will have significant discretionary monies to move forward on projects, not just on the Children's Hospital, but on a range of projects. But as explained before the break, the process of concluding on that, particularly in relation to the 2019 capital plan, is not yet concluded. And I don't want in that situation, even if I have a great deal of certainty about a project, but one that's not contractually committed, I don't want to go into one by one statements on them, because that could turn into a tour of Ireland of all of the projects. I have to respect the process. The process is not yet concluded, but there is significant capital resources to move ahead, not just with the Children's Hospital, but with a range of other healthcare infrastructure.
Would you accept here today that there are certain projects going to be, at least, if not pulled, are going to be delayed back maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Well, I wouldn't expect that length of delay, and I wouldn't expect projects to be pulled. Good projects that stand up to scrutiny and have a good rationale will still have an ability to move ahead. As we do in any year, we look at the cash flows, and sometimes things move a little bit slower than are originally planned, and that means other things can move ahead. So this will be continually reviewed as we go along.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. So I'm going to get out of this today anyway, and we'll have to see when the programme is announced and the same next year. But I'm sure we're going to be disappointed, and some of us are going to be knocking at the minister's door to know why is this being taken out and that being taken out. I'm sure that's going to happen down the line. I know it's not your responsibility, but someone has to make decisions. And where?
There's a mobile phone buzzing here. Oh yeah. Well, that's not near. Is it affecting the recording? Well, ask somebody.
No, we'll take it to the usher.
Yeah. Yeah.
Throw it in a bucket somewhere.
Just leave it out with the outside, the usher outside. Because it can interfere with the recording.
Good TD, they're all right.
Okay, Deputy, we're going to have to...
Okay, yeah. I just want to ask a few questions. Have I another minute?
Well, you have a minute.
Okay, just the Controller General's report there and consultancy costs. And I see no states that consultancy costs are all outsourced, business as usual functions. And what does the mean of this note? What does that mean? I just looked at that and what does that mean?
That's in the financial statements, I think.
Yeah, just in your report, yeah, I'm reading that.
I don't have a report other than the certificate.
It's the annual financial statement, is it?
I think that's the liaison officer's note.
Yes, consultancy costs, that's what's down over here, consultancy costs. And no states that consultancy costs are all outsourced, business as usual functions. I'm just asking, what's the meaning of that? Does anyone know that? I must have read nothing different.
In that document, are you on?
Page
12.
Page 5, down the bottom of the page.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think this is part of the governance statement.
That's your brief document.
Yeah, that's our
brief document. That's our brief document.
Yeah, they might have.
No, it's related to the governance statement.
Yeah, on page...
That's not that. Page 12. Yeah. Yeah. So it is actually in the financial statements as part of the thing. It says that consultancy costs are all outsourced, business as usual functions.
Yeah, there are no exceptional costs covered in there. Right?
You're just saying normal business.
Normal business.
That's what you meant by that. Yeah, we picked up that phrase.
Are all consultancy costs, all consultancy are all outsourced, every one of them? All independently outsourced? Consultants?
Well, if they're consultants, we've obviously gone and tendered for them, but we have our own project team.
I was going to ask you to have any
We have, yeah. We have obviously I'm an employee of the Development Board, and Jim is an employee of the Development Board, and Dr. Curtis is an employee of the Development Board. So we have a team of staff, and then we have some secundees from Children's Health Ireland to again help us with the design of the project. So there's a significant number who are direct employees.
Would the consultancy cost, would it be mostly in-house or mostly outside?
It would be mostly out-of-house. Our design team, architects, engineers, fire engineers, quantity surveyors, urban planners, legal, communications, audit, So those services would generally all be outsourced.
Yeah, I think, Chairman, just if I could make a comment in relation to it. The statement on internal control in the financial statements for 2017 is more elaborated than in previous years. It arises from additional requirements for disclosure from the deeper code of practice for state bodies. So, if you like, that note is developing. In many organisations, you will see information in that note around things like change management consultancies and special investigations and so on, because it is something that the committee here has been interested in. But I think the point that's being made here is that their business is commissioning consultancy work, but it's normal to it's a normal part of their business, as opposed to this kind of change management function
So
that
that's
would
where,
arise on
that's
on
where
other.
business as usual comes in.
That's where business as usual, I think,
just
comes
what
in.
business as usual meant. That's all I want to ask. And the last thing I think, just planning application costs there in 2017 cost 7.3 million, and in 2016 only cost 297. How are they so high in 1 year, 16, and then so high in 17 and so low in 16?
So there's two separate things. One is lodging the planning application. So
what year did you lodge it?
We lodged it in 2015, and we received planning permission in 2016. Okay. And then, as a condition of planning, there are planning contributions that we have to lodge, and we've got a payment schedule agreed with DCC for those.
And is that what the note states, those payments plan in place to be paid to Dublin City Council? What does that mean?
That's the planning contributions.
That's the plan, so you have to pay them still?
We do, yeah.
Yeah, you're ongoing, you're paying them over a period of time. Okay.
Finally, and Deputy Cullinane, just to clarify in relation to the capital plan, and I'm sure Deputy will want to, what's the timescale? Is it the HSE capital plan for 2019?
See, finalise the capital plan, submits it to the Minister. There's no
What's
statutory.
the normal time of the year?
It depends. Last year it went on because of the cash flow situation. This year we'd hope to do it in the first quarter.
And when would the estimates for the the department and the HSE go to the Health Committee?
Based on previous years, they tend to be April, May.
So will the capital plan be done before that?
I would expect it to be done.
So in other words, I don't mean it, but the Health Committee will obviously be discussing that.
The Health Committee are very interested in it.
I would hope so. Yes. Okay, sorry, Deputy Cullinane.
First question, actually, to follow on from that, look, I'm not going to go back over the individual capital projects because you've given the rationale as to why you don't want to do the Tour of Ireland as you described. But obviously, for some projects to be delivered on time, design work will have to be done. So not getting into any of these specific projects, can they still press ahead? In other words, the hospital groups and local hospitals press ahead with designs, plans, do all of that work, subject to the overall funding for construction then being approved or not?
So there's two elements to that. One is often the design is contractually committed, so whereas the overall spending on the project mightn't be a contractual commitment, you would have entered into an arrangement with the design team. So in that situation you're continuing. In any event, the design team costs or the design costs as a percentage of the overall project can be quite modest, and in that situation you can allow projects to move ahead through that stage without a big impact on
the capital given that you've understood the sensitivity and the importance of a number of these projects, has that or can that be communicated to hospital groups that while we're waiting to sign off on the capital funding for all these projects, work ahead and press ahead with the design work and everything that can be done? And you'll understand what I'm saying, that
yes,
there's obviously some issues that are
the HSE would take
important.
a case-by-case look at each of those and will be in a position for some to continue on in that situation.
Okay. Thank you. Can I come back then just to the overall costs, because I think we've arrived at this point with a clearer view of what the costs are, but it would have been better had we got this breakdown at the very start. I don't understand why this could not have been provided to us, because and maybe, I don't want to be unfair now, maybe it was a tactic to not provide us. We spend almost all the morning trying to get figures, which really you would have had. And it took us some time to get to a point where we now have the breakdown and the difference between the 1.433 and the 1.7 as opposed to the 983 and the 1.26. Would you appreciate, Mr. Breslin, that that would have been much more helpful to us, and we would have avoided wasting an awful lot of time, to be quite frank, in asking those questions to get to this point.
So what I'd actually say is both would have been equally helpful. I think seeing the increase to 450 and where that came from, which is what we provided you with, is very helpful in understanding what factors have pushed the cost of the project up. But the gross spending from start to finish is equally helpful, and that's the information there.
When did you, again, I know you would have dealt with this in the Health Committee and possibly today, when did you personally become aware of the difference in the 983 in the 2017 costs and the 1.433 in the capital bill subtotal? So that difference, which is quite substantial and is at the heart of why people are annoyed about this, when did you personally first become aware?
So when the guaranteed maximum price was concluded in November, that's when that 450 million increase was notified by the Development Board to the HSE.
First time you were notified?
In early November.
Early November.
What I did say was
just 1 second, just so I want to be absolutely clear. Early November.
Yeah.
And when did the Minister know?
So same time.
Same time the Minister knew.
But if I could be comprehensive, because so when I came back from my leave in the first week in September, I was told that there was concern in the Development Board at the trend within the discussions on the guaranteed maximum price.
So in September it would have been flagged up to you that there may be a problem, but in November you had a very clear understanding and the figures. And what was your reaction?
I was, to say I was unhappy would be an understatement. In the preceding period, which we talked about before lunch, on the 61 million.
Why were you unhappy when you say that was an understatement? Why?
That the cost of the project has escalated to that extent.
Did that signal to you? I mean, if I was in your position and I was, as you put it, unhappy as an understatement, what would be going through my head is that, was there weaknesses, was there mistakes here that led to this overspend? Was that what you were thinking?
So when we approved the budget in 2017, the 983 budget, we said that's a maximum and you have to live within that. And if there are any additional costs to be met, you're going to have to change the scope, you're going to have to find savings to do that. So when I saw the scale of this, I immediately appreciated it's going to be impossible to deliver it within the 983 million budget.
And who has overall responsibility for the project?
The Development Board is the body.
Of the overall project to deliver the hospital, not just the bill, but of putting the doctors and the nurses in and all the supports. Who has overall responsibility for ensuring that it's built and delivered and open?
So the Development Board builds the hospital. The Children's Hospital Ireland will bring the hospitals together and integrate them into the hospital once it's handed over to Children's Hospital Ireland. But the cost increase here is within the construction of the hospital.
If you were looking back at this, Mr McCarthy, and some point you may as a Controller and Auditor General, and if you were looking at who would have overall responsibility for the project, who would you say?
I would have to say it seems to me to be a project belonging to the Department of Health.
The Department of, I would say the same. So in my view then, given that it would, in my view, belong to the Department of Health and you have this overspend of 400 or 500 million, surely then the buck has to stop with the department.
So, as you know, anything that happens within the health service, ultimately the department and the minister have to account for it, and I do account for it. I'm here today as accounting officer to account for it. But I also have to reflect on the fact that there is a statutory responsibility on the body that we created to construct the hospital, and it's in that budget that the slippage of 450 million has taken place. So by virtue of me being accounting officer and saying I take responsibility, I don't absolve the statutory body that we've put in place of the responsibility either.
Okay, and I've learned an awful lot about process as a member of this committee, and one of the things I've learned is that economic appraisals are important, comparisons are important, due diligence is important, and if you go back to the start of this process, the very, very start, the department, I would imagine, and the board would have had to look at the design, the model, the co-location element of it, and then sites, all would have been considerations. So there was various options available to the state at various different times. So given where we are now, where it's 1.7 billion at a minimum, if you had known 5 years ago or 10 years ago, or at the time when a decision was made, let's say even in terms of the site, given if you had known at that point with the benefit of hindsight, that it's actually going to cost 1.7 billion, would that have changed or altered the decision-making process?
So the bit where the escalation has taken place is not connected with the location of the site. There are separate arguments and people have different views about where the proper place to build this is, but they were settled and decided upon by government.
Okay, well, leaving aside the site, what changes would you make, or what changes would you envisage you would have made if you had known, actually, we're going to get a bill for 1.7 million in 2019?
The area that I'm most interested in, and PwC are going to elucidate most clearly and most beneficially for all of us, is how the 983 million went to the 1.4 billion. And in my estimation, a key explanatory factor for that is the gap between the preliminary design and the final design. And I would like PwC to interrogate that to see, A, were there things missed in the preliminary design that should have been caught there, even though it was a preliminary design and approximate, but were there things that were missed? And then secondly, how was that flagged? Should people have expected there to be a difference between stage A and stage B? And as the difference emerged, what was the early warning system in relation to that? Yeah. So it's in that area that I think the most beneficial examination of this is going to lie, and PwC are going to be able to tell us about the learning to be achieved
and just maybe
and any weaknesses in the project that have been
appreciate the response. And just, Mr. McCarthy, just to help me in terms of this process, I do appreciate that you can't say a huge amount about this because your job is to look back. At some point you may or may not examine this, and that's a matter for yourself. But if at some point you were, would it be fair to say that what you would do, and this is why it's relevant now because I think it should be done now, is that you'll be going back to look at what were the what was the information available to the department and to the group at any given time?
That would typically be the approach to a capital project like this.
What economic appraisals would be done in terms of the various options?
Yeah, and the appraisals are mandated. They're required under the Public Spending Code.
And what risk would be associated, of course, would have to be outlined as well. So risk would be important. So I'm just wondering if at any point we did that, and at some point I think my impression will be you will be looking back at this at some point, but
if I think it can add something valuable in terms of learning.
I'm just wondering what will it turn up. But in the here and the now, given, and I'll finish on this, Mr. President, given that, as you said, to put it mildly, that you were upset when you found out there was an overrun, again, just if you can just finish on this, what changes are you considering making now, or is there any changes that are being considered now, given the huge overrun that has happened?
So the most important thing is to conduct the PwC examination in as quick a fashion as possible to the quality that we require.
But do you need the PwC to tell you? Why do you always need some external body to tell you?
No, I think there will be really important learning in that. If you ask me today, sitting here in front of you, where I think learning arises, I think it arises in relation to the estimation of the quantities. I think there is, in the move from the first stage design to the second stage design, there's such an increase in the quantities that I would like to understand how we can be more robust in the estimation of quantities. Now that is a professional and technical
task. And when
task.
PwC were being appointed as the body that would examine this, was there any consideration given to potential conflicts of interest between PwC and the company involved? Would that have been examined to make sure there wasn't any conflicts of interest, given that you want an independent analysis here?
Yeah. Certainly, Deputy, it was explored with them, and to the best of our knowledge, there are no conflicts of interest.
Was explored with who?
With PwC.
And what would that mean when you say explore?
As in, the issue was discussed with them as to whether there were any potential conflicts of interest that would compromise.
So you were satisfied that there was no
I'm satisfied that there are conflicts of interest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next speaker then is Deputy Murphy, followed by Deputy Connolly. And Deputy Connolly. O'Brien, we're taking them in the original sequence,
Just to maybe set out of context, I think everyone wants the National Children's Hospital. if there's been disputes, it's not been about there being a need for the hospital. And essentially, I think there had been a complete understanding and an acceptance that we collectively would pay for that through taxation. But people hate being taken for fools, and that's exactly how people feel at the moment. They feel they feel that, you know, they expected it to be delivered within a time frame, and they expected it to be delivered within or near enough within budget, or if not within budget, where there would be a rational explanation if there was going to be extra things added that they would be costed in. Now, so some of the issues that we've raised, where, for example, there was a two-phase tendering process. And accepting the point you make about 2016 and how things are costed, but when it came to considering, you told us before lunch, when it came to considering whether or not you would re-tender for the second, which was an option, what we heard from you was that it would add possibly 2 years to the delivery. We all understand it needs to be delivered yesterday. So was that even considered when you went to the two-phase approach about delivering the hospital in a timely way, that it was really there in theory as an option, but it wasn't really there in practice if it was going to add 2 years to the timeline for delivering? I actually think 2 years is, I'd want to see where the 2 years is, but what I want to really kind of focus in is there's kind of points of no return here. One was obviously the point of no return once the decision was made to go with the site. Then it got driven to the point where we were told it was a point of no return. Now we're at a point of no return, or in the autumn we're at a point of no return in relation to the timeline for delivering it. So, is that really that two-staged process? Is that really a two-stage process when you're trying to deliver a project within time? It doesn't strike me that it is.
So there's actually a lot to unpick in that, and you could argue it in different ways. But one of the things I think that the two-stage process does give you is the ability to mobilise onto the site, decant, do the groundworks, while you are still elucidating the final design brief, design for the above groundworks. And there is a time saving in that. You are also using one call to the market in terms of the tender process, and there's a time saving in that. So there are time savings in the two-stage process, but you're asking the question with the hindsight that we have, which is that in this case, the two-stage process opened up such a gap between the estimates at when Stage A was conducted and when we now have the final costings, that it placed government in a position that it had to consider other options. It was so significant. And one of those options was re-tendering, which would have added to it. If the two-stage process had worked seamlessly and we had gone from the 893 and stayed in or around that mark, then it would have saved time, and it would have been on budget.
Yeah, but in fact, we've heard earlier that in actual fact the estimation process was far from robust right from the word go.
So it has saved time.
The failure was much further back.
That's right. It has saved time, but there has been a very, very serious escalation in cost.
Can I just, I mean, most of the expertise, and nobody expects the Department of Health to have an expert section to deal with a project, or maybe a small number of projects that are every, maybe to last for 100 years. But it strikes me that the expertise that has been in terms of learnings, and that it strikes me that the expertise, once this is over, that expertise, there's going to be no institutional memory for that expertise in terms of other projects, not necessarily in the health area, but capital projects where we have a big national development plan. I think it's absolutely essential that not only does the PwC report, show where their failings are with this, I think the institutional gaps need to be identified as well for other capital projects.
I think it's a very good point you make. One of the things, because of the scale of the country we have, for example, in Canada, you have a public sector construction body that constructs major mega projects. In this case, in Ireland, we have mega projects that don't arrive every year, and somebody works on them over the course of their career, but they only work on one. Yeah. And designing a solution, it may not be a structural solution, but designing a solution that sees the learning from major projects moved from that project onto other projects, not just in health because there's so few of them, but to other projects nationally.
The point is the expertise is being bought in from the private sector, essentially we could have or we possibly need to have some public sector or a beefing up of the public sector side in relation to this, where that's the point I'm making. Can I just move on to a couple of other things because time is very tight. You talked about penalty clauses on the contracting side. Is there penalty clauses on the contractor side or contractor's side? If so, what are they and how many are there?
John, you may.
So the contract is now, in terms of the construction period, the contract finishes in 2022. So there are then liquidated damages within the contract, ramping up, I think.
Can I have that in English, please?
Sorry, apologies, Deputy. Yeah, so if the contractor is late in delivering the project, there are penalties that are set out in the contract, and I think they ramp up off memory to, I think it's around maybe 200,000 a month or something like that is my recollection, but I have to check what the precise figures are in the contract.
So there's no value in terms of construction inflation by dragging it out. There is a penalty to put an end to it, to conclude the project, and there's a penalty for it.
Correct.
Are there penalties on any other aspect of it, on the contractor side?
Well, the contractor has at this stage has a guaranteed price. So in essence, the penalty is almost self-policing. It is indeed. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the matter, the point I was raising at the very beginning of the meeting. The 40 million? It was 30-something million, and
about 6 million was brought forward as having some potential value from a design point of view in the current project.
Yeah. Now, the 35, then, when we got a list, we were shown 40 million. I would have said the 6 million was possibly something that you deduct from the costs, if it's something that can be brought forward, rather than you add to the cost. Why am I picking that up wrong?
I think my understanding of the schedule that's presented of the 1.7 billion, it's trying to capture the total costs that have been spent since the commencement of the project to construct the hospital. And so the money was spent. And therefore it's proper to recognise that it was spent. The writing off is an accounting exercise where, in capitalising the value and bringing the value forward onto the balance sheet, you're discounting something that actually delivered you no benefit. Okay. So you leave that out of it, and then the value of the assets that are put in place is brought onto the balance sheet. Okay. That's a summary.
We've erred on the side of being exhaustive on that one, Deputy.
Right, okay. Can I ask, in Mr. Pollock's opening statement, you talked about the final cost is in line with international benchmark costs for hospitals of a similar scale and complexity. Now, I don't want to take that as a given. I want to see what it was compared with, because we're hearing that it's going to be the second most expensive hospital in the world. So I want to know what you benchmarked it against, and if you haven't got that now, can you come back to us with that, with a note, so as we can see exactly what we're comparing, rather than just accepting that as a given from yourself. just in relation to something that I never understood was, and it has been described very well in relation to the urgent care centres, and I don't dispute that the value of those and the methodology and the thinking behind it. But Tala was built. I mean, I remember visiting it just before it opened. It's not a very old hospital, and there was a very good and very well thought out section for children in that hospital. Why wasn't that something that would be? Why was there a need for an extra or a new unit there when there was already a children's? There was a purpose-built design set of wards for the children was not large enough, or what was the thinking on that?
I think the thinking behind it is that the way that Tala University Hospital is designed with the Children's Hospital is that the Children's Hospital is really integrated into the adult hospital. So to get to the Children's Emergency Department, you have to go through the Adult Emergency Department. Also, the figures that the way the Emergency Department was built, I think the predicted activity for the Emergency Department in Tala was much less than it is now. When Tala opened, it would have been a quieter emergency department than it is now. It now sees around 33,000 children a year, which is virtually the same as what is seen in the emergency department in Crumlin. And therefore, the emergency department in Tala wouldn't actually accommodate the way we want to deliver the service now and the way it will be delivered in the main hospital and in the Connolly Urgent Care Centre. The other piece is that part of Children's Hospital in Tala is the beds, which of course are integrated into the main hospital. So what we're delivering with the new build at Tala is an urgent care centre that's built and developed the way a modern urgent care centre should be, and similar to the quality and standard in Connolly and the main hospital, and also then an outpatient department that has the right kind of support. So for example, there's going to be a big orthopaedic service in the urgent care centre at Tala, with a physiotherapy and occupational therapy gym beside that, so the children who are recovering from injury, fractures. But at the moment, that's in the physiotherapy department within the adult hospital in Tala. So really, in terms of this being a new project where we're bringing the three children's hospitals together, to have left the section, the urgent care and outpatient centre at Tala, integrated into the adult hospital, means it wouldn't really have joined up as being part of the new Children's Health Ireland.
Okay. We get to reuse facilities in Tala for adult care, so they'll be recycled into the main hospital now after it moves.
Thank you, Deputy Connolly.
I'm going to ask some practical questions again just from the accounts and then come back. But I just want to pick up on something that my colleague here said, David Cullinane, in relation to conflict of interest. And you explored whether there was a conflict of interest with PricewaterhouseCoopers, is that right? And you've satisfied yourself that there's no conflict?
Yes, that's right.
And so they have never acted for BAM at any stage, have they?
No, to the best of our knowledge, there's no current conflicts.
Have they acted for BAM in the past?
I couldn't answer that now, Deputy.
That would be relevant.
But the nature of PricewaterhouseCoopers, or indeed any of the other larger firms, would be that there will be there will have been some paths crossing at some point in history.
But I'm particularly asking, did their paths cross with BAM? I understand that
I don't have that information sitting here today, Deputy.
Is that not relevant when you get in something?
Because there was a parliamentary question on it, Deputy, and we've checked with the Development Board. The question was in relation to BAM and this project. There was no involvement of PwC. So they've had no role in relation to BAM's involvement.
I didn't table that parliamentary. Somebody
no, it wasn't yours.
Yeah. So just clarify that.
That would have been the question I asked. Any involvement could potentially give rise to a conflict of interest. It may not.
Yeah.
So I think I'd be interested in this response as well.
I'm happy to come back to the Deputy.
You don't have...
I suppose to put it on record as well, it wouldn't be in PricewaterhouseCoopers' interest for there to be a conflict of interest any more than it would be in the Department of HSE.
No more than this board. I'm not interested in what they... I'm interested in ye, and I'm interested in what's in place to ensure that there's no conflict of interest.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about PricewaterhouseCoopers at all. I don't care whether it's in their interest or not in their interest. I want to know what you have in place to ensure that there's no conflict of interest.
And what I would say, Deputy, is the assurance that I have sought and received from them that there's no conflict of interest in relation to BAM or any other party.
And they haven't acted for BAM at any stage or done work for BAM?
Well, as I say, that would be to tease that out further in terms of whether in the depths of history there was some involvement at some point in time, given the nature of where these firms have come from and the fact that they also have auditing rules and so on as well. There may have been, but I can certainly check that, but certainly the firm are satisfied and have satisfied me that there's no current conflict. To the extent that there was, and there often would be on this sort of thing anyway, obviously Chinese walls and other similar arrangements can be put in place.
Okay. Just in relation to the site, I'm not going back there, and I started out by mentioning out all the reports, but I think the independent report in 2011 would have gone for a greenfield site at that point. Am I correct in that, Mr. Breslin, if money wasn't the issue in the would the green site have been preferable?
Yeah, so I wasn't involved in 2011, but from my recall of it, the proposition would have been not just to build a children's hospital in that situation, but also to build a new adult hospital and a new maternity hospital on a greenfield site. Yes. So picking maybe one of the adult hospitals that we have and decanting that out to the greenfield. That would have been, if this is a mega project, that would have been a mega project.
Well, I don't know about that because this has become a £2 billion project. So, let's just be reasonable here now for a moment. So money was the issue at that point, but the experts were saying, look, a greenfield site and have a tri-location.
Well, the experts were saying have a tri-location, and then on the question of how to achieve that, it came down, and cost is always a consideration, it came down to the attractions of the site and the ability to co-locate it beside a general hospital rather than start from scratch with a general hospital.
And for this site, St James, was it going to be a tri-location or a bi-location? I can't remember.
Tri-location.
Tri. And what happened to that then?
That's still the plan, is to move the Coombe to the St James's site after we complete this project.
Where's that at?
After we complete this project, the Coombe would move over to the St James's site.
That's the cost of that.
Well, no, I was going to ask, was BAM going to do it actually? But
that'll be a completely separate project.
Okay. Let me look at just the accounts again. There's a few other, just nitty-gritty now in relation to one or two little things. I was asking about the rent, and I quoted the wrong figure, and the Controller and Auditor General corrected me, rightly so. And then I look back at that, and I see office fit-out as well. Now, these are colossal prices. So if we look at office fit-out in 2016, it was $594. Is that correct? Yeah, $595 almost, yeah, for office fit-out. So in addition to the rent, we have the office fit-out at over $500,000. Then we go forward into 2017, and we have another office fit-out for $133,945. Will someone explain those figures to me, please?
I spoke previously about when we moved into the new offices in Herberton. So that was.
Can you tell me, are these figures justified?
All those figures were tendered. So the building we took over was a shell and core building. It had a planning permission for a different use. So it was literally 4 walls and a ceiling. So we had to fit it out as a normal office. So we tendered the works and we appointed the contractor to carry out the works.
You see, just outside of this, we'll all be picking up on the ground the consequences of this. Some of my colleagues have talked about it. And you talked about the new model of care, less children going into hospital. The damning reality is less children will be going into hospital in other places because there won't be hospitals. Projects will be stopped. So I'm looking at that in this context, and I look at it all the time in terms of rent. Various organisations have been before us. Rent and a fit-out for an office, over $500,000 in 1 year, and then the following year another 100,000. The department, I mean, was there another alternative for this where money could have been saved rather than a fit-out for an office at over $500,000?
I think one great advantage of the location is that it has embedded the project in the community in which it's going to be based. And having the development board off-site of the St James's campus, I think, would have been a problem. So because they're right on the fringes of the St James's site, they've been able to develop the linkages with the community and involve them in the project.
I'm not sure now that could justify a fit-out for an office.
So I'm not trying to justify the fit-out, but when you said, was there another location, there were limited options in the immediate vicinity of St James's, and I think it was the right decision to locate the development board in that vicinity.
At that cost? Rent? At that cost?
I leave it. A community gain to this project is a key benefit that we're seeking to realise.
Okay. Okay. There was another sentence I didn't understand on page 19, consultancy cost. Page 19, right in the middle of the page, consultancy costs are all outsourced, business as usual functions. What does that mean?
We discussed that a few minutes ago.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Was I late? Sorry.
I can't remember, but I was explaining that the statement on internal control, it's a power requirement that there be a disclosure in relation to consultancies, but the nature of the consultancies that they were interested in having disclosed were change management type of consultancies or special investigation type of consultancies, where I think the consultancy expenditure that they have here is normal to the nature of the business that they do. So they're contracting designers and project managers and cost consultants and so on.
Yeah, I missed that explanation.
So, yeah, that note is appearing in the statement in each public body. You'll see it in other financial statements.
I hadn't seen it
but
before.
This is the first year of its appearance, and it will develop to try and provide better quality and more detailed information that's of interest to the community.
And then there was legal costs as well, the last thing in the accounts I just wanted to look at.
Again, I think that's just below that on the statement on internal control.
What page is that one? Sorry.
I think it's page 12.
I lost it myself. Sorry.
Legal costs and settlements. Again, this is one of the requirements in the Code of Practice. So if the board will be able to explain the nature of this case.
So this was in relation to the O'Reilly Avenue residents who border on the campus. So during the course of the construction works, and we were replacing boundary walls, our contractors replacing boundary walls, and it was damaged caused to the residents' properties. So we were brought to the High Court on this issue, and these are the legal costs associated with that action.
Okay. What was the legal costs associated with that action?
It's 98,000 is noted in the legal costs and settlements in relation to the O'Reilly Avenue.
Okay. Was that settled? Did that case settle, or did it end up in court?
Well, we haven't returned to the High Court, so the final, we're working with the residents to conclude.
So is that still an outstanding legal case? It hasn't settled yet?
Well, they may, currently,
just listen to my question. Has it settled, or is it still open?
It's open for them to bring it back.
So what is the 98,000 for then?
So that was in terms of the High Court hearing and our legal costs associated with that.
But it hasn't been resolved yet?
Well, we have a solution with the residents that we're progressing. But
and you don't need to tell me the details because you can't, I don't. But has it been resolved yet?
It hasn't been resolved yet.
And what's the anticipated cost of that?
Well, we're not anticipating more legal costs.
No.
So there will be some reinstatement costs with the residents, and we intend to recover that under project insurance.
Was that damage that was done?
It was damage that was caused.
Okay. And is that group of residents together in one case, or are they all separate?
No, they're together in one case.
Are there other cases?
No.
No other cases?
No.
Okay. Now, just to go back to the board, is it 12 people on the board? 12 on your board, is it, or 13? 12?
12.
12. How many are women? 2, I think, is it?
2. Yes.
2. So 2 out of 12. How many are doctors?
There's one that's a clinical doctor.
Will you go down through the board members and tell us who each of them are, why they're there, or where they're from? So I know it's in your accounts on page 16, you know, just tell us. Okay, whichever, yeah. Page, and what page is your annual report?
Page 8 of the
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have the financial statements there, and I have the...
It's on screen.
Anyway, okay, I have it. Just go down and tell us who's who.
Tom Coster, that's myself.
And you're from where originally?
Well, my background is in construction,
Yeah,
so I've spent
Okay.
all my career in construction, really.
Stay going down, yeah.
Tim Boucher Hayes is legal background. John Cole is architecture. John previously was head of the health estates in Northern Ireland, and John brings a lot of experience there. Brian Fitzgerald was previously the CEO of St James's Hospital.
In what capacity?
He was
CEO,
previously the CEO of St James's Hospital, yeah. And finance director, thanks Jim, yeah.
Prior to that.
Yeah. Carol Kent is a planner and was previously on the board of Board Connolly, so himself and John Martin, who worked with Dublin City Council in planning.
So John Martin was a planner with
Dublin City Council, yeah, and they provided huge guidance in terms of steering us through a successful planning application. Paul Quinn is head of procurement in Deeper. Anne Butler is a civil engineer. She's retired. She was a member of Engineers Ireland. Is she not retired?
Okay, civil engineer, yeah.
No, that's Anne Butler I'm talking about. Yeah, Anne is retired. Yes, okay. Yeah.
Board or retired?
No, she was retired as an engineer, but she was on the board of EPA as well.
I'm lost, sorry, now. Is she on the board or is she not?
Yeah, Anne Butler is on the board.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
What's her background, sorry?
She is a civil engineer, and she was on the board of, and maybe currently is on the board of the EPA, Environmental Protection Division. Marguerite Sayers is a long-term employee of ESB, and until recently she was head of Airgrid. Hilary Hoy was from the School of Paediatrics. Now she's been replaced by Jonathan Hourahan.
Yeah.
Liam Woods is HSE indeed, yeah, and Lorcan is the current CEO of St James's Hospital.
Okay, sorry for that.
Yeah, that's the board.
We just want to get a pen picture of the whole.
Yeah, 5 years. It's a 5-year term, is it?
Indeed, yeah.
So the current membership of this board were all appointed in 2013 and then reappointed in 18 by the Minister.
Correct, yeah.
And you were reappointed before the escalation of costs were brought to the attention of the department, were you?
Correct.
So the escalation in costs was brought to the attention of the department after your reappointment.
The date is, I just need to check the exact date. It probably happened around the same time.
July, I think the Minister would have made the appointments.
Yeah,
It might be
the
worth,
escalation in costs was August.
yeah, it might be worth saying, because the Minister said it on Tuesday at the Health Committee, that by virtue of the Children's Health Ireland legislation, which has just been passed by the Oireachtas, he has the powers to reconstitute the board. And he noted to the board when he was reappointing them that in the context of the implementation of the legislation, he reserved the right to look at the composition of the board.
I'll try my best. It's impossible, in a sense, a task on us. And now we have PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is an accounting firm, looking at a cost of 450,000. We've had the good work. Yeah, 450,000. We've had the health. And really, we should be here, and you should be telling us, which you haven't, what went wrong. What were the governing arrangements in place? What were the governance arrangements in place? What went wrong, what you've learned from it. Now, Mr Costello, Mr Pollock, what I've learned from you is that the details in relation to the tender were a bit on the lean side. They should have been a bit clearer about that, and the checks and balances. That's all I've heard. That's all I've heard now from me in relation to it. I've read all the scripts, God help me, and God help the people on the Health Committee asking the questions. And I've read the 2015 script where you were alerted that this was difficult. And I'm here and I feel actually sorry for the department, except that you're the oversight body. You're the people there. Now, you're all in private practice practically on this board, isn't that right? Practically everybody here comes from the private sector.
Well, Paul
Practically, except for one or two.
Four.
There's two.
Four. Okay, just 1 second now. So the vast majority, and including the leaders here, are all from the private sector, which is supposedly very good, much more efficient, much more cost-effective, and the public service is dreadful. That's the message from all of this. But in fact, the public service decided we're not able for this project. It's complex. We're going to give it to the experts. We'll set up a board, and our job is to bring in, what's it called? The public spending code. And you're supposed to comply with that public spending code. And all the details are set out in detail. So I haven't the time, really, and I'm not going to be led by the chair. You should be coming in here telling us which parts did you not comply with the public spending code. Why didn't you comply with them? What have you learned from it? Instead of that, you're coming in telling us this is a marvellous project, we really want it, so on. Waste of time, we know that. We all wanted Children's Hospital. We want to know how this happened, where it fell down. And now the department are left trying to pick up the pieces and wondering. And this is the private sector working for the public sector. Now, would you disagree with any of that?
Can I just
you can, certainly.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to try and summarise as quickly as possible in terms of at the outset, when we were asked to join the board, that was in 2013. At that stage, in essence, the scope of the project was defined through the work we talked about earlier on in matter. In overall terms, we were to build a hospital of 125,000 square metres.
You were to design it, you were to plan it, design it, construct it, and equip it.
Yeah, but at that stage, in terms of the clinical requirements, was more or less defined because of the work that was done in the matter. And in essence, we were asked to deliver a hospital that would be of the order of 125,000 square metres. So it was pretty much defined what we were to deliver. We had to design it in detail, but in essence, at a high level, in terms of the clinical needs, rooms, bedrooms and all that, that was all defined. Our job then was actually to put a plan in place, right? And just in
Mr. Costello, Mr. Costello,
okay.
you can explain all of that to the chair on his time. Please tell me what point you're leading to, what changed. You were appointed as experts. You've repeatedly told us about your backgrounds and told the Health Committee you're the experts, and you were employed. And actually, I think your money went up during this period, isn't that right? Either you or Mr. Pollock's money went up. Was it your own, Mr. Costello?
In the last year, I took no money at all.
That's very good. Prior to that, you were taking money. You were being paid.
I was paid.
Yeah, and I think it increased at a certain point, didn't it?
Yeah, in the first 2 years, I was operating. I was working part-time, so I was given about 2 days a week to that.
That's okay.
So you want...
okay. So you were the experts. And here we are now. And so really what I would expect from the experts is to come in and say, 1, 2, 3, 4. What I see is a load of reports. Mr. Farrell here was a finance officer. And you also had another private expert coming in, isn't that right? Was it BDO or something originally? Are they still with you?
No.
Yeah, at what point did they go?
They left shortly after...
After you came?
The matter side here. When we moved from the matter here, they just finished up what they were doing.
Okay, so let me just go back to just a couple of practical questions and I'll finish. I'll really finish. You know the phase 1 and the phase 2, and you signed the phase 1. You signed a contract for phase 1? A date on that contract? What was the date of that contract? When is it to be completed? And you gave us a price this morning of 80-something million. Will you just clarify that for me? Phase 1.
So
phase A, I think it's called. Yeah.
We signed a contract in August of 2017.
For phase A?
It signs for both because the tender was awarded on the phase A and the phase B. So there's one I'm trying to do my best to clarify.
Okay.
So the tender evaluation was A and B. There was only one contract.
That's right.
It then said, we're instructing you to proceed with the phase A works,
yes,
which is the 84 million plus VAT, which brings it to about 100 million. And we have the option either to proceed with phase B or not to proceed with phase B. And that's the point we reached at the end of last year. Would we or would we not award the second phase?
No, just phase A was to do certain works, mostly under the ground.
Correct.
With some preliminary design for phase B. Is that right? Okay. What was that? You're telling me there was no contract for that? It was just part of an overall contract?
There's one contract, but the contract sum had a sum for the phase A works.
What was the sum for the phase A?
It's approximately €84 million.
Okay. Just for,
yeah.
plus VAT?
Yeah.
And then the little bit for the design for the second part, the preliminary design for phase B?
Well, that was the big, so the total of A and B was 637 million that they tendered.
I see. And then
84
you take out...
is for the phase A, and the rest was for the phase B that we could decide, subject to government approval, to award or not.
Who, two questions, final question. Who on your board represents the public purse? Who represents the public purse, to say? Secondly, who on the board represents the doctors and the nurses for the layout of the rooms and the theatres and so on? The public purse first.
Well, we're guided by the public spending code, so in essence, there's very clear guidelines set out in terms of how we manage the whole rules around procurement and all that. So that it's very clear, and then we're audited on an annual basis, and that shows that we are working within the code that's there. I mean, if I go back to the last 6 months when this became obvious in the beginning, there's been huge and intense work from the board and the executive to interrogate every euro of this. And we put in place a number of reviews. First of all, is to check if where we identified the additional spending, particularly in relation to mechanical and electrical, to make sure that what we had designed was fit for purpose, that we weren't over-designed, right? So that's one of the reports, and we can talk about it in a while. And then to ensure that what we set out to do, which was we got rates in 2016, competitive rates, to make sure that those were applied to the updated quantities, and that at the end of the day, that we are paying for what we're getting. So at the end of the day, the quantities have increased, but right now, we are paying for what we're getting, and we have the benefit of the competitive rates we got in 2016.
Wasn't there omissions in the design in the first place? Haven't you quantified that, the cost of the omissions?
Well, there were omissions of 20 million, and just to give you a sense that the board have interrogated this thing deeply, I just want to explain one of those.
Is there a question of an indemnity being raised? Or?
No, just so that people can understand it, right? Is at the roof of the wards block, it's a curved roof, and there's a plant room behind that. And when they were taking off the quantity surveyor, who was a mechanical and electrical surveyor, he understood there was a roof over that. In fact, it's an external plant, and because of that, then he didn't include the aluminium cladding that is required to wrap ductwork that's external. Now, because of the scale of this job, that was nearly 4 million of an omission. So that's I mean, we've gone through line by line every issue like that, just to understand how this happened. But that's just so that you understand that was that particular one, to give some understanding to it.
Just the doctors. Who represents the doctors and the medical profession?
On the board, the board obviously is appointed by the Minister, but there has been a representative from the Faculty of Paediatrics from the start.
I saw that.
So Professor Hilary Hoey is a paediatrician, and Professor Jonathan Howrahan is Professor of Paediatrics in Cork, so he's there now. But also throughout the process, from the very beginning of the process, there has been absolutely, a huge demand placed on the clinicians and non-clinical support staff in the 3 Dublin Children's Hospitals in terms of getting them to engage with the project, with the design, with their needs. All of the room data sheets, people, representatives from the 3 children's hospitals have sat in, so they have been involved in every stage of the design.
So when someone says to me as a politician they haven't been kept informed and that they're dissatisfied, that's inaccurate completely, is it, in relation to the doctors and being consulted?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's not a question. People have come to me and said this is not correct, that the doctors are being ignored in this and their views and wishes are not being taken on board. That's totally wrong, is it?
No, well, first of all, everybody has been consulted. There have been groups and committees. We've worked with every specialty area. They have received drawings and plans. We've been back to talk to people. They've been into meetings. In terms of the detailed design, clinicians were involved. There hasn't always been agreement. Okay. So not everything that people asked for was granted. And some of that would have been, for example, a certain service may have wanted something in particular, but to have provided that would have compromised another service. So in terms of the planning and design of the hospital, it has to take into account how the whole hospital works. So something that might work for a particular service might in fact compromise future flexibility or adaptability. So we have consulted really closely with people, we have listened to people, we have met with people, but there will be people who will be disappointed that things they wanted and asked for are not in the final design. So that's all I can say about that, but there has been really extensive engagement.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
At this stage, I call Deputy O'Brien.
Thank you. Chair, can I just clarify Mr. Paul Quinn? He was there, he's there on behalf of DEPR, he sits on the board.
He's there in an individual capacity, given his procurement expertise is one of the factors that has indicated he's suitable for the job, but he's not there representing his employer. He's there in an individual capacity.
Okay. Would that not be a conflict? I mean, given, you know, he's a procurement specialist in DEPR, who is the department responsible in terms of the public purse, sitting on a board.
So it's the biggest public sector procurement that will be undertaken.
Yeah.
And he is one of the recognised public sector procurement experts. The decision that was made at the time...
He's there in a private capacity.
He's there as an individual to bring his competency to that. To ignore the opportunity to put somebody with that competency on the board, we could have been judged to not have a fully competent board. So the decision was made to use his skills.
So if there was stuff discussed at a board meeting which could affect the public purse, he's not able to report back to DEPR on that because he's not there in his capacity as a DEPR official or employee.
The formal governance reporting lines still hold that
and that's fair, and I'll get to them now, but I'm just asking that question. So
yes.
If there was...
No, I think the governance lines are the means by which information is brought to the...
Okay. So the board, there was 3 members appointed to represent the interests of the general public. Who were there? And Chair, I would ask for a bit of time now, given the answers are not coming as... That's fine. More, and I mightn't even take that. Yeah, I mightn't even take that.
We haven't got the information categorised in that way. We will check it and get it straight to you.
I'm sure the chair of the board should be able to tell me who the 3 members who were appointed to represent the interests of the general public are.
Yeah, I would have to just check that. In fairness, but that, in fairness, that I was given that information 6 years ago, so I just need to. Double check it.
Surely, but you sat on a board with them for the last 5 years.
But they do operate as a collective. It's a feature of the statutory instrument that certain people nominate, and there's certain
the legislation, okay? The legislation states the membership of the board should consist of 13 persons. Chairperson appointed by the minister. You know who that is. 12 ordinary members appointed by the minister, 3 of whom are appointed to represent the interests of the general public. 3 shall be appointed on the nomination of the chairperson. Maybe the chairperson could tell me who those 3 were.
Yeah. Tim Boucher-Hayes.
Tim
Sorry, I think I have the answer if it's subject to checking, but Tom Costello is appointed by the Minister, John Cole is appointed by the Minister, Marguerite Sayers is appointed by the Minister, Paul Quinn is appointed by the Minister. I take that to be that the three last I've just named are the public interest.
Okay.
The Chair nominated Carol Kent, John Martin and Tim Boucher-Hayes. The HSC nominated Lorcan Burthistle and Liam Woods. The Royal College of Physicians has nominated Jonathan Hourahan, previously Hilary Hoey. Tala Hospital nominated Brian Fitzgerald. And the Children's University Hospital, Temple Street, nominated Anne Butler.
Okay, so Mr. Paul Quinn was nominated by the Minister to protect the public interest.
Yes.
Okay. And he's the procurement specialist in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform.
Yes.
Procurement.
He's the head of the Office of Government Procurement, and he's put on the board to protect the public interest. Yet if there's something which arises at a board meeting, he cannot report it back to the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. It has to go through the formal reporting lines which is set out in legislation.
You asked me what I would expect, and I would expect the formal governing lines to apply. I didn't say he can't, but the board is...
So he can?
I think that the board procedure would come into play whether matters were confidential or not confidential, but the normal governance lines would be the exchange of information would happen via the executive or the chair.
No, and the reason I'm asking this, right, is because we were told earlier that the escalating costs were first brought to the attention of the board in June 2018, correct? Okay. They were not brought to the attention of the Department of Health and the HSE until late August 2018. That's correct? Yet we had the head of procurement in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform sitting on the board, who was aware of these escalating costs. He's sitting there to protect the public interests, but yet there is a 2-month delay from when the board first became aware of escalating costs to when that information was relayed to the Department of Health. So I'm presuming, and Mr. Quinn is not here to answer, but I'm presuming as a board why there was a decision taken to delay 2 months in bringing that information to the knowledge of the department and the HSE. I mean, the conspiracy theorist in me would, ask the question, had it anything to do with the reappointment of the board in July 2018? You become aware in June there's escalating costs. It's not brought to anyone's attention until August, and you're all reappointed in July. I think it's a fair question to ask.
It's an absolutely fair question, and I think you have to understand the workings of the organisation in terms of a finance subcommittee and the board itself, and then the reporting structure upwards, and also to be able to interrogate information before you repeat it. So you can appreciate that just as soon as information is given to you from your professionals or from the executive team, that you don't immediately rush off and say we have a problem, because there's a really important thing to remember here is at the same time we were progressing the definition or the determination of a guaranteed maximum price with the contractors. So what the last thing in the world you want to do is to be spreading information out there saying it's at something, we're not too sure where it's going, it might go to this figure, and the risk of that information becoming broadly known. So it was a very sensitive time.
Becoming public knowledge?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, so, particularly in terms of that information being used for by the contractors for their own benefit in terms of having a sense of what we thought maybe this was going to go to. So it's to protect the structure, the reporting structure of that time was really important.
And the reporting structure is also set out in legislation, correct, in terms of when the minister or what information should be brought to the minister. I mean, it talks about relevant information being brought in an appropriate timely manner. And I'll get to that in a couple of seconds, but if I just in terms of the governance structure. So there was a number of subcommittees established by the Executive Board.
Yeah.
Okay. There was the Finance Committee, there was, and the ones I'm looking at, the Procurement Subcommittee, the Construction Subcommittee, and the Finance Committee Subcommittee. I'm presuming they would have had, you know, a fairly hands-on approach in relation to procurement, financial controls, and even the construction project and management of the project. So if you could just explain to me in terms of the reporting structure, if the Executive Board became aware in June 2018, are you saying that none of those committees were aware prior to that? Was it the Executive Board brought that information to the attention of the subcommittees? Or was it the subcommittees would have got this information first and brought it to the attention of the Board?
Generally, the Finance Subcommittee is held a number of days before the Board meeting, so it could be a number of days beforehand in June.
Okay. How many meetings did they have in 2018? I know there was 11 in 2017. Similar number.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to pin this down, are you saying now that the Finance Subcommittee would have been aware of the escalating costs before the Executive Board were aware of it?
That's the structure we operate.
Okay, so can you, and you probably don't have it now, but I would like to know the date that the Finance Subcommittee first discussed the escalating costs, because since 10 o'clock this morning we've gone from late August 2018 to June 2018 to now a time before the Executive Board became aware in 2018. I would like to know when the escalating costs were first brought to the attention of either the subcommittee or the Executive Board, because it's important, because that is, for me anyway, very relevant information, which under the legislation, I would argue, should have been passed on to the Minister in a very timely and appropriate manner. And it wasn't. When did the Minister become aware of it, Mr. Breslin?
So the end of August, when the Department was aware, not of the extent of it, but aware that there was an emerging issue, the Minister was advised at the same time.
So late August?
Late August, yeah.
Okay. So I would like also, in terms of the Finance Subcommittee, how would they identified the escalating costs? Like, did somebody from the main contractors come to them and have a conversation? Is it done through, you know, meetings with them or letters, emails? How would the Finance Subcommittee have become aware of it?
It's the executive of the Board present to the Finance Subcommittee. So, the contractor are miles away from this. There's no, with the Board, there's no contact with the contractor. So the structure here is there's the executive team.
So who is the...
And they in turn then are advised by the design team, and in this case the financial advisors or the cost consultants or line side, who report into John and his team.
So who is the executive team? I presume...
So I'm part of the executive team, obviously, as the project director. So the design team would issue monthly reports to us as regards how the second stage GMP process was going, and then we report into the Finance Subcommittee meetings, who in turn then, as the Chairman was saying, shortly after that, the Board meetings are convened, and the Chair of the Finance Committee would report.
Mr. Pollock, you knew before the Executive Board would have known around the escalating costs.
Can I just clarify, escalating costs commenced in 2017, so at that stage...
Okay, we're talking about the significant escalation
Yes,
in costs.
that's why I want to be clear, so that there was 60 million identified in 2017.
Yeah. I'm leaving that aside, right?
Yeah.
That's halfpenny compared to what we're dealing with now. In terms of the significant escalation of the costs, in terms of the difference between the 217 and the 218 figures. When would you have first become aware of that, or that there was an issue in relation to it?
So the cost through the first 6 months of 2018, as reported by our design team, it was basically on budget there or thereabouts.
So it was on budget up to June?
Yeah, you're not, like, we're not concluding, like, without getting too technical, like, we've got maybe 150 procurement packages that are signed off. So the design team reports to say, okay, we've now determined the final price for the doors, the ceilings, so there's trending coming through. So the trending coming through for the first 6 months of the year was basically, we're there or thereabouts. So it was in June when there was a further 40 million identified. That's above the 60 that we spoke about back in.
So it was around 40 million was identified, and then that's kind of triggered the alarm bells.
Well, at that stage we said, let's get the design team in to make a detailed presentation.
Okay, when did they come in?
I'd have to check the dates, Deputy. And then it was July that we were, and we brought it to the board in August that we were the €200 million figure.
Okay.
And then we briefed the HSE and the department.
Just to say that the PwC has specifically to look at the escalation process and the early warning within that. So this will be something that will be fully checked as part of the PwC exercise.
That's grand. So, Mr. Pollock, you became aware in June when the design team said to you, there's an additional 40 million here. The first 6 months are okay. All of the procurement contracts are on schedule, coming in on price. But there's one here with 40 million over and above, and they brought that to your attention then. So you brought that to the attention of the board, the executive board, in
June.
In June?
Yeah.
Okay, and then following that, it was brought to the attention of the finance subcommittee by the executive?
Yes.
The finance subcommittee would have looked at it then?
Yeah, I mean, so the board were aware in June of the 60 plus the 40.
Okay.
And then the design team continued, and it was the end of July, start of August, when we had the 200 million. We appraised our board at that stage.
So it went from 40 to 200 between June and the end of August?
Correct.
Okay. So when did it go from 200 up to what it is today then?
That was, so in August it was 200 million, and then we concluded the GMP process.
In November, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In November.
And that's when we brought the final report to our board at the November board meeting.
And it was gone up to 450?
450, correct.
And that was 450. These are all just the construction costs, or was it the project costs in total?
The project costs in total.
So that was November. So there was a number of reports done then. I think there was one report, and if I can just get the list of reports, I think you had it there. Yeah. So there was the report, the internal audit service done by Mazars, was that the one then that identified the final escalating costing of the 450, because that was completed in November 2018.
Yeah, so the board commissioned Mazars to carry out a review of what had occurred through the two-stage process, including who knew what when in terms of reporting timelines.
Is that report public?
I'm not. Certainly, we can make it available. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you can make it available, because I think because they've obviously looked at the GMP process, and I presume if they've reported in November 2018, and we know the figure escalated from August 2018 to November 2018, which is what, August, September, October, November, 4 months. It escalated at the rate of 100 million a month.
Well, I can just tell you that It was 100 in June and it was 200 in August.
And it was 450 in November?
Correct. Yeah.
So it's 100 million a month. So I definitely think that report would be of interest to me and the committee, because I presume that report outlines why it went up from on track in June to 450 in November.
Those issues are, yeah,
addressed in the report. Okay. So why are we doing a PwC one then if there's already one there which identifies why we've gone from on price to 450 within the space of 4 or 5 months? What's the difference in the reports?
The Development Board can talk to the Mazars report, but one of the things that we were faced with, and we talked about it earlier, was a time constraint for the making of the decision in relation to the investment because of the contractual situation. So we were told that the Development Board had commissioned the internal audit function, Mazars, to conduct an audit of the process, and we confirmed to the Development Board that it was essential that that would be concluded in time for government when it needed to make its decision. And what we were seeking there, government made its decision in December. What we were seeking there was an assurance that everything was tied down in the process, that nothing had got into the process that shouldn't have got into the process. PwC will be a more in-depth exercise where it asks, what were the weaknesses within the process, if any? How did it happen? Was there any means by which it could have been prevented? Is there any learning for the future? They are obviously over the same ground, but one is quite distinct in its focus. One is trying to quality assure and confirm the outcome of the GMP process. The other is standing back and saying, could anything have been done differently?
And this is the final question, because I want to leave Kate in. Just for the CNAG, maybe you can give your professional opinion, CNAG, in relation to this. Like, would it be unusual for a project of this size to be on track 1 month and 4 months later to see an escalation of costs of 450 million?
That would be very concerning.
And I know you haven't examined it, but
not in that level of detail.
If you were to examine it, I mean, I would presume one of the things you would be looking at is the role of individuals, the boards, the responsibilities they have, given that it's a legislative responsibility, and were the processes robust enough? Or why didn't the processes, why were they not robust enough to identify it long before it did?
Yeah, I think that would certainly be the focus, other than to say that I wouldn't be focusing on whether individuals had some responsibility in relation to that. It would be in terms of functions or committees, or whether those committees worked. So, for instance, if there was a situation where a committee was supposed to operate but didn't operate, or didn't get some piece of information that it should have been getting, and didn't seek that, those would be the kind of things that you would be looking for. But it could be as well that if there was an early mistake made, at what point did the controls that were in place pick up on that mistake? Those would be the kind of things you would look for. And I would expect that the work that PwC have been commissioned to carry out, as reported here, would be addressing some of those points.
I just find it utterly astonishing that we're on track 1 month, and 4 months later we're 450 million over and above what we predicted, and it just seems to have snowballed in a very short period of time. One would have to question the controls and the processes which were put in place.
Yeah, I mean, the question would be that if there was some major change in the project, then why did that occur? Or were the controls that were in place, were they operating properly from the get-go? Those would be the two possibilities, that would seem to me.
Okay, can I call Deputy Economist?
Thank you. Was the man, Mr. Quinn from Deeper, was he on the subcommittee, the Finance Subcommittee?
My understanding is he was.
So he actually knew theoretically, before June, he was in that group that reported to the board.
Was when
well, previous to the whole board, as you said earlier, he knew. I find it very, very disturbing that somebody who's head of procurement was on the board, and that although Mr. Breslin says that he would expect the normal governance structures to be held communications, let's call a spade, we know that's not how it works. He would have been talking to people. He's working in the department. He must have mentioned it. I don't buy that information didn't get out. And I am seriously concerned if the head of procurement knew about this and the minister wasn't informed until August. I think...
With respect, Deputy, I think the board acted in a collective and cohesive manner during a very...
I never said they didn't. I never said they didn't. I just expressed my concern that the head of procurement in Deeper knew about this, and the minister nor the person writing the cheques, Mr. Breslin, who's in charge of writing the cheques, didn't know about it. It's really, really concerning. I also think yeah, and that he was chair of the Finance Committee that reported, or the Finance Subcommittee. Give me 1 second now, because I'm going backwards to where I intended to go. Because, yeah, Mr. Breslin, you're the accounting officer. Now, you said that you don't absolve, you take responsibility, you don't absolve. And I think this is our 4th or 5th run around this. I've been in committee with you on this. You never say anything that there's nothing behind it. I understand that you are the accounting officer, but it seems very, very clear to me that you don't think the board was fit for purpose. And looking at the makeup of it and what way they were supposed to be appointed, it doesn't seem, and it seems absolutely highly unusual that you wouldn't have a specialist nurse who worked at intensive care, perhaps somebody who had worked in Crumlin and seen the horrific conditions that are there, that they wouldn't be on the board, somebody that had worked in one of the other high-tech hospitals we've spoken about here across the world, how somebody like that. And I understand the minister appointed the board, but I just think the makeup of the board seems like a recipe for disaster. I'm very suspicious of the reappointment of the board and that gap between the knowledge of the escalation in costs and the board being reappointed in July.
Could I just say, Deputy, so I hear what you're saying, and obviously in formulating the board you have to come to a decision on what the competencies are. I think the framing in this board, and it goes back to 2013, was around the skills required to deliver the biggest construction project that would be undertaken in the public sector, in the light of the experience on the Matter site where it didn't get through the planning process. There were, and Dr. Curtis has explained it, there were detailed engagement processes put in place with the client being the Children's Hospital Group. But the expertise that was identified for the board was to deliver a major construction project, to get it properly through the planning process, designed, procured, and so on. And that was where the
and they got through the planning.
Yes.
And the design seems to have been done incorrectly. It went from, the fees went up 63%. So it didn't really work out. And as for the procurement, it seems very obvious that there was issues there. Just to move on to something else, the office, the $500,000 office. What's square metre of that office?
2,500 square metres.
And it cost $500,000. Somebody there who can do a sum. It's about 2,000 is your upper end of fit out per metre squared for corporate offices. Is that exceeding that? Can anyone do a sum there for me?
It's about 1/10 of it here in this case, in fairness.
So it's a relatively good value for money in terms of fit out.
It's cheap and cheerful.
Yeah, I'm just pointing that out because I don't want to have a go at you all the time.
Thanks.
It's absolutely necessary. In terms of BAM and this guaranteed maximum price, and let's finishing this project and producing a hospital at the end of it, do we have BAM's turnover margin and profitability? And the reason I'm asking for that is I'm concerned about liquidity here. I'm concerned about if something goes wrong. I'm getting concerned about subcontractors, M&Es. If those subcontractors aren't, who's going to fall on this? Like, we've been guaranteed that the price won't go up unless we bring in different VAT measures, scope, or inflation gets over 4% in construction. But if BAM goes bust with this halfway out of the ground, I'm just looking for where we go then. And I think from looking at it, there are little indicators things mightn't all be right there.
No, I think that we're very happy that the three main contractors are in a very robust situation at the moment. I mean, BAM are
And in terms of happiness, how do you gauge happiness in accountancy terms? What have you done to be happy about this?
We did robustness tests on the companies prior to their tendering.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
But we also we keep an eye on it on an ongoing
What's an eye?
Actually, to look at their accounts.
How often?
On an annual basis.
On an annual basis.
Yeah.
When were the last accounts looked at by you?
Well, in this time last year, I'd say.
A lot can change in a year.
Yeah, and I guess there's certainly no signals, because usually...
There's no signals?
No, I mean...
Well, I must have imagined it when I looked at the figures.
Yeah, but I tell you what I mean by that, is that there's signals in relation to if a company is heading into trouble a long time before...
Yeah, so in terms of those mechanisms you use to test robustness, are they the same mechanisms you used for the two companies that went bust during the project?
Well, they went bust, in fairness.
But was it the same technique applied? Yes or no? Yes or no? Same technique? Was your same, a very simple question, was the same technique applied to test the robustness of the two companies that went bust that you're still using now? Yes or no? It's very simple. Did you change the process?
I'm trying to understand exactly what the question is.
Okay, I'll make it a little bit clearer, perhaps. Maybe you don't understand. You're saying that you're testing to see that one of the companies go bust, so we're not left with half a hospital out of the ground. I'm asking you, when you last tested that, you're telling me it's a year ago. I would argue that liquidity can change very quickly. You need to just maybe look back to 10 years ago in this country. Sure. I'm now asking you used obviously a certain way of assessing the robustness of a company. Two of the companies went into liquidation early on in the project. Are you still using the same mechanism to test the liquidity of the company now in charge? I don't think there's any difficulty in that.
No, and in fairness, those companies, we didn't actually contract with those companies, so they had tendered.
Still haven't got the answer,
no.
And I'm willing to sit here till 9 o'clock tonight. So go for it. Well, are you using the same mechanism?
We use outside advisors in terms of robustness. There are clear robustness tests around the suitability.
And are the same external people using the same mechanism now as they were
then?
Well,
it's actually quite a different situation now, in the sense that we're in contract with people, and while it's important in terms of us being mindful of any trends, there isn't much we can do about it now. We're in contract.
See, part of your job is to deliver the project, and if they go bust, there'll be no hospital finished.
Yeah, but I think genuinely, other than being able to have early warnings and to understand what we might do, but we cannot actually. We're contracted with those people now, and they are, to give you comfort, they are very strong companies.
I'm not overly comfortable about the situation, but we leave it at that. Government Contracts Committee. They approved this change. We're going back to the one-stage, two-stage situation. They approved the change of contract type to this new type of two-stage contract. Have we minutes from that meeting? I understand there was a derogation that this process was going to be allowed. I'm just looking at, and I've asked you about this before, Mr. President, were any other, the two-stage process has led to escalation of prices in other jurisdictions. So when the Government Contracts Committee allowed this process to happen, and it is happening, did they ask any questions as to why this novel way of doing things and the risks associated with doing this, or do we know that?
that's the purpose would be to interrogate the Development Board's proposal, and the Development Board would have to articulate what the business rationale for going this route is and stack it up, and it would be in that situation the
that happened.
Would give a derogation.
So it's who's answering this yourself, Mr. Farrell?
Government. So we formed a working group in 2014 which had membership from the Government Construction Contract Committees. We worked through the two-stage procurement process. We had meetings with the GCC. Those meetings are minuted. We had presentations to the overall.
And from
committee.
memory, did they ask? Did this did this type of tendering process increase? Get out of control of the costs in other jurisdictions? Like, it seems like a fairly obvious question to ask. If I went to you and I said, "We've always used this type of contract, but now I want to use this type of contract," and you were the lad deciding, wouldn't it be obvious for you to say, "What's the pitfalls with this contract? Why haven't we always done it this way?" Do you get me?
They reckoned that the scale and the complexity of this project was unique. So going...
Unique to Ireland?
Unique to Ireland,
yeah.
Yeah. So we had discussed previously the option of going design and build.
Oh no, I've been through this process, and I actually accept now that two-stage was a good idea. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that the two-stage seems to be fraught with escalation of prices when you look at other jurisdictions, and clearly our situation. So I'm just wondering, was that question asked? What are the pitfalls with a two-stage process? It would seem like an obvious question to have been asked in that meeting.
Yeah, I wasn't attending those meetings. It would have been our procurement department, but we have minutes.
We're back to Mr. Quinn again, are we?
No, we're not.
No, somebody else.
But internally within the executive,
right.
yeah. So
can we get that answer? Can the committee get that answer?
We have minutes from those meetings.
So I can have that answer.
You can have those minutes.
Thank you. A long time ago on the Health Committee we spoke about equipment, and I can't remember it exactly, but the word equip is coming up on the list of costs, 87.9 million. Is that to buy equipment, or is that leasing equipment, or who's deciding that? Because I know in a lot of corporations now, even in retail, you never actually own the equipment, because the price, especially within the HSE, of having the man or woman power to service the equipment is an issue. So you lease the either photo machine or the MRI machine or whatever it is, and the contractor comes out and services. Is that the model we're going with, or are we buying the stuff? Because my understanding from a number of years ago at the Health Committee was it was more of a lease option that was favourable in terms of long-term costs and replenishing of, I'm going from memory now, replenishing equipment that there's usually with a lease they give you the new product when the other one's a bit out of date. So are we at that stage, or is that another surprise coming down the track for us?
That final decision hasn't been made. So in terms of currently we're equipping the urgent care centre at Connolly.
That's okay. It hasn't been decided. But how have we a figure of 87.9 million if it hasn't been decided? What's that money?
So what we provided for in our budget is that it will be procured traditionally through capital, that we will buy the equipment. And that's the way that the budget's assembled. So currently in Connolly Hospital, which we're currently equipping, we're buying the equipment and it's being installed.
And are other countries doing that? Are the NHS doing that, or the Dutch, or the Swedes, or whoever we use? My understanding is it's normally lease and maintenance now.
Developing practice internationally towards managed
yeah, and we
equipment
discussed
services.
this. I believe you might have been, and I know Professor Hardiman was there.
The Development Board has done a business case examination on using a managed equipment service.
And they've decided it's a better thing to buy the stuff.
The money is provided on the capital side if we do it conventionally.
Yeah.
It would be novel in the Irish public sector to use a managed equipment service. I may be worn down over the course of the day.
I'll wait for a few days for the answer, and this one I can understand.
My appetite for taking a really novel approach and doing something for the first time is starting to dissipate in relation to this project.
Well, my appetite for doing things different to the rest of the world is also weakening too, so, you know.
But we will look at it and determine it. We have the budget.
Because I know, just when the minutes are there from that meeting, I know it was discussed at length at Health, how we equipped and paid for this equipment and how we replenished it and the staff costs and all of that. Because I know it's late on a Thursday evening, but we all know what will happen there. Anyway, design team fees, contingency, a project that went up by, what is it? Oh yeah, the contingency only went up by 31%, and the cost of the project went up by 46%. Is there a reason for that, or is it just try and make things look cheaper. Is that I suppose, is that a fit-for-purpose contingency for the size of this project, now looking at the costs from earlier on, wherever that list is?
Well, I suppose that's linked again to the two-stage procurement process. So now that we've completed the GMP process...
Isn't it risky? Is that the point? It's not as risky.
Risk has been reduced.
That's fine. That's the real answer. That's fine. Emergency design. Sorry now, Chair. I'm tired too. I think that's it. Thank you for your time again.
Okay. Now, I want to put a few questions to yourselves, Chairman. I've sat here for a while and want to just pick up on a few things. The PwC report, am I right? I have a document here. I think it's the New Children's Hospital Review of Escalation of Cost Terms of Reference. Is that the heading on it? Yeah. Okay. So, I know everybody has got fixated on the escalation of the cost, but that is part of the story. The overall cost is the bigger story, if you know what I mean. That's why he said everything that document that has been probably presented from the Health Committee right into here this morning was starting at a point and adding on a bit at this point and adding on another bit, and here we are now. Whereas that's why we thought, where are we today in one snapshot? That's where we wanted to be. But what I would be more concerned about, and I know it might be partially looked at in this report, given what has happened, and really going back to put the list of excuses together as to why it happened, I'm far more concerned as Chairman of the PAC as where we are today to the completion of the project. I'd actually prefer if PwC had been commissioned to examine the 1.7 billion, not looking at what happened in the last 4 years. We have a figure of 1.7. How valid is that? Because, you were asked today and it's been reported you can't confirm the figure won't go over 2 billion. I know nobody can, that's the kind of a question you can't answer when it's put to you. But that is the real concern of most people. How high can this go? And I would be far more concerned about getting assurances from the likes of that, a report like that, in relation to what happens between now and the hospital being handed over. That's actually more relevant. I know the past is gone and, we're not walking away and mistakes were learned, and I think that's fairly obvious. You know the gist of the mistakes yourself in relation to where some things missed in the preliminary design, and, that's very easy put together. But the more important bit is, how reliable is the 1.7 billion from today going forward? Can you comment on that? That's really the report that you should have been commissioning.
So I think we'd be happy to reflect on that. We were going to do an exercise separately on the sensitivity and conduct that in parallel with the PwC. Dean has engaged with PwC directly. I've no doubt that they will be looking at other projects and how this one stacks up against it. But we can reflect on what we get out of it. Does it cover the angles that the Chair is?
Because I have the terms of that. There is one point that is relevant to a comment on the major residual risks and the robustness, completeness of the current forecast. I actually think that's the most important thing, and I would actually to reconsider. Telling us what happened 3 years ago is fine. It doesn't protect us for the future.
No.
And I'm more interested in protecting the taxpayer from today.
And I agree, although there are a lot of people interested in understanding what went wrong, did something go wrong and who's responsible. So yeah. I think we have to combine the two.
Yeah, and that's important. But the bigger risk for the taxpayer as of today, we are actually on the hook now for the 1.7 billion. The biggest risk the taxpayer pays now is, does it stop at that or how far does it go? And I would like to say, even though it's kind of future-proofing the rest of the delivery of the contract, that is the one issue I would like a bit more information on. And secondly, the flow of information. It does appear from what Deputy Bryan was saying, there were clear indications from June of 17. It seems to have taken for such a critical project. You'd almost expect there should have been a hotline if there was going to be a problem. The biggest project in the Department of Health, and it seemed to be very slow, and there was a reference to a PQ that the department prepared, which the Minister put in the record. You weren't over budget, but you knew there was a problem. There wasn't complete candour in maybe... You knew well there was a problem, but you weren't saying there was a problem, and your reason for not acknowledging the problem, well, we didn't have the final extent of the problem, so we decided not to mention the problem. Like, there should have been a better flow of communication, is what I would say.
Definitely PwC will look at the development board's processes. Under the bullet point number 2, it's established what was known when and by whom, and the reporting of relevant information from the project team to the relevant oversight and governance bodies. And that goes to the heart of what Deputy O'Brien was asking about. Which entity knew the design team? Was it the line site? Was it the executives within the development board? Was it a committee of the board? Was it the board themselves? And how was it escalated?
Simple question. How many employees are there in the board?
What we do know is that it was over budget by 200 million by late August.
Yes.
But the PQ replies in September didn't indicate that.
No, it just said we have a budget, and because they almost indicated, because we didn't know the extent of the problem, we decided not to mention the problem until we could give a figure. But there should have been some indication, like that would have been relevant, I think, for the Oireachtas being aware, given that we were discussing the budget on the 14th or 15th of October and the estimate for the coming year. That was relevant information for the Oireachtas to be aware there's a potential problem here.
But also to challenge, for the development board to challenge the contractors, that they don't simply accept a case that was made in a commercial negotiations, was to continue to robustly challenge that.
Grand, and you get the point. I asked a question earlier, and there was I need a figure on it. Not now, it's not possible, and you kind of glanced over it. I want to know the annual operating budget for the hospital when it's in full swing.
So the figure compiled by the Children's Health Ireland is 367 million, and that's a 2023 figure. And obviously that is subject to variation based on pay agreements and so on.
So how does that tally then with the cost of running Crumlin Street?
So it takes the Crumlin, the tree constituent, but it also takes the fact that, for example, this year we'll be recruiting 173 additional posts to provide for the bringing on stream of the Connolly satellite centre.
Okay, and not that there's an issue. The last thing people want is to see these new spanking facilities and not up and running, because that's been the history of extensions to hospitals up and down over the years. So, just for the public record, the cost of running the operation as it is in the Children's Hospital today, this year, for a year, versus what it's going to be, what's the increase? Or would this new hospital, some people have put it to me, given that it's all going to be combined in one campus, there's a case, and given all the new technology you're going to have, and all the new equipment, and all the new heating and insulation system, some people are saying to me there should be a reduction in cost because of the increase.
So there will be some savings to be made, but also we know from access problems, waiting lists for paediatric care and so on, that the capacity is going to be increased, and I've given you some of the increases in capacity in day and outpatients. So in total there will be an increased budget, and it won't all happen in it won't all happen on the 2022 when we open, because we're going to scale up with new centres in Blanchardstown and Tala, and also within the constituent hospitals. We will see a gradual move towards that higher figure. I'd be happy to supply you with the current budgets of the 3 constituent hospitals, and also the development budget for this year that we put aside for the Connolly.
And it's only headline figures, because other committees and estimates processes for others to interrogate it, but just to give us the headline figures, a bit like you gave us on the 1.7, just give us an understanding. The role of the National Development Finance Agency, they had a role, they to my knowledge have a role in advising in all major capital infrastructure projects. They were involved with you during the Mater hospital site, and they seem to have disappeared. Why didn't you continue to engage them, or what role could they have possibly provided, because they're meant to have a role? What happened there? Why did it go off the pitch?
The NDFA were involved in the financial analysis of the bidders who were the analysis of the robustness of the tenders for the design team, and on capital projects there isn't financial advisory role other than for specific instance, while where there's private finance, like in the PPP projects, obviously the NDFA have a role in managing and being the financial advisor on an ongoing basis. Okay. So in this case here, there are specific issues where we needed financial advice, like, for instance, the robustness of the tenderers, the design team and the contractors, and then in relation to preparing business case.
And if they have a competence in that area, why didn't you use them to check the financial robustness of all the main contractors? You said you have some other method of doing it.
No, well, in that case, was that EY were used to do that.
And the obvious question, listening to Deputy Connolly earlier, is there a bond in place if something happens?
There is indeed, yeah.
And tell us the scale of it. Like, what's the schedule of payments? Do they get paid? Do they get any advance payments for work, or
no,
is
it's
it
measured
for
on a monthly
certified?
basis? It's certified works on a monthly basis, and that's,
right,
that's
in
the
arrears.
standard. Yeah.
In arrears. But obviously, if something happened to a major contractor, and there's a number of them there, and that you have direct involvement with, the cost of somebody else coming in to re-tender and pick up the pieces is an additional cost. So what kind of performance bonds or completion bonds or financial, whatever, there's different words for bonds.
Yeah, well, it's performance bond, really. Yeah. So there's a performance bond of 40 million.
So in other words, if the main contractor, you have 40 million available to pick up, to cover the costs of the project stopping and re-tendering and appointing a new. Is that reasonable from your experience?
Hopefully.
Going to rise.
Going to rise.
Yeah, we understand that.
And again, I think that goes back to what Deputy O'Connell asked, is to make sure that you're dealing with people who will stand up to scrutiny and
yeah,
will
but you can understand the concern with, schools projects here, and unfortunately there were no advance payments there. But had there been, we'd be in a dreadful position. So you can understand there's heightened public concern of these issues.
And I think in the overall discussion it is important because if you look at the UK and the skinny margins that the top 10 contractors operate at, and pushing the risk down to the supply chain, and then even recently I was looking at, like, Cullinane went out of business, Interserve are at risk, Keir are really under pressure. So
salmon are gone.
And salmon, yeah. So, and like whatever challenges and issues we have, and they are substantial, is if one of these big contractors, particularly our main contractor, was to go out of business, we'd have a much greater problem than in terms of the one we're trying to deal with here, because at least here we haven't spent the money yet, so we have control of what we're doing.
Okay, next, there's a lot of talk about the preliminary design. Who did that for you? Who did that?
Well, the design team,
who are they?
The architects are BDP, and they're in partnership with Irish architects, O'Connell Mahan. And then you have Arab, so they're the architects. The mechanical and electrical design is done by Arabs, and the civil structure is done by O'Connor Sutton Cronin.
You might send us all that on a note, because really the underestimation of the preliminary design seems to be a core issue here. And there is an argument that not that costs escalated to the extent we did, but the figures being given at an earlier stage were incorrect to start with. And we would just say, this comment has been made at the PSE over the decades. There's often a tendency in public sector projects to go into the system with a low cost to get it approved, such that it eventually comes to the point that you can't stop it and the costs escalate. Like we were here with the road, we can think of so many projects. It's almost the way the system works in a lot of cases. You get the criticism.
I absolutely agree that that's something to be
looked at. And it looks
at.
a bit like that.
The other thing, though, that is over the period of this, so say over the last 5 years, is the inflation that we have within the construction market is beyond what the normal you would expect. So that doesn't explain the extent of this, but it is an environment where inflationary pressures are in existence.
Okay, just tell me then, you might tell me, when was the detailed design? When was the contract signed? The main contract, was it early 17?
It was signed in August 2017, and the contractor started works in October 2017.
Okay, so they're on site in October 17. And when was the detailed design completed? Because then it's at that stage you started seeing the issues. So when was the detailed design?
Well, that works right through from when the contractor started in October until basically September, October, November. So they were still closing down individual packages at that stage.
Approximately a year.
Correct.
Yeah. So you could categorise this, to get on site a year early to show activity, we've left ourselves wide open to having a contractor on site without a detailed design, and now we're in the situation when we do see the detailed design, your options were very limited. You can understand that scenario. It does
I
look
understand
like
where you're coming, but Deputy, and I think it's important for people to understand, is that the complete job was tendered in 2016.
no, not
So-
the complete. There's no complete
No, but
design.
it was just for
the
the
total
people.
project.
So the total project, yeah.
Without detailed design.
Yeah, but there were rates tendered for all elements of the work. And at the end of the day, we're now applying the quantities that come from the completed design to the rates we had in 2016.
Can I ask, did you revisit this? Because there's a phrase out there, were they the cheapest tender?
OBAM were considerably the cheapest.
Yeah, I think 120 or 30 million below. Now, in the public sector, there's another method of deciding who is the most economically advantageous, the best economically advantageous price. That means if things go up like the PC sums or extra quantities come into play, a contractor might give you the lowest price to do the basic work, but when you factor in the extra items, it mightn't be the most economically advantageous. Now I'm asking the question, is now that you've got your design completed, and if you were to rerun the tenders you got based on the best economically advantageous contract, would the same contractor have got the contract? Do you understand my question?
I do, and the answer is without any doubt at all.
So you've run the figures on that?
No, we have, yeah.
You have?
We have.
You can understand the
question. And I do, because it's all based on rates and percentage markups or whatever. So
yeah, so they would have won on both counts.
I do.
Right, okay, and you can understand, and probably know how to clarify that. Now, so then I just, in relation to this contract, I know there's one, and you went in with the first 10% with the detailed design, which is about 10% of the final price, and the other 90% subject to detailed design. Who decided that that was the best way to go? You could have taken a bit longer and tied it down before you started. Did you feel rushed to get on site? Like, who made that decision to allow the contractor on site before the detailed design in respect of the overwhelming majority of the contract was completed? Like that was an enormous risk, and it proved.
Well, it's not that we come up with a bespoke model here for doing two-stage tendering. The NEC contracts in the UK and international two-stage tendering contracts are very, very similar to what we've done here. And when we talk about changes here and engaging with the Government Contracts Committee, that was in relation to changes to the standard procurement routes that were in place at the time for public sector projects. But in terms of a model for doing large, complex projects internationally, what we're doing here very much aligns with it. And at the time, if we had gone with, say, the traditional model here, a design build, we wouldn't have got anyone to tender for the job, right? And so we engaged. So
you're saying that the state decided to take all the risk. There was no risk sharing here. Like
no, what I think you appreciate is that there's huge risk sharing, because the contractors, and in this case the contractors, bid this work very competitively. And there's no way out of the competitive nature of it, in the sense that the rates they have are still the rates we're using today.
Okay, right, I'm nearly there. I just seen your financial report accounts, and just to explain this, the European Investment Bank has provided 490 million to support the construction of the new children's hospital and the two paediatric outpatient and urgent care centres. What way does that work? Like, the funding of this, is it coming through borrowing, or is it coming? Who got that 490 million? So what rate is it? Yeah. Or is it part of NTMA's national debt management?
So it's essentially a different way of the NTMA accessing debt and at an EIB rate.
And what rate?
So I don't have the rate, but what it allows, it's more stable, more structured, more fixed long-term rate, and it allows the EIB to invest in the project, but via the NTMA and via the Exchequer, not directly to the project.
Right, so it comes to the NTMA, and But it goes into the overall pool of the NTMA. And are you going back to them now for the other almost $1.5 billion
We've
at that rate?
Well, no, we would be advising them of the development in the overall budget. I'm not,
And would they have a view on that? Here's the European Investment Bank. A big state agency for Ireland comes out and says, we have a project here, it's going to be X hundred million. We'd like to borrow 490 million, through yourselves at that long-term rate for the major investment. And then they're going to hear, as they've been hearing, I'm sure, in recent days, well, it's actually 1.4 billion or 1.7, depending on what you look at it. Like, the next time you go out there, will they believe any figures from you?
Well, two things.
Have we damaged our reputation?
Independent of the project, the state has entered into a commitment to repay that. The second thing is the EIB obviously want to see their projects come to fruition, so the state has come in and said we will finish this out, and I think those two things are in our favour. I agree with you.
It's not good. If a business went to a bank to fund 60% of a project, and then they came back to the bank 2 years later and said, actually, by the way, that project has almost doubled in cost, they wouldn't get a good reception any further. And
no, but they'd get a worse reception if they went back to the bank and say, I'm marooned now and I can't finish the project.
Yeah, I know, but you have state backing. We understand that. That's not going to happen here. We're nearly there. Just one other item. We use this phrase, you used it earlier, when just before the last break, we were talking about a water sprinkler, and you have it in the last notes to your accounts and the very last note, events after the year end, and you talk about the board Connolly decision, and you call it a life safety sprinkler system complying with BSEN 12845 shall be installed throughout the building. That's a board Connolly condition, is it?
Correct.
Right, so what's a life-saving,
It's fire sprinklers.
Pardon?
It's fire sprinklers.
So it's not just water?
Well, a mist obviously gets discharged, so it's a water sprinkler system, but it's throughout the entire building as against, we were talking earlier.
But the BSEN 1284, is that the standard you were
That's
operating?
British, it was, yeah.
But it's more extensive?
Exactly, it's the entire building is the point of note there, rather than just the top 3 floors.
Right, okay. I suppose the final question to Mr. Breslin, you have serious concerns about what has happened. You can't be happy. Is it too early to say, are you happy to recommend that the board continue? The Children's Hospital has to continue, but
the project has to continue.
The project
we have to complete this.
Sacrosanct. Nobody can say
yes.
anything other than that.
If there are any weaknesses identified, and the Minister's on the record, if there are any weaknesses identified and action is needed to be taken, we will secure this project to ensure that it delivers on the patient outcomes that are required. And it does so now within a revised budget.
Yeah, and you can understand that's why I'm actually more concerned about the PwC report about where we are from today to completion. Actually, what's happened is tragic, but you can't change the past, but you can, to some extent, control what's happened from here. And that's the most important thing, that there has to be some absolute assurance in place for the future costs. Okay, I think, Deputy O'Brien, I think we've completed our extensive work. Now, you might have thought, we started at the beginning looking for basic information. We kind of thought that's where we were starting, and I know you've been with the Health Committee. Maybe they're looking at the escalation, but we were kind of looking at the project where it is now and where it is the completion. And I didn't get to follow the detailed conversation. So if some of it has been unnecessarily repetitive from your point of view, apologies on that, but perhaps we had everyone has a slightly different perspective, and I hope I can bring a bit of clarity. I will say in conclusion, not about this, our main concern at the Public Accounts Committee is that here we have this major project financially gone off the rails. The government is talking about light rail, broadband plans, all in the billions, and if this is the level of governance in the system in relation to capital project, because we'll be back here told this was a once-off unique project, couldn't happen anywhere else, and they could be saying the same about the broadband plan in a few more years. They could be saying the same. I worry about the management of capital projects. You can understand, and this may not be the only one that we need to be worried about.
I'm actually finishing a special report on capital projects in the third level sector. There are lessons.
There are, but obviously they didn't transfer to the Department of Health, and that's really another concern.
Scale,
we see you're going to learn your lesson, but you'll never be, none of you in your lifetime will be doing the National Children's Hospital again, or none of us will. Let's hope that's meant to be here for a century. But like, you know, Department of Communications or Department of Transport or some other government departments will be doing other equivalent size expenditure projects. And that's why I get concerned, where's the whole of government learning? There's no good you learning if the guy's doing the next project in another department.
Though, that the learning the Department of Health has, that we put in place something that's there after we're gone. Yeah. And I think that's really important. I also agree across government, and I know attention is being paid across government to the delivery of capital projects. We would be very much informed by the work the CNAG has done, but further attention to make sure any learning from this has particular features. Many capital projects within the public sector, as was said earlier, are delivered on time and on budget, but we need to learn from all projects where risks aren't managed and apply that learning across the public sector.
I think it's important that lessons are learned. It's just unfortunate that they're very costly lessons for the taxpayer.
The costly lessons are costly.
Sorry. Okay. Like, we can speak to them. I'm asking people who I'm just asking, and I appreciate you're here, but we're asking people, it's there, an Oireachtas committee, only members of the Oireachtas can put the question.
Representing the public, so somebody has to speak up.
Look, we're happy to talk to you separately, you know, but we're concluding the meeting now, and I do want to thank you for watching and learning and feeding back into the Public Accounts Committee if you feel we have something that we contribute to the process. If you want to come back through the Public Accounts Committee with your observation, we will be happy to do that down the road. So at this stage, I do want to thank you, all our witnesses, for being here and your attendance here today, from the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board, the Department of Health and the HSC and the CNAG and the staff. I think this is about your 4th appearance in a fortnight, so thank you for your forbearance. I'm sure you're quite exhausted coming into these committee rooms, but it's such a big project, it's inevitable that this is going to happen. That's all I'll say. So this concludes our meeting, and our next meeting will be on Thursday, the 7th of February, when we'll be dealing with the Appropriation Accounts 2017, Vote 1, President's Establishment, Vote 2, the Department of Taoiseach session. The next session will deal with Vote 3, the Attorney General's Office, Vote 5, the Director of Public Prosecution's Office, and Vote 6 of the Chief State Solicitor's Office. The meeting is now suspended. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.